Of course, he told me. He was gunned down in last year's knot. Why didn't you tell me? I'm sorry, Sophie. I learned about it about a month after it happened, and I didn't see you for almost a year after that. I guess I forgot. But you never forget to tell me about openings for college instructors. I said I was sorry, Sophie. And what's so odd about my telling you about job openings when I know you need a job? Nothing, Damon, absolutely nothing. You have a perfect sense of timing. I was referring to something he'd told me a year ago, right after I'd been fired from the first job he'd helped me find. He didn't seem to recognize the reference. Damon is such a bizarre person. He seems to have a different set of standards and pattern of behavior for each of the compartments in which he lives his life. I tried to get close to him during my year in graduate school. I felt very lonely among students who were 10 years younger than I. Their concerns and interests had little in common with mine. I've never been spontaneously sociable, and until a few weeks ago the possibility of forming a liaison with a lover 10 years younger than I never crossed my mind. Damon told me about interesting political events. He chatted briefly afterwards, but he didn't once pick me up or take me home. He didn't become a friend until I got my degree 3 years ago, when he helped me get my first teaching job. I became his colleague and therefore also his friend a year and a half after I first enrolled in his course. I was hired to teach one course. His teaching day began at noon, and I taught my course on Tuesdays and Thursdays, in the afternoon. From the first day of classes he picked me up and drove me to school. I read on the grass or in the library until his teaching day ended, and then he drove me back home. One Tuesday afternoon he invited me to dinner at his apartment. I learned what it was that Minnie, and later Louisa, liked about him. In the privacy of his apartment he was an altogether transformed Damon. All his personal and political rigidity were gone. He was the most thoughtful and considerate man I've ever been close to. I learned that he always cooked supper for himself, not to save money, but because he preferred his own meals to anything he could order in restaurants. And the meal he prepared for me really was splendid. Louisa is a good cook, but not compared to Damon. He washed all the dishes as soon as we were done eating, and that first night he didn't even let me dry them. After coffee and a brief chat he volunteered to drive me home, unless you'd like to go out on the town, which of course I did. We went to a movie that was shown in a university auditorium. When we came out I put my hand in his and had him retrace the walk we had taken exactly 10 years earlier, when we'd carried the coffin of the dead university newspaper. He didn't realize we had retraced the path of that mock funeral until the very end, when we stopped before the closed entrance of the building in which the newspaper office was located. He looked at me sadly. I know how much that meant to you, Sophie. It meant a lot to me too. I asked him, would you mind taking me back to your apartment? I had fallen in love with Damon's apartment and with Damon's behavior inside it. His apartment was clean and modest yet extremely comfortable. It was an absolute contrast to Art's filthy little reading room with an unmade bed. Damon did all his work in his office in the university. He used his apartment for cooking, eating, reading and sleeping, and everything in his apartment was perfectly arranged to make these activities as enjoyable as they could be. He had a double bed, but I didn't ask if anyone had shared it with him before me. He had broken up with Minnie long before he had been able to afford that apartment. Since all his acquaintances were political, and since he didn't mix politics with his private life, I didn't see how he could have had a sexual relationship with any other woman, unless she had invited herself as I had. Damon's compartments were so mutually exclusive that he didn't keep any political or philosophical books in his apartment. His single shelf contained only literary classics and, of all things, books of poetry. I had never imagined Damon sitting in his apartment reading poetry, but I had never imagined the rest of his private life either. For slightly less than a year I lived with Damon 2 days out of every week, from Tuesday at noon, when he picked me up for my first class, to Thursday afternoon, when he drove me back after my last. I remember those days with a certain nostalgia. Unlike Art, Damon took nothing for granted. Every Tuesday afternoon, before driving to his apartment, he scrupulously asked, "Where to?" He sometimes let me help cook, but I didn't once cook alone, and I never did the shopping. I washed dishes only when he wasn't home for dinner, which happened very rarely, and on those occasions he left a prepared meal for me in the refrigerator. Unlike any other man I've known, Damon understood that not knowing how to cook or clean or wash dishes presupposed the existence of women proletarians who knew how to do all these things. He did all this for himself, not ostentatiously but quietly and matter-of-factly. His entire apartment was spotless whenever I stepped into it. I never once even had a chance to make the bed, he hurriedly did that while I brushed my teeth. In his apartment he was the most decent and thoughtful person I've known. But as soon as his social role was in question, or what he took to be mine, he became insupportable. On the job he helped me find 3 years ago, I was supposed to teach a conventional course in introductory sociology. I immediately turned it into the only study of society that interested me, the study of its overthrow. I had been told to use one of 2 standard textbooks, but I didn't read or assign or discuss either textbook. I gave out a list of books containing most of the titles I had taken to Jose in prison. The classroom sessions were political arguments about revolutions and liberation movements. In the record books I gave all students the highest mark whether or not I had ever seen them. I quickly gained a reputation as a faculty radical, and students not enrolled in my class started to attend in order to engage in political arguments. Members of student political groups asked /E to be the faculty sponsor of their organizations, a formally which was needed for them to have access to university facilities. I also attended some of the meetings of the groups I sponsored, and I learned something about the unromantic side of the student movement. I saw the politicians and manipulators transforming rebellious students into passive tools. I saw what you've called the grand puppet show. But I didn't generalize from such insights and experiences. I vaguely agreed with Damon that the genuine revolutionary movement would in any case not begin among students but in the factories, at the point of production. I had learned that from Louisa. I didn't figure out that the organization of the working class which was going to make that revolution possible, the union in all its various shapes and forms, played the same role in the factories as the politicians' manipulators played among the rebellious students. I only learned that very recently, and largely from you, although last year's riot gave me some clues. Everything that was organized, from the state to the tiniest radical sect, was opposed to the spontaneous carnival atmosphere that suddenly took hold of the city. The riot broke out when my second teaching term was half over. I thought what I'd always waited for was at last happening. Massive rebellion broke out in the streets, whole blocks of buildings burned, carefully priced commodities circulated as freely as confetti. I wanted to be part of it all and drifted into it in my usual style. A man trying to run with 2 television sets shouted to me to grab one of them. I ran home with it as proudly as if I'd carried out a revolutionary act. When I next met with my class I was almost angry at students who hadn't taken part in the looting. As I told you in one of my first letters, I was promptly fired. And when I lost my job, my relationship with Damon ended in a bitter argument. I wasn't particularly upset about losing the job, since the pay was scandalously low and I hated being part of the academic bureaucracy. But Damon was flushed with anger. "A classroom isn't the best place to carry picket signs," he shouted at me when I told him why I'd been fired. I told him angrily, I wasn't carrying picket signs. I was encouraging students to loot, riot and steal instead of sitting in that stuffy room listening to an idiot like me. He retorted, "The revolution isn't going to break out in a university classroom." I told him I didn't expect anything at all to happen in a university classroom. That was when he told me, "You have a bad sense of timing, Sophie." I blew up. "Totally unlike you, Damon. You have a perfect sense for timing and placing and cataloging. You have a different mask for every cubbyhole you move through, anger for political meetings, condescension for classrooms, courage for strikes, submissiveness for meetings with superiors, kindness for animals and decency only in the privacy of your apartment. You're not a human being but a filing cabinet. He tried to respond patiently, namely condescendingly, Sophie, if you're going to keep a teaching job. I broke in, crying with frustrated anger, don't you understand what the not meant? People expressed in acts just how they feel about the precious institutions you serve. They hate those institutions, they feel oppressed by them, they'd like nothing better than to burn them all to the ground. Don't you feel the slightest bit ashamed to parade in front of that classroom exercising authority given to you by the state? He walked away from me, his face expressed shocked disbelief. I called him about a month later to apologize for my outburst and to thank him for all he had done for me. I didn't hear from him again for over a year. When Damon had called 4 days ago to tell me about yet another job opening, I had told him I wanted to talk to him, and that Ted was eager to see him again. But neither Ted nor I said anything to him for the rest of our trip to the building where the Repression Committee has its offices. It was only when we were inside the building that it occurred to me to ask, why did Louisa recruit you into this committee, Damon? What in the world do you do here? Stuff envelopes. He told me, Louisa feels the committee's work lacks political direction. She thinks I can help provide a certain amount of coherence by taking part in some of the activities, for instance by contributing a certain amount of research and simply by engaging in some of the discussions. I commented sarcastically, so you're sort of an ideological director of the enterprise. Damon snickered but missed my sarcasm altogether. I suppose you could call it that. Something like the minister of the committee's ideological department, I went on. He said, almost with pride, I wouldn't go quite that far. No. I suppose you don't expect to reach the stage of government portfolios until after the revolution. It's not a question of revolution here but of repression, he told me, adding the expected, the question of revolution is going to be resolved on the shop floor. What are you doing here then? I asked him. I thought the only task of a revolutionary was to. Damon didn't respond. We had both heard each other's arguments before. He escorted Ted and me to a room full of people, the room I had walked into after last year's riot. Louisa came rushing toward Damon. This is Ted, the printer, Damon told her. Without even looking at me, Louisa shook Ted's hand eagerly and told him, I really enjoyed my lesson in printing, and I can't tell you how glad I am that you came here. The committee acquired a printing press a few days ago, but no one here is able to get it going. She was called away to the telephone. While talking on the phone she asked Damon if he had finished an article. He handed it to her, she glanced at it continuing her phone conversation, and then handed it to a young woman who was typing. When she got off the phone she asked Ted, would you mind having a look at that printing machine? I had rarely seen Louisa at work. I wondered if this was the Louisa you had known in the carton plant, if this was the Louisa who had recruited Nachalo into the Genuine Workers' Organization. She seemed just like a political boss. The activity in that room was identical to the activity that had finally repelled me years ago. When I had tried to escape from the drudgery of my job in the fiberglass factory. Yet Louisa didn't seem at all bored. I suppose the fact that she's held the same factory job for 20 years indicates that her tolerance for boredom is infinitely higher than mine. But she didn't seem merely to tolerate the boredom. She seemed to enjoy it, to be fulfilled by it, the way monks and nuns seem fulfilled while performing dull tasks. The gratification doesn't come from their senses, but from the knowledge that every moment of drudgery is yet another service performed for the Lord, or in Louisa's case, for the organization. It struck me that the room I was looking at was something like a microcosm of all of Louisa's organizations. The activity in and of itself is the dullest, most repetitious activity performed in the bureaucratic society. But this activity is transformed into something gratifying and enjoyable the moment a Damon, an Alberts, or a Zabran define its political direction. The purpose of her organizing has been to provide the political directors with staffs of flunkies. How ludicrous it is that Damon, that caricature of a fragmented human being, himself a patchwork of contradictions, himself unable to connect his politics with the other closed compartments that compose his life, should be the one to provide political direction to others. And how scandalous that Louisa should have sacrificed her own life to the task of recruiting independent spirits to the service of such gods. When I had asked Damon to take Ted and me to the repression committee, I had forgotten that Art Sinich might be there. It was in that very room that I'd seen Art after last year's riot. And of course Art was there, and he rushed over to me as soon as he saw me. I wasn't glad to see him, but I shook his hand and asked if he had time to accompany me to a nearby coffee shop for a chat. I wanted to learn just how Art had come to be living in my room at Louisa's house until a few weeks ago. I ended up treating Art to lunch and several cups of coffee. It turned out that Art's life was far more intertwined with mine than I had ever imagined. I learned yet another time that the radical community in this city with millions of people is like a closed, incestuous family, and by now I probably know every member of it. I also got a view of yet another ugly underside of that community. Art had met Louisa long before I had ever walked into the Peace Movement building. When I saw them both in the repression committee last year, I thought they had met there. I didn't imagine they had known each other during the years when I hadn't seen Louisa. Art met Lem Isel as long as 7 years ago. Lem had just returned from his harrowing prison experience after trying to deliver my letters, and was living with Debbie Matthews. Art was already involved in peace movement activity when Lem first walked into the Peace Center. I met Louisa at a Third World rally, Art told me. Lem introduced me to a university friend of his, and Louisa was with this friend. That friend, of course, was Alec. Everyone I knew must have been at that rally. I was in the fiberglass factory when it took place. It's funny the three of you didn't run into each other when you came to the Peace Center, he said. I must have seen Lem at least 4 or 5 times during the weeks when you came to the Peace Center. But Lem didn't bring Louisa there until after you did me the favor of looking up the maid service phone number for me. He introduced me to Louisa again, although I remembered her from the rally. Of course Lem didn't know I knew you, and I couldn't know Louisa was your mother. Eventually Lem dropped out of peace movement activities altogether, but Louisa got more and more involved. Louisa and I found that we understood each other much better than she and Lem ever had. He started to look for ways to escape from responsibilities that we can't run away from, but neither of us could help him understand that. He wanted to be a hermit, and since one of my relatives owned an abandoned estate, Louisa and I took him to the type of environment he said he wanted. Louisa was generous enough to invite me to replace Lem in her house. Even then I didn't know I was in your house, Sophie. There wasn't a single photograph of you in it. She helped me understand a lot of things correctly, but she couldn't get me to understand that the people she called workers, people who filled their houses with material things, could be called oppressed. I didn't really understand the meaning of oppression until after last year's riot, when this committee got started. When I saw you last year I had just left the peace movement after almost 10 years of involvement. When I saw Art last year I had just been fired from my first teaching job. The money I had saved when I'd worked in the fiberglass factory had run out during my year in graduate school, and I hadn't been able to save any of the money I had earned from my teaching job. I wasn't worried about starving to death, but I didn't want Sabina or Tina to pay my bills. So I took advantage of one of the indirect benefits brought about by the knot. Immediately after the riot, state institutions which dispensed relief to the poor became temporarily flexible as well as generous. I had drawn a small amount of unemployment compensation after I'd been fired from the fiberglass factory, but being fired from a teaching job didn't qualify me for that type of subsidy. So I went on welfare. And it was in a welfare office that I received a leaflet announcing a demonstration sponsored by the Committee Against Repression, Inc. There were many strange things about the leaflet besides the name of the sponsor, but it did condemn the wanton killings carried out by the police, and it rightly pointed out that the police were the only ones who had rioted during the riot. This had been perfectly clear to me. The redistribution of consumer goods had been carried out in a very orderly and cooperative manner, in the spirit of a feast or a carnival, certainly not a riot, yet all the newspapers had described the events with words that suggested uninterrupted and limitless violence. There were many fires, but they were systematically limited to enterprises that were known to practice the worst exploitation and extortion. I went to the demonstration on the date announced on the leaflet. The event attracted 30 demonstrators, if that many. The group took a 2-hour walk along city sidewalks carrying signs with terribly unimaginative slogans. More than half the demonstrators left along the way. I stayed with the group, more out of curiosity than conviction. Imagine my surprise when someone behind me grabbed my arm, and I turned and saw Louisa. I hadn't seen her since the night when I'd returned home after hunting for Hugh and discovered her on the living room couch with Alec. In another 7 years I wouldn't have recognized you, she told me. She invited me to visit the group's office, and proudly gave me a tour around the envelopes, the addressing machine and the stacks of mimeographed leaflets marked press release. It was similar to the envelope stuffing room at the Peace Center. I imagined that the advertising offices from which the ruling class manipulates the society of consumers must also be similar, only a lot less messy and with swept floors, since they could afford to pay their proletarians. We weren't very friendly to each other. We both remembered how we'd parted, and we both remembered the brief phone conversation we'd had shortly after we parted, when neither of us had expressed any interest in seeing each other again. I asked sarcastically when she had graduated from shop floor organizing to working with a committee incorporated. She told me she had become politically active again 2 years after I had left her, when a young man by the name of Lem introduced her to the peace movement. But the politics of those people were atrocious, and this committee's work is much more like the work I'd like to do. I asked her what she'd done during the riot, and the vehemence with which she opposed it amazed me. Among other things, she shouted, "Wanton attacks on the productive forces are not a revolution. The workers I fought with aimed to appropriate the productive forces, not to destroy them." She had stayed home during the riot listening to her radio. It sounded awful, she told me, a vast release of pent-up frustration without any political direction or program. She'd gotten interested only when the repressive forces of the state had transformed the riot into a real riot. "We're exposing the fact that property is valued far higher than human life," she started to tell me. But someone called her away to the phone, telling her, "This is your department, Louisa, some radical union caucus." She excused herself and picked up the phone. I smiled to her coldly, indifferently, as I backed out of the Committee Against Repression Incorporated, out of the building and out to the street. Just as I reached the fresh air I ran into Art Sinich on his way into the same building. At that time I didn't connect him with Lem or with Louisa, and I didn't ask him how or when he had moved from the peace movement to the repression committee. We stood by the building entrance and chatted briefly. He wanted to invite me back up to the office, but I told him I had already seen it. Neither he nor I knew that the bed in which he spent his nights had once been mine. I was much more curious about Art when I invited him to coffee 4 days ago. I asked him how he had managed to reconcile his peace philosophy with the significantly different outlook of the repression committee. "I still don't condone violence," he told me. But Louisa helped me understand that the violence of the oppressed isn't the same as the violence of the oppressor. She helped me understand that liberation can only be achieved through organization. The committee is devoted to the belief that oppressed races carry the seeds of liberation. "You learned that from Louisa?" I asked with disbelief. "Louisa doesn't agree with every one of the organization's positions," he told me. I was relieved to learn that. I asked him how Louisa's positions differed from the organization's. He launched into a tirade that made my head swim. "Ever since she asked me to leave her house, she's been acting funny toward me and toward the rest of the committee," he told me. "She claims to bring that politics professor to the committee in order to give the committee political direction, but in my opinion she's trying to wreck the committee. It's becoming clear to me that she doesn't really understand the problem of oppression. She doesn't understand that every race of people must struggle for their survival and freedom. And she doesn't understand the real purpose of the committee. She and her professor friends seem to be stuck on the old belief that the key to revolution is some kind of mass movement. They don't know that the key to revolution today is racial movements. They don't see that we won't ever become a mass movement. We seek to maximize the power and influence we can exert as an organized minority. We serve the needs of other organizations and we serve to educate the public at large. We aim to coordinate the activities of organizations expressing the will of national and racial minorities. I hurriedly paid the bill and rushed out of the coffee shop. The hodgepodge that constituted Art's new philosophy had a familiar, ugly ring to it. I returned to the repression committee and looked for Ted. I had a headache and wanted to go home with him. I went to the press room behind the office to look for him. Suddenly I froze in my tracks. What I felt must have been similar to what you felt 20 years ago when you stopped behind a pillar and watched Louisa walk out of the carton plant with her arm in Mark Glavna's. Ted was bending over the press, tightening or loosening something with a wrench. Louisa was learning by holding onto Ted's waist with her left hand, her whole body leaning over Ted's, her cheek almost rubbing against his. Yes, of course I was jealous, intensely so. But it wasn't only jealousy that infuriated me. I suddenly saw Louisa's entire life project, I suddenly understood Louisa's union, I suddenly grasped how and why Louisa had so successfully combined her sexual with her political activity. Damon the researcher, Damon the spokesman of our movement, Damon the shepherd, was in the other room providing political direction. But some of the sheep, namely Art and his friends, were already under the tutelage of a different shepherd, and the political director was on the verge of being left without followers. The shepherd's dog was using her entire body to recruit a new sheep into the flock, to provide her political director with a new follower. This was Louisa's revenge for the scene I had made with Pat. I trembled with fury as I moved toward them. Louisa turned her back to me as soon as she saw me. She told Ted, "We could sure use the talents of an experienced printer around here. Would you be willing to continue my lesson some other time, and to show the rest of the staff how this machine works?" Ted acquiesced. "Sure. I don't have many other things to do right now." Louisa started to walk past me out of the room. I grabbed her arm and told her, "If you think you're the one who has a gripe against me, Louisa, get it out of your head this minute." She shook herself out of my grasp and pulled me through the office and out to the hall. "All right, Sophia. Let's have it out once and for all. Why did you ruin my relationship with Damon?" "I only wish I had ruined it," I shouted. "But I obviously failed to ruin your relationship to your authority, your God. I just caught you in the act of sacrificing another victim to him." Louisa pulled me all the way out to the street, where she shouted, "We're going to have it out, you and I, but you're not going to embarrass me one more time." She hailed a cab, pulled me inside, and told the driver to take us to her house. "All right, now holler all you want," she told me in the back of the cab, releasing me. "Don't you accuse me of destroying anything, Louisa. You've devoured countless human lives for the sake of those beloved authorities of yours, those professors with the working class project in their heads. Leave Ted alone, would you? Didn't you have your fill with Nachalo and Yarostan and Alec? You're feverish with jealousy, Sophia. You're the most conventional, spiteful, narrow. I used to think you loved Nachalo. I admired you for that love. But you destroyed him. You've dragged everything he stood for through mud. Stick to your present jealousy, you idiot, and don't talk about things you don't know anything about," she shouted. She paid for the cab and I followed her into her house. "How long did you expect me to go on knowing nothing about Nachalo?" I asked her. We both sat down in the living room where I had so recently flaunted my independence from her. I know that Ted is another nachalo to you. Sabina told me all about what nachalo stood for, and I now know he had nothing in common with that organization you served, or its so-called popular army. George Alberts told her. Whatever George Alberts told her was a lie, she shouted. He spent his life justifying his betrayal of his comrades at the front. When did you decide Alberts was lying? I asked her. When Titus Zabran returned from the front and told you Nachalo had died like a hero fighting alongside Zabran and Alberts in the popular army. That conflicted with what Alberts told you, didn't it? Alberts told you he and Zabran had fought against people like Nachalo, didn't he? You're raving about things you can't know anything about, Sophia. Alberts couldn't have told Sabina anything until 10 years after the event. And he couldn't have remembered anything. When he returned from the front, he was delirious. I thought his mind had been affected. He ranted senselessly about a firing squad, and about having shot into the air. As for Titus, I didn't visit him until several weeks after George returned. I knew George was lying, hallucinating, if you prefer, the moment he got back from the front. The only thing I did believe was that he'd shot into the air. I was sure he had deserted, and his lies were designed to cover up his cowardice. He had been the one who had stayed home when the rest of us had gone out on the barricades several months earlier. In his ravings, he called Nachalo a reactionary. He called him everything short of a defector. He said he and Titus had run into Nachalo at the front, and Nachalo hadn't greeted his former friends as comrades, but as red butchers. He acted as if Nachalo were the enemy. Then you admit that the apparatus Alberts and Zabran and you served was opposed to what Nachalo and his comrades in the militia were fighting for. I admit nothing of the sort, Sophia. The so-called conflict between the militia and the popular army was a lie spread by the fascists. They were both in one and the same army, the Union's army, the armed working class, the most devoted, most revolutionary workers. Everything we did in the rear, even my activity as a transportation delegate and tram driver, was a contribution to the popular army's victory, the Union's victory, Nachalo's victory, which were all one and the same victory. The militia was nothing but the first detachments of the popular army. That's not true, Louisa. The popular army absorbed the militia into itself the same way you absorbed Nachalo into the Union, and it destroyed all those it couldn't absorb. That's why Nachalo called Alberts and Zabran red butchers. You knew more about it when you were 10 years old. Red butchers is what the fascists called the entire working class. George learned the term from the fascists and he used it to excuse his desertion. I went to see Titus in the hospital as soon as he was allowed visitors. He told me neither he nor George could have had a conversation with Nachalo at the front. Titus also told me he had learned from Nachalo's comrades that Nachalo had died bravely, heroically, fighting the fascists. He died exactly as he had lived. The unit was defeated because of overwhelming odds against them, because of fascist sabotage in the rear, and also because of some defections. All he said about George was that he had done the best he knew how to do, but I already knew what George could and couldn't do, so he didn't have to tell me more. When I told him what rumors George was spreading among Nachalo's friends, Titus grew alarmed. He thought, and I agreed, that such rumors could destroy the morale of fighting workers and do untold harm. As soon as he came out of the hospital, Titus and I arranged a memorial meeting for Nachalo. It was the last Union meeting held in my apartment. All of Nachalo's and Margarita's comrades who had remained in the rear attended the meeting, none returned from the front. Titus gave the main oration. He admitted he had never met Nachalo, but he told everything he had learned from Nachalo's comrades. Nachalo had died like a working-class hero, fighting alongside his comrades. The victory of the popular army had been his first priority, and he had urged sacrificing everything for the sake of that victory. He was determined to die before allowing a single fascist soldier to encroach on the accomplishments of the workers. Albert said nothing during the entire meeting. He never again repeated those rumors about Nachalo. I'm amazed he was so shameless as to repeat those rumors to Sabina years later. You're the one who's shameless, Louisa. You're lying. You've been lying to yourself for 30 years. Yarostan asked Titus about the Popular Army only a few days ago. Titus called it a mistake, a big mistake. What Titus told Yarostan didn't conflict with what Alberts told Sabina. It conflicted with everything you're telling me. The Popular Army was a monster that devoured revolutionaries. It turned against the very workers who initiated that struggle, just like the Union. I don't know what you're talking about, Sophia, and I'm losing interest. Your lifelong friendship with Sabina hasn't made you very bright. When I first met Nachalo, he was an isolated individualistic terrorist. I know Sabina admires that type of person, but I didn't know you did. It was thanks to me that Nachalo became a devoted Union militant admired by thousands of his fellow workers. He became a virtual myth to them, the very symbol of the collectivist worker united with his comrades in the uncompromising struggle of the class for its liberation. I can't imagine what Titus might have told Yarostan. I'm not surprised that it conflicted with what I'm saying. Titus and I disagreed about many tilings, especially about the form that the unity of the working class should take. I emphasized the union, he emphasized councils and other political forms. But there was one thing we didn't disagree about, and that was the need for organization. We were both collectivists first of all. We both knew that the struggle was a class struggle, not an individual struggle. So you lured Nachalo into an apparatus that turned against his struggle, an apparatus that ultimately destroyed him. You lured him with your body, but you didn't do it for yourself, for your own gratification. You didn't do it out of any love for him. Nachalo was no more to you than Yarostan was, than Ted is. You took Yarostan to the stockroom and then to your bedroom for the sake of the organization. Louisa, flushed with anger, jumped at me, pinned me back against the couch, and hissed at me, "You're asking for it, Sophia, and you're going to get it. If you stare like a deaf mute, or if I see a tear in your eye, I'm going to send you flying out that door for good. You're so green with jealousy you can't even keep your topic straight. Hypocrite. You're not the one to lecture to me about drawing a line between love and politics. You're the one who draws that line, not I. You were a political bureaucrat already before you lost your first teeth. If I had your life's experience behind me, I wouldn't have the nerve to lecture about the division between private and political life. I've never in my life drawn such a line. Yes, I wanted Nachalo for his political potentialities, and I simultaneously wanted him in bed, just as I wanted Yarostan in the stockroom or wherever I felt like it. I was a free and independent person in political and union matters. I was also free and independent in sexual matters. I was no one's wife, woman, or servant. When some people considered me George Albert's wife, I made it perfectly clear with Yarostan just what I thought of wifery. When I became disgusted with Yarostan's lumpen politics, I got simultaneously disgusted with his love-making, and I left him as freely as I had gone to him. And that's what you can't stand, Sophia, the freedom, the independence. You've started the wrong argument with me, Jose's woman. I know too damn much about you, and I no longer have any reason to keep it inside me. I don't know where the hell you came from. Don't you lecture to me about Nachalo. You've never even wanted to taste freedom and independence. You're completely shameless to bring up Yarostan. For at least a year I didn't touch him. I left him completely alone. He was at our house at least twice a week, and I could see your whole body shaking with desire. You must have been like jelly inside. But you didn't make a move on your own. You just stared with that cowardly, longing, absent look, like a dog begging to be fed, like a slave waiting to be carried off, like a spineless thing waiting to become Yarostan's woman. Don't interrupt until I'm finished. It so happens that your friends kept me informed of the fact that you never changed. You remained a spineless coward. Lem gave me a complete picture of your daring affair with that high school hoodlum Ron. The daring was all exhausted in his petty thefts and antics. You were Ron's girl, a pliant thing, his shadow, the woman behind the He-Man. Alec completed a picture I hadn't wanted to believe when I'd first seen it. I can't tell you what intense shame I felt when I learned that my daughter, Nachalo's daughter, had become Jose's woman, Jose's slave, Jose's rag. Don't you talk to me about living up to what Nachalo stood for. How depraved could you get? Nothing in your life forced you to negate your freedom, your self-respect, your independence so completely. Yet you talk about drawing lines. You, who degraded yourself so despicably for your bedfellows, turned into a passionless prude for your political comrades. Jose's woman, the sex bomb, was all wit and sexless intellect with Damon and Alec. Yes, Alec told me, and even if he hadn't I would have guessed it from Damon's unbelieving shock at your display of sexuality with your newest tamer, that boy. I bit my lip during the entire tirade. The desire to respond by crying left me before Louisa was through. You're absolutely right. I gave myself to Jose, completely, all of me. I desired him for myself, my insides longed for him from morning to night for myself, Louisa, not for my project, my politics, my organization. I'd be happy to be Jose's woman today. I'd die of shame before I admitted having any such desire, she hissed. Because you've never had any real desires. I shouted as I moved across the room from her. All you've ever had inside you was the organization. I admit my desire and I admit it proudly, Louisa. I didn't become independent of you until I admitted having my kind of desire, my kind of love. Don't shove your type of independence in my face anymore because I no longer want it. I killed Jose by transforming my kind of love into yours, by replacing my passion with politics, by feeling ashamed of being Jose's woman, by dragging Jose into battles I wasn't able to fight just as you dragged Nachalo. You can't hide your depravity with such vicious attacks, Sophia, they all miss their mark. You're the one who's depraved, Louisa. I couldn't become independent until I figured that out. You picked Nachalo and Yarostan off the street. Lumpen, you called them, individualistic terrorists. And you fixed them up. You funneled them into your organization, your so-called union, that thing you served that was greater than your own life. You didn't love them but your only desire was to make them serve it. I didn't serve Jose and I didn't make him serve. I loved Jose. You never loved anything but an abstraction in the mouth of a Damon, an Alberts, a Zabran. You're marvelous at playing with words, Sophia. That's all you've ever been good at? I've never outdone you at playing with words, Louisa. You're the organizer, not I. You're the one who mystified language for me as far back as I can remember. You always spoke of working people and you made me think you actually had working people in mind. But you never had real people through mind at all, but something abstract, something religious people call God. Sabina and Margarita called you a priestess, and I was always too dense to understand what they meant. I finally understand, Louisa. I finally grasped the meaning of those words you played with, words like working people and union and we ourselves and labor movement. To you they were all synonyms for the ultimate authority. Your freedom and independence were synonyms with slavery, with submission to the ultimate authority. In practice you used the word union to mean submission to the spokesman of the union, the carriers of the idea of the workers, submission to bureaucrats like Titus Zabran and Damon Hesper, submission to technocrats like George Alberts and your malicious distortions can't justify your submission to a Jose, your total and shameless self-abandonment to a petty tyrant. You have to use the word petty, don't you, Louisa? Because the tyrants you served weren't petty tyrants, they were just tyrants with a big T. They were institutional tyrants, people whose social slots gave them the power to manipulate and destroy human lives. It's not hard for me to imagine what Alberts and Zabran would be today if their popular army had been victorious, and it can't be very hard for you. One of your authorities actually made it to the top. You must have sensed as far back as 20 years ago that you had come across another high priest when you reached out for Mark Glavna. I obviously knew he wasn't going to spend his life working in that plant, Sophia. You said it, Mother. And that's what appealed to you about him. You knew he was moving straight to the top, and the top is what you've always worshipped and served. Alec told me how irrational you could become, Sophia. He even told me you tried to kill him with a bottle once. I didn't believe him. Alec was right. You're a raving maniac. I was just coming to Alec. How dumb I was. I thought he was taking advantage of you just to spite me, and I felt sorry for you. It's taken me all these years to see who you are. What was Alec to you, Louisa? Was he a nachalo or an Alberts? Was he a lumpen to organize, or an authority for whose sake you organized? Louisa put her hands to her ears and shouted, "Stop this idiocy, Sophia. There's neither reason nor logic in anything you're saying. I honestly didn't know you were still attached to Alec when you made your dramatic exit 10 years ago." I shouted, "You didn't take Alec away from me. You took him from Minnie. You must remember Minnie. She's the lawyer who got you out of jail. She came here once with Alec, and you told me later what nice people my friends were. Minnie loved Alec the way you never loved anyone. What did you want with Alec? What were your plans?" Louisa, still holding her hands to her ears, got up and ran to her bedroom. I thought I saw tears in her eyes. I ran after her shouting, "Answer me. What purpose could Alec have served in your apparatus?" Louisa lay on her bed sobbing, her face buried in her pillow. I felt tears rushing to my eyes. All my tension suddenly snapped, my fury seemed to flow out of me. I sat down next to her and felt sorry for her. Louisa mumbled into the pillow, "I'm afraid of you, Sophia." I couldn't hold my tears back anymore. "How do you expect me to react to that?" I asked her. "That's so unfair, Louisa. You wanted me not to stare or cry. For once in my life I didn't only to be told you're afraid of me. I didn't force myself on you, Louisa, you pulled me here." Louisa sat up next to me and wiped the tears from her eyes. "You're right, Sophia. I brought you here. I always wanted you to be proud and defiant. But I guess I can't take the defiance when it's aimed against me. You hurt me, Sophia, far more than you seem to think. Alec was of no use to me or to my politics or to my organization. I loved him. It was as simple as that. I had no Machiavellian motives. I only wanted to be loved by him. But he rushed into this house looking for me. Only the first time, Sophia, when he and Minnie came to tell me you had disappeared from the university dormitory. Alec wanted to call the police, but I begged him not to. I told him they'd have called me if something had happened to you. Your friends thought I was terribly nonchalant when I told them you'd turn up eventually. I obviously suspected you'd gone back to your high school friends. Alec came again 2 weeks later, on a Sunday. He told me he had found you, and that you would telephone me. He looked me up and down. I wasn't used to it and I was flattered. I didn't know then that he looked every woman up and down. I asked him in. He told me about the newspaper work you had both done. I asked him to come again. He called me a week later and told me he wanted to talk to me, he wanted to learn all about me. It had been so many years since anyone had wanted to know anything at all about me. I invited him to dinner. I spent that whole Saturday preparing for his visit. We ate by candlelight. He told me you had joined Sabina and her friends. I thought your pal Ron was still among them, and I spoiled that evening for myself by telling Alec that Ron had been your boyfriend in high school. Alec thought I meant Jose and he became intensely jealous. He left before he even finished the meal. I begged him to stay, I cried, I felt old and abandoned. I wiped tears away from Louisa's cheeks and told her, "I'm sorry I included Alec, I didn't know anything about your relationship with him, I didn't know that you could love someone in that way. I never reached the point of wanting to be Alex's woman, she said without hostility. But I'm not being honest about that either. I wanted to be desired, I craved Alex's love, even more than Nachalo's. Maybe Alec came here looking for you. Maybe he even came to me so as to spite you. But he found me, Sophia, and he loved me, for 2 wonderful years. He phoned me 2 or 3 times during the week when you had decided to move back into your room. He asked about you, but he never asked to talk to you. I invited him to dinner again. I told you I was expecting a visitor on that Saturday night. You told me you were going to a movie and might not be back all night. As soon as Alec knocked, I started shaking with passion. We embraced in the doorway. I asked if he wasn't hungry. Starving, he told me. So was I. As soon as we were done eating, I told him he could learn everything about me he wanted to know. He was very concerned that you might return. I told him, I don't interfere with her life and I suppose she feels the same way about mine, after all, this is my house too. He told me I looked and acted like your younger sister. And he meant it. I hadn't been loved since we'd moved into this house. I let Alec learn everything he wanted to, on the living room couch. I didn't expect you to reappear so suddenly, nor to stare at us so stupidly with your hand on the doorknob. You made us both feel so indecent. But you didn't spoil my night, Sophia. That was my most wonderful night since my first night with Nachalo. The following morning you were gone. What could I call you except a Puritan and a hypocrite? The fact is, I was relieved, and I think Alec was too. We spent that Sunday outdoors, picnicking and running through a park. I learned that Alec had lost his job and had no place to stay. This is an immense house, and it'll be empty again, I told him. He asked. Don't you expect her to come back? Eventually, in 3 or 4 years, I told him. Don't you care, he asked. I told him, I care very much, I care most for her sudden arrivals and departures, they're the only sign that she has anything in common with me. He stayed, not in your room but in mine. Maybe you're right about my other relationships. I know that my relationship with Alec was different from all the others. I suppose you could call it pure love, or pure sex, there was nothing political in it. I hadn't engaged in any political activities since we'd emigrated. And maybe you're not altogether wrong about my combinations of love with politics. I know that as soon as politics entered into our relationship, our love was over. Alec read all the books I had, even the ones I'd brought over, that was his first language too, you know. Toward the end of his second year here he started asking about Nachalo and the popular army and the barricades. He also became very talkative about himself, that was when he told me about you and Jose, and about Sabina's enterprise. The more he read and talked, the more impatient he became to throw himself into some kind of political activity. I no longer had anything to offer him, my politics seemed sentimental and archaic to him. He learned about an anti-imperialist rally and asked me to go there with him. Alec ran into several of his university friends at that rally, it was there that he introduced me to Lem. That rally only increased Alec's desire to throw himself into political activity. During his last weeks here he'd spend hours pacing. He was like a caged animal. He said all he wanted was to help make a revolution, with his gun in his hand, and not to talk about it or read about it or support it at rallies or demonstrations. He apparently met people with similar views, and he started going off to political meetings. One day he simply failed to return. I made no attempt to find him, we were free individuals. But my heart broke. Maybe it was only because I felt myself growing old, I really don't know why, but I never loved anyone so much. Ever since he left me I haven't been able to live alone, I had to have someone's love, no matter how modest or flawed. Last year, in the committee office, I came across Alec's name on a list of people killed during the riot. I couldn't bear it, Sophia. You must know how I felt. You loved him once too. I didn't love Alec until a few days ago, when Minnie told me how he died. I summarized what I had so recently learned from Minnie. He was shot down by machine guns when he tried to run back into the bar. Louisa put her head in my lap and cried. I know what you're thinking, Sophia, but this time you're far away from the truth. I didn't encourage Alec to live or die like that. I didn't organize him or educate him. The kind of politics he and I talked about had nothing ill common with that. I know, Louisa. He died for the kind of politics I talked to him about, almost exactly the same way Jose died 2 years earlier. I'd like to think I was in Alec's heart the day he died, but I don't think I was. You're right about the line I've drawn. Alec was never more to me than a political comrade, a colleague on the newspaper staff. We almost became husband and wife once, but we could never have been lovers. You're staring, Sophia, but don't stop. I'm going to admit something to you. I love you just a slight bit more than I hate you, even when you stare. I'll admit something else. When I saw Alec's name on that list last year, I stared for weeks. I stared at work, I stared at the walls of this house and the walls of my empty bedroom, and I cried my eyes out. I hadn't cried so hard since George had returned from the front and told me Nachalo had died after calling his comrades red butchers. And I'll even admit one more thing. After Titus' memorial oration for Nachalo, I turned myself into Nachalo's woman. I suppose I could have turned myself into Alec's woman. You infuriated me before and I lied to you. I don't think it was my principles, my commitment to independence, that stopped me. What bothered me about Alec was the social class from which he came. I knew he was born in one of the neo-colonies. He still spoke with a slight accent when I first met him. What bothered you about that? I asked. I suppose he wouldn't have told you. He wasn't proud of his class origins. He came from a family of wealthy landowners. His father worked as an army doctor during the war, and afterwards started a successful practice here. Then Alec and his mother settled here. Alec attended high school at a private boarding school. It was there that he was introduced to politics by the daughter of one of the wealthiest lawyers in the city, a girl called Ria. It was for love of her that Alec started to turn against his class, and he apparently continued moving in the same direction until the day he died. I was no more than a station along the way. If Alec's class origins bothered you, how could you possibly stand Lem Isel after Alec left you? I asked. Lem's class origins were the same as Alec's, and Lem's personality was so revolting. I found him insupportable already in high school. I was far lonelier after Alec left me than I had ever been before he'd come here. But that wasn't the only reason. Sophia. At first I found Lem interesting. And in the end I did exactly what you threw in my face. I tried to make something out of him, something political. Alec introduced me to Lem at that rally he took me to. Some weeks after Alec left me, Lem knocked on the door. He introduced himself as Alec's friend and your one-time university friend, and started asking me all kinds of questions. Had I known George Alberts? Did I know Alberts was a spy? Did I know you had been responsible for Lem's imprisonment and nearly his death? I was stunned and invited him in. Then he told me a horrendous story about a letter you had sent with him which had caused his imprisonment. I imagined you had tried to send a note to one of your former comrades and the police had intercepted it. I knew how hysterical that police was about communication from émigrés. I told him I'd had nothing to do with Alberts for over 10 years, and tried to tell him you couldn't have intended to harm him with your note. But he seemed convinced that you as well as his other former comrades had turned against him, betrayed him. He spoke already then about wanting to escape from what he called civilization. I felt sorry for him and asked him to visit me again. He came the very next day and invited me to join him at an event he called a witness. We stood for several hours in freezing cold weather. I missed the point. I brought Lem home to ask him about the peace movement. I learned his father had completely disowned him. I told him your room was free and he moved in. In your fury you placed your finger into an open sore, Sophia. I know how revolting Lem was. I moved into your room with him, and I shared your room with him for over a year. I didn't love Lem. At first I felt sorry for him. Later I despised him. But still I went to him. I thought I was helping him, I thought I was making him useful to the movement, the peace movement, since nothing else was available at that time. I thought I was encouraging him to remain politically active. But you're wrong if you think that by using my body I always succeeded. Lem never became useful to anyone or anything. He became increasingly irrational, mystical. He hallucinated about rustic solitude. He stopped taking part in any of the peace movement activities. He just sat with his leg on the kitchen table and called me his jailer. I started attending peace movement activities without him. I got to know Art. It was long past midnight. I called Ted to learn how he'd gotten home from the repression committee, and to tell him I was spending the night at Luisa's. So you thought I wanted to take Ted from you, Luisa commented. I didn't know you loved him. Not that I cared. I was still fuming about the scene you'd made in front of Damon. I used to hate Ted, I told her. We share a house, but not a bed. I didn't know I loved him until I saw you bent over him. Luisa and I had breakfast the following morning before she left for her job. I took a taxi home. I apologized to Ted for having left him stranded in the repression committee office. He told me he'd gotten a ride home with Damon. He asked why I had thought it necessary to call him the previous night. Do you remember what you thought I intended to do to Tina the night I ran naked from Tissy's room? I asked him. I don't understand, he said sadly. Yesterday I was convinced Luisa wanted to do the same thing to you, Ted. But you're not 7, and I didn't feel any urge to protect you. What I felt was jealousy, intense jealousy. I thought Luisa was going to ravage a person I loved very much. Ted stared at me with tears in his eyes. No one ever said anything like that to me, Sophie. I think I love Ted, but I'm not sure I can distinguish my love from guilt and pity. I feel guilty because I had thought him 7-year-old Tina's lover, and even more because I had thought myself responsible for keeping them apart. I've felt pity toward him ever since I learned of his lifelong unreciprocated devotion to Tissy. My life would have been very different if I had become Ted's friend in the garage 12 years ago, the friend he sought so desperately. I can't describe him better than Sabina described him to me then. He's lucidly aware of the difference between people and things. He's satisfied when he's shaping his environment with his companions, and has no desire to shape his companions or be shaped by them. I don't want to be either his mentor or his woman, but I haven't learned to be anything else. The liberating politics you and I learned didn't leave either of us very liberated. Please let me know what Myrna and Yara do to make you aware of that fact. I'm on their side, Yarostan, but only because I'm far away. From here it's easy to be on their side. I still love you, but no longer as a god. I feel just a little bit sorry for you. Your Sophia. Yarostan's last letter. Dear Sophia. I don't deserve your pity. I've been blind. For over 20 years I've been nothing more than an apologist for a repressive ideology. You tell me you don't have a vantage point from which to criticize my attitudes. The events I experienced here yesterday convinced me I never had a vantage point from which to debunk what I called your illusions, or Luisa's for that matter. I parted with my own illusions far more stubbornly than you parted with yours. Jasna and I had to experience one shock after another before either of us were willing to admit we were wrong, and had always been wrong, about Titus Zabran. The extent to which we were wrong went far beyond Myrna's or Yara's dreams. I can now answer all the questions you and Sabina have been asking for the past few months. I can now tell you why Titus didn't mention to me the letter you sent us during the Magarna uprising and why Titus wasn't arrested with the rest of the carton plant crew 20 years ago. From the time I sent you my last letter until yesterday, Yara treated me as an enemy. Her hostility toward me during the entire 2 weeks was as intense as the hostility she had briefly expressed toward me the last time she visited me in prison, shortly after Vesna's death. She made it a point not to be home when I was, she left a room whenever I entered it. A few days after our trip to the clearing, when she was still wearing a bandage over her jaw, we were both in the kitchen at the same time. I told her I was sorry about the blow I had given her. Yara's response to my apology was, "I'm sorry I have to share this house with you. You're hateful." She turned her back to me and stormed out of the kitchen. During the entire past 2 weeks, Yara's attitude toward me remained what Myrna's had been on the night after our outing to the clearing. Yara wanted me to move to the shed where Myrna had once housed her sick mother. I tried to make myself understand Yara's attitude as a healthy rebellion against her father. But I couldn't make myself understand the specific cause for her rebellion, namely her hysterical attempt to copulate with her own father. Consequently, although I did try to apologize for having hit her, I did not make a serious attempt to be her friend. On occasions when she didn't turn her back to me, I turned mine to her. One result of our mutual hostility was that I failed to observe what Yara and Myrna were doing during those 2 weeks, and when their plot started to unfold I was taken completely by surprise. Because of my antagonism, I gave the worst possible interpretation to the few things I did see. For example, early one morning, after she had removed the bandage from her jaw, Yara left the house wearing the same costume she had worn to the dance at Myrna's plant and to the outing to Myrna's clearing. I asked Myrna, for whose benefit is she performing her Sabina role this time? She's going to a lecture being given by the famous Vera Krina, Myrna told me. In that costume? And why not in that costume? Haven't you repeatedly written Sophia that we were all acting under the influence of what we learned from her letters? Myrna asked me, hypocritically sweet, but barely disguising her sarcasm. You don't mean to tell me Yara is acting on what we've learned about Vera's infatuation with Sabina 20 years ago? Why else would she be wearing that costume? Myrna asked, irking me with the playfulness of her tone. I was furious. I immediately drew the worst possible conclusion. You're a genuine maniac, Myrna. How can you put your own daughter up to something so vile? I suppose you'll send her looking for a narcotics dealer next. Yarostan, you're a genuine saint, she told me with the same exaggerated sweetness. Just like my mother. But my own daughter, it turns out, has a mind of her own and doesn't need me to put her up to anything. Are you forgetting you called her my doctor? Of course I now see that Myrna's sarcasm was perfectly justified. I was an absolute hypocrite. When I had read the letters in which you had described your experiences in the garage, I had been unreservedly sympathetic to Sabina, Tissy, and their world. Yet when I imagined that Myrna as well as 12-year-old Yara were beginning their careers as prostitutes, I reacted the same way Myrna's mother had reacted to her devils. Myrna's behavior during the past 2 weeks was even more incomprehensible to me than Yara's. The day after Yara's departure in her Sabina costume, both were out when I came home from the carton plant. Myrna returned about an hour after I finished a lonely supper. I could barely recognize her. I stared at her, speechless, fascinated and repelled. She had transformed herself into a phenomenon I had never seen on the streets of the city, a phenomenon I had seen only in foreign motion pictures, a human body for sale, a sensual commodity. As soon as she saw my expression, she did all she could to provoke and deepen my shocked disbelief. She paraded herself in front of me imitating the postures, the walk and the gestures of professional high-class prostitutes we had seen in movies. Instead of the usual bag hanging on a shoulder strap, she carried a small leather purse. She wore shoes with high heels and nylon stockings, neither of which she'd ever worn before. Her bright skirt ended above her knees. Between her waist and her shoulders she wore a tight-fitting sweater that accentuated the contours of her large breasts. Her hair was exotically stacked on her head in the shape of a cake. I convinced myself that Myrna, once having rejected her mother's repressive caution, had taken it into her head to relive every experience in Sabina's life and to invent additional possibilities of her own. I had admired Sabina, I had written you that I considered her world to be mine, when you had described her life's experiences to me. Yet I stared at Myrna with revulsion. I knew I was being a hypocrite, I knew I couldn't justify my revulsion, even to myself. I went to our bedroom with tears in my eyes, saying nothing to Myrna, ignoring her until she joined me in bed, at which time I turned my back to her. Because of the false conclusions I drew, I felt like a stranger in my own house. I thought both Myrna and Yara were setting out on liberated careers as courtesans or prostitutes, and I didn't have the nerve to ask either of them any questions. After our recent outing and our unsuccessful confrontation with Titus, I felt as estranged from Myrna and Yara as I had felt after my release from prison 3 years ago. At that time Myrna had rushed to work and back, tended to the sick old woman, and slept, indifferent to my presence, perhaps even resentful about the fact that I represented yet another burden. And Yara had avoided me after she had ascertained that I would not have been less willing than Titus to give Vesna to the doctors. My sympathy for Yara's political activities in her school had put an end to her disappointment in me, but my behavior in the clearing revived and deepened her disappointment and transformed it to hostile distrust. From her own point of view she was perfectly justified. I had been repelled by the possibility of incestuous love with my own daughter. Such a possibility had never crossed my mind, and my whole being rejected it as alien and repulsive. But Yara is Myrna's daughter. She's known for years that Myrna at Yara's age had shared her bed with her brother and had desired him. To Yara this seemed perfectly understandable and normal. She's also heard Myrna express her love for her own father, and even her desire for sexual intercourse with him. I've also been familiar with Myrna's expressed desires. I learned about some of them from Jan as long as 20 years ago. I've also learned to take them for granted as perfectly normal. I've known that Myrna never actually realized her incestuous wishes, and I took them for granted only as the sexual fantasies of a little girl. But when Myrna communicated her desires to her 2 daughters, she frightened the older into a puritanical hysteria while creating in the younger an unquenchable desire to realize all of Myrna's unfulfilled wishes. I felt estranged from my companions, and I made no attempt to communicate with them. During the past week and a half I dragged myself to work and back. I transferred my life's interests to the activity taking place in the carton plant, to the contacts being created by workers along the production line in order to explore ways of decreasing the amount of time we spent working. As soon as the workday ended I lost all my enthusiasm, dragged myself to a house which I knew would be empty, and waited with apprehension for one or the other courtesan to return. I even considered the possibility of renting a room, letting my companions develop their new selves without me. I felt I no longer had anything to contribute with my presence in the house. I told myself that Myrna, 29 years old and fresh out of a condition of drudgery that was maiming her, would then be completely free to satisfy every conceivable passion and drama in her exquisitely constructed settings. And I started to doubt that Yara and I could continue to live under the same roof. I wanted to apologize for having hit her, for having kicked Zdenek, but not for having disappointed her. Sabina's motto, "Everything is allowed," no longer roused my unqualified enthusiasm. I was not able to engage in sexual intercourse with my own daughter, and I felt that my continued presence in the house was a provocation to a daughter obsessed by the desire for such an experience, and to a mother who wanted to be present during the act so as to experience vicariously an act which she considered the highest peak of enjoyment. I was afraid that the revolution of my 2 companions had parted ways with mine. Yesterday all of that changed. Yesterday was Sunday, the day of Jasna's and Titus' celebration of their coming marriage. In the morning I felt extremely irritable and apprehensive, and I was ready to talk myself out of going to the event. I remember Jasna's having begged Myrna and Yara not to attend her celebration if they still retained their hostility toward Titus, and as far as I could see nothing had changed in their outlook. I became even more apprehensive when, after the 3 of us ate lunch in silence, Yara ran to her room and returned to the living room wearing her Sabina costume. A few minutes later Myrna turned up in the living room in her short bright skirt, high-heeled shoes, and seductive sweater and announced, "We're ready." I accompanied them out of the house only to avoid making a scene. I walked between two complete strangers who, with their secrets and plots and costumes, inhabited a world completely unfamiliar to me. Myrna looked odd. In one hand she carried the exquisite little leather purse while in the other she lugged a peasant's basket filled with the food she and Yara had spent the morning preparing. Yara earned another basket. They didn't ask me to help carry anything. My apprehension turned to anger as soon as we arrived at Jasna's. I had forgotten when the celebration was to begin, but I remembered as soon as Jasna asked why we had come an hour early. I knew that our early arrival was part of Myrna's plot. Jasna was in an apron and had her hair in a towel. She, too, was angry about the fact that we were an hour early, and her suspicion was aroused. "What in the world are you wearing?" she asked Myrna as soon as we walked in. "Isn't she positively stunning?" Yara asked Jasna excitedly. Jasna's face fell. She rushed to the kitchen, then upstairs. Myrna shouted to her, "Yara and I can finish whatever still has to be done in the kitchen and dining room, you just go up and get yourself ready." Jasna hesitantly accepted Myrna's offer. Myrna and Yara carried an extra table from the kitchen to the dining room, after which they set the table, counting the places as if they knew exactly how many guests were coming. They then proceeded to unpack the food from the baskets they had brought. When Jasna came down she exclaimed, "Good grief, Myrna! Did you invite all the people in your plant?" "No, Jasna. I invited all the people in yours," Myrna told her cryptically. Jasna ran back up without responding, clearly becoming as apprehensive as I had been since that morning. We didn't have to wait long before we started to learn what Myrna meant. 15 minutes after our arrival, another early guest knocked at the door. Yara ran to open it and in the doorway I recognized Comrade Vera Krina. Yara eagerly extended both hands to the people's representative and begged her, "Please do come in, Vera." The woman stepped inside without once glancing at me or at the house. She embraced Yara and said, "I'm enchanted to see you again. I can't thank you enough for inviting me." Yara placed her lips near the woman's ear and whispered, "The enchantment is all mine." I was certain I had been right about the function of Yara's Sabina costume, her black hair and eyebrows, her slightly exotic jacket and slacks, her studied cat-like gestures. Jasna ran down to see who else had arrived and stopped before she reached the bottom of the staircase, glaring at the couple embracing by the doorway. "Veronese," she exclaimed with surprise, almost with indignation. Vera abruptly let go of Yara and looked around for the first time. "Jasna Zberkova," she shouted. Glancing from Jasna to the living room and back to the staircase, she exclaimed, "But this isn't Sabina Nachalo's house. There's some mistake." She backed up toward the door like a cornered animal and reached for the knob. Yara blocked the door and whispered to her, "It's not a mistake, Vera." Jasna started to grin as if she had caught on. She ran toward Vera and pulled her hand away from the doorknob. "Aren't you going to embrace me too, Vera? I'm also Sabina Nachalo's friend." Vera, on the verge of tears, hesitated briefly before she put her arm around her former housemate. "I'm terribly sorry, Jasna. I didn't know where I was. It was such a shock." Jasna, still grinning, embraced Vera warmly and told her, "I'm so glad you remember me, Vera. Please do stay. You're more than welcome, no matter what Yara made you think in order to get you to come." Freeing herself of Jasna's embrace, Vera turned suspiciously to Yara and asked, "Then it's not true that your mother is here?" "It is true. She's right here," Yara shouted. She took Vera's hand and pulled Vera toward Myrna. Vera cautiously took both of Myrna's hands in hers. "It's not possible. So young, so beautiful, yet so transformed. I'm charmed to see you again, Sabina." Myrna, gleaming with pride, grinned wickedly. "The pleasure is all mine, I assure you. I've looked forward to this meeting for a long time. I'm Yara's mother. But you're not Sabina, Vera at last ascertained. I felt called on to contribute. Yara is a terrible liar. Myrna, holding on to Vera's hands, obviously defended her co-conspirator. Yara wasn't exactly lying, she's my daughter only physically. In spirit she's Sabina's daughter, just as in spirit I'm Sabina's sister. Then you're. I'm not anyone you've ever met, I'm Jan Sedlak's sister. Vera grabbed Yara's shoulder and said, without bitterness, why you little devil. Everything I told you is true in a way, Yara pleaded. I so wanted you to come. Would you have come if I'd told you the actual truth? No, I wouldn't, Vera admitted. Then Vera turned to me and guessed, so you must be Jan, you've changed so. Jan died in prison, I told her. I'm Yarostan. We shook hands. Yarostan vochek. How stupid of me. Vera turned to Myrna and told her, I'm sorry, I didn't know. 20 years is a long time, I told her, Yara is our daughter. Vera was amazed. Your daughter? But why did she bring me here? What's the occasion? Neither Jasna nor I knew she'd bring you here, I told her. Jasna told her, the occasion is a celebration of my engagement to Titus Zabran. Surely you remember him. Titus? Of course I remember him. But this is all so strange. I suppose I should congratulate you. Jasna explained to her, Myrna had promised to invite certain of Titus' old friends. But I never expected you to come. Yara, putting on the expression of a begging dog, told Vera, I hope you aren't terribly offended. No, I suppose I'm not, Vera said. I've never had a prank like this played on me. I'm starting to understand that everything you told me was true, in a way. The next arrivals were Titus and Zdenek. I was surprised to see them together. Here's the groom. Zdenek announced as he entered. Zdenek, how nice of you to come, Jasna said, then she told Titus, you're just in time. Myrna apparently misunderstood the time and got here an hour early. And one of the guests she promised is already here. Titus noticed Vera, turned stiffly to her and said, without extending his hand, I take it you're the guest, Comrade Krina. I hadn't imagined you'd be interested in coming here to listen to my political views. I've heard many of yours on the radio. And you don't agree with them? Vera asked. I've never believed a revolution could be launched by the top of the bureaucracy, Titus told her. Don't you think it can at least be lubricated from there? Vera asked him. I don't think I'd call that lubrication, Titus told her. Then he remembered he was at least partly a host. Do you know each other? Comrade Tobarkin, Comrade Krina. Zdenek, shaking hands with Vera, told her, unfortunately I only listen to the radio when I'm drunk. I hadn't seen Zdenek since our outing to Myrna's clearing. At that time I had thought him too drunk to be aware of what he was doing, but I was wrong. As he shook Vera's hand, he turned his face so that neither Vera nor Titus saw him, and he winked to Yara and Myrna. That wink gave me my first clue that Zdenek was in on Myrna's and Yara's game, that he had in fact been acting as their confederate since that outing. My suspicion was confirmed by the way Zdenek started the next conversation. He turned to me and said, this world is amazingly small, Yarostan. Do you remember when you and I ran into each other at the Political Prisoners Club 5 or 6 months ago? Thinking that I was spoiling the surprise he was about to reveal, I told him, Jasna and I already know that you also ran into Titus at the Political Prisoners Club. Myrna and Yara told us. Zabran and I didn't only run into each other there, he told me. It so happens we ran into each other the same day you and I did. Isn't that a coincidence? The first time I saw Zabran at the club was about half an hour before I saw you. As a matter of fact, I was still talking to him when I noticed you. Myrna commented, that certainly is a coincidence. I thought you didn't believe in coincidences, I said to her. Zdenek continued, on our way here I was trying to remind Zabran of that day. Zabran and I are practically neighbors, you know. He doesn't remember that day. Of course 6 months ago I had no idea you and Zabran knew each other. I rushed to greet you. When I turned to introduce you to each other, Zabran was gone. I was irritated by Zdenek's suggestion that Titus had seen me at that meeting and avoided me. There were a lot of people at that meeting, Zdenek, and I'm not surprised he didn't see me there. I didn't see him there either. Zdenek asked me, wouldn't you have turned to look if someone had shouted his name? I remembered the occasion. Zdenek had shouted yarostan, very loudly. I looked toward Titus for a clue, but he was helping Jasna set the table and seemed indifferent to Zdenek's coincidence. I reminded Zdenek, almost all the people in that room were shouting the names of acquaintances they recognized. I felt uneasy. I was glad when Zdenek's attention turned away from me. Vera and Yara were talking quietly to each other in a corner of the living room. I wouldn't have noticed the extremely flirtatious character of their exchange if Sabina hadn't reminded me of Vera's flirtation with her 20 years ago. In Jasna's living room the initiative was not exclusively Vera's. Yara, doing an excellent imitation of the little gypsy I remembered, made no effort to hide her admiration for the woman who had been the central topic of her gossip with Julia for the past year. Apparently Yara's esteem grew when Vera became the tribune of the reformist wing of the government. Myrna, who had been pacing impatiently between the kitchen clock and the front door, sat down on the edge of a couch near Vera and Yara. Zdenek also turned to listen to them. Vera was asking Yara, but why did you introduce yourself as Sabina Nachalo's daughter? Of all the people in this room, you and your mother are the only ones who didn't know Sabina. Oh, but Myrna did know Sabina. Yara protested. I do remember that Sabina and Jan were good friends. Myrna interrupted Vera. Sabina and I were more than good friends. We were almost sisters, and in some ways much more than sisters. Vera seemed embarrassed by Myrna's tone. But when did you know Sabina? Forgive me for doubting you, but you seem so young, and I had thought Sabina had emigrated 20 years ago. Myrna, looking past Vera with her distant look, told her, Sabina and I were together for a day or two when the revolution started to break out. You mean when that owner was ousted from the carton plant? Vera asked. Suddenly she blushed intensely and turned her face away from Myrna's. She probably assumed Sabina had at that time told Myrna about Vera's secret passion. For an instant Vera seemed very embarrassed. Abruptly changing the subject, she asked Yara politely, do you have any brothers or sisters? Yara told her, I had a sister, but she was the exact opposite of Sabina. Her name was Vesna. Why do you say was? She died 3 years ago, Yara told her. Vera reached for Yara's hand as she said, how awful. She turned to Myrna and told her, I'm so sorry. How did she die? Looking in Titus' direction, Yara said, Mr. Zabran knows how Vesna died. He helped her. Jasna intervened in the conversation. Titus took Vesna to the hospital. He did what everyone would have done. Myrna, who was again pacing impatiently, said, yes, everyone would have done it except the girl's own mother and sister. No one would have believed that the girl's sister understood more about the illness than the doctors did. Jasna gave Myrna a pleading look and asked her, did you really come to bring that up? Titus entered the conversation. He commented, without a trace of hostility, it is to be expected that when a patient dies, the doctors are blamed and not the disease. Jasna tried to object to this formulation. Yara and Myrna did know. But Titus continued, of course, given the doctor's failure to diagnose the disease in time, anyone's guess seemed equally good. But this reasoning is incorrect. The doctors proceeded on the basis of the most advanced science available to them, on the basis of objective and not instinctive analysis, with exact procedures for analyzing, isolating, neutralizing, and removing the disease. Thus all guesses were not equally valid. Only the doctor's diagnosis was capable of restoring the child's health. Yara protested, the only thing Mr. Zabran and the doctors didn't know was that there was nothing wrong with Vesna. It was the hospital and the doctors that made her sick. They killed her. Myrna hurriedly pulled Yara to the opposite corner of the living room, near where I was standing with Zdenek, and whispered, "Don't start that yet, Yara. Wait until they're all here." Yara whispered, "I couldn't help it, he started it." Meanwhile Vera was asking Titus, what was wrong with the child? "I don't understand." Jasna told her, there was nothing wrong with her. Unfortunately no one believed Yara. Titus seemed irritated by Jasna's comment. Are we to believe, 3 years after the fact, that an 8-year-old child was more knowledgeable in medicine than the staffs of 2 hospitals? If nothing was wrong with the girl, this was for the doctors to determine, not for lay people unfamiliar with medicine, and certainly not an 8-year-old. Jasna objected meekly, "That's not always true, Titus. In this case." Titus cut her short. "Excuse me Jasna, but it's true in every case. The responsibility of any reasonable adult is to get a sick person to a hospital, not to consult a seer or a child as to whether the person's condition warrants a doctor's intervention. A reasonable person's responsibility begins and ends with putting a sick person in the care of people who are experts in disease. It is the responsibility of the experts to diagnose the disease and prescribe the cure. Unfortunately the experts are not omniscient, they're limited by the present state of development of medical knowledge. But within this limit it is obvious that 2 competent staffs of doctors understood Vesna's condition infinitely better than Yara. It is of course conceivable, but extremely unlikely, that Vesna's death may have been caused by a mistake on their part. I'm convinced Vesna was in a condition which couldn't be cured." Jasna persisted. "You admit the doctors could have made a mistake." "I'm convinced they made a terrible mistake. Vesna would still be alive today if you had listened to Yara." Titus said angrily, "It is inconceivable to me that Myrna or Yara or Vesna herself could have been better informed about Vesna's health than people who specialize in the field of health." Vera asked, "Am I to understand a perfectly healthy child was taken to the hospital and died there?" Jasna told her, "I'm sorry this came up because it's far too complicated to explain. What Titus did was what almost every reasonable person would have done. I'm the one who told Titus that Vesna was ill. She had been absent from school. Yarostan was still in prison. Myrna worked all day and supported not only her 2 daughters but a paralyzed mother as well. Titus rushed to Myrna's house as soon as I told him. What he found there would have alarmed anyone, it certainly alarmed me when he described it. Vesna was in her paralyzed grandmother's bed and seemed deathly ill. She didn't eat, she had a high temperature and she became hysterical whenever anyone threatened to remove her from the old woman's room." Vera said with conviction, "It seems perfectly obvious to me that the right thing to do was to have the child see a doctor as soon as possible." I stared at Yara while Vera Krina said these words. Yara's eyes looked at Vera with a hostility that had long been familiar to me. The romance was over. I tried to take up Jasna's argument. "I wasn't home at the time, as Jasna told you. If I had been, I would probably have insisted that Vesna be taken to the hospital. But Yara and Myrna have both convinced me that the doctors did not in fact know better, that Vesna would have recovered, in her own strange way, if she'd been left in the old woman's room. I'm convinced she'd be among us today." Yara seemed surprised, she looked into my eyes with gratitude. She was probably surprised that I was convinced, since I had only recently been ready to throw Myrna to the doctors to save her from the same sickness. But Titus was infuriated by my intervention. "You don't know what you're talking about, Yarostan. Questions of health and disease are in the domain of science, not subjects for children's fairy tales or uninformed speculation." To which Vera added, "I must say I emphatically agree with Titus. I simply can't imagine a sick child being left without medical care because her 8-year-old sister affirmed that she wasn't sick. I find your arguments strange, to say the least." Jasna still protested, "You don't understand the specific condition Vesna was in." Jasna was interrupted by a knock on the door. Myrna ran to the door. This was the knock she had been waiting for. All eyes were on her as she stopped before opening the door, straightened her hair, pulled her sweater down tightly. She took on a relaxed pose and turned to look at us with a provocative smile before she finally reached for the doorknob. I would never have imagined her capable of such sensuous gestures, of acting like such a courtesan. But my righteous shock quickly gave way to quiet laughter. The scene in the doorway became comical. A chauffeur-driven limousine of the type reserved for diplomats and high government officials was visible in the street, although the doorway itself was almost completely blocked by a short, extremely heavy man. He was dressed in a checkered sports jacket and white shoes which seemed completely inappropriate on such a large man. I forget what color pants he wore. It was obvious that all his clothes had been made in the most expensive tailoring establishment, or abroad. With a chivalry that made him look grotesque, he raised Myrna's hand to his lips. I almost laughed out loud when the man bestowed a kiss on the rough hand of the woman who had not in fact spent her life as a courtesan but as a factory worker. Myrna said to him, in her best cinema-learned manner, "How exquisite. Please do come in." Holding on to Myrna's hand as he followed her into the room, the man glanced hastily from Myrna's bosom to the feet of the other people standing in the room. He dropped Myrna's hand abruptly and whispered, with evident surprise, "I had expected to find you alone." "Oh, please don't be offended," Myrna begged. "Every one of the people in the room is a good friend of Luisa's." I was startled, so was everyone else except Yara, who grinned mischievously. The man said to Myrna, still in a whisper but with the authoritative tone of someone used to commanding, "I had looked forward to a tête-à-tête with you, my dear. If you will do me the honor of accompanying me to a café." Myrna placed both her hands on his. "I'm flattered beyond words. I'd like nothing better than a tête-à-tête with you, and afterwards we could go to a café, just the two of us. But please wait a while. When I told Luisa's other friends how charming you were, they all insisted I introduce them to you, and they'd simply be heartbroken if I kept you all to myself." The man started moving back toward the door. "I assure you I'm not in a mental or physical condition to meet Luisa's friends. If you could arrange to extend your stay, at least by one day, I'm sure we could find another occasion." Myrna lifted one of his hands, pressed it tightly between her breasts, and told him with an irresistibly seductive tone, "I'll do anything, anything at all, if you'll only do me the honor of letting me introduce you. Tomorrow will be too late. This is the last day we'll all be together, since I have a reservation. Please do me that favor." The man seemed defeated. He looked at the other people in the room for the first time. His face expressed shocked disbelief when his eyes focused on Vera Krina. Pulling his hand away from Myrna's bosom, he exclaimed, "You!" Vera burst out laughing. "Of course. Wasn't I one of Luisa's best friends?" Narrowing his eyes, he asked Vera suspiciously, "Are you and the so-called Reform Party behind this?" "I only wish we were," Vera told him. Just then Titus pulled me to the hallway between the living room and the dining room. "What kind of joke is this?" I had thought Myrna was going to invite workers, people like Zdenek Tobarkin, for a serious political discussion. I told Titus, I have no idea what Myrna and Yara are up to. I wasn't in on their game, I have no sympathy for it, and I don't know who that man is. "You know perfectly well who he is," Titus said indignantly. "Do you take me for a fool?" "Honestly, Titus, I've never seen him before in my life," I assured him. Titus then told me, that is the recently demoted member of the Central Committee of the State Planning Commission. I burst out laughing and asked very loudly, "That fat man is Mark Glavny." I was immediately embarrassed by my involuntary outburst, and I looked into the living room to see if anyone had heard me. Apparently no one had, although Myrna winked at me when I looked in. My outburst was a sudden release of 2 weeks of tension. It suddenly dawned on me that all my speculations about Myrna's activities with her provocative costume had been wrong, that the entire masquerade had been conceived with one aim in view, to entice the demoted member of the Central Committee to Titus and Jasna's celebration. I told Titus, "I'm awfully sorry. I really had no idea who he was." "Don't apologize, I believe you," Titus said. "I think I'm starting to understand. She's introducing him to the friends of Luisa Nachalo. That's very funny indeed, since he was her lover once." I said, "Don't hold that against him." Titus continued, "I should have known better than to expect Myrna Sedlak to be serious." "How well did you know her father?" "He was the shrewdest, most calculating peasant I ever met. Jan and Myrna both took after him, extremely shrewd pranksters. In the last analysis they both became dilettantes despite their peasant origins. Both of them were my closest companions," I reminded him. "How well I know," he exclaimed. "And I suppose you still agree with Jan. Just push all the machinery into the streets and play with it like little children, bosses together with workers." Myrna obviously agrees with that. She's as blind to the class struggle as Jan was. What kind of serious political discussion can take place between the highest functionaries and the lowest workers? There's obviously no possibility for political regroupment between the proletariat and its class enemies. My attention was drawn to the living room. Jasna was shouting. I distractedly whispered to Titus, "I'm as surprised as you are by Myrna's bizarre choice of guests. At least old Sedlak's frame of reference was always clearly defined," he told me. I never acquired a taste for Jan's or Myrna's pranks, which always lacked a frame of reference due to the fact that they were no longer peasants but were not yet integrated into the working class. We moved back into the living room. Jasna was shouting at Glavna, "Don't tell me the well-being of workers is more important to you than your career. When certain workers were in prison, all of them one-time comrades of yours, you were perfectly willing to sacrifice their freedom, even their lives, to salvage your career." Mark was sitting on the couch. Myrna sat next to him and held his hand in her lap. Mark said to Jasna, "I have no idea what you're talking about." "You know exactly what I'm talking about." Jasna snapped. 12 years ago every single person in this room right now, except Myrna and Yara, was arrested. A letter had come from what the police called the Alberts spy ring. We now know one copy of the letter was delivered to an official, namely to you. And you cleared yourself by charging the others with being agents of that so-called spy ring. Mark responded patiently, "I remember the arrests, Comrade Zbrkova, but this story of a spy ring is new to me." "It's not new to any of us." Jasna shouted. "Your former mistress Luisa Nachalo was supposed to be one of the international leaders of that ring. I was told such a story after my first arrest 20 years ago," Mark admitted. "But I could never make myself believe Luisa was capable of such activity." "Comrade Glavna, you're a big hypocrite." Jasna shouted. "When your career was in question you didn't only pretend to believe Luisa was an international spy, you went on to accuse others of being her accomplices." Myrna took up her guest's defense with a hypocrisy that infuriated Jasna. "What you're saying seems completely illogical, Comrade Zbrkova. If Mark genuinely believed, or even pretended to believe, that Luisa Nachalo was an international spy, would he have come here for a get-together with the best friends of that accomplice to an international spy?" Then Myrna turned to Mark and asked him, "Could you be so charmed by me as to be willing to endanger your entire career for my sake? You're being positively hateful." Jasna shouted at Myrna. "Jan was killed because of this man. Yarostan and Adrian were given long prison terms because they had supposedly tried to incriminate such a high personage as Comrade Mark Glavna. If you're talking about the rehabilitation proceedings, I must point out that it wasn't I but Comrade Krina and her husband who initiated them." As he said this, Mark made a slight bow in the direction of Vera. Vera jumped. "You're quite an expert at making insinuations and starting rumors, aren't you, Comrade Glavna?" Mark showed a trace of anger for the first time. Pardon me, Comrade Krina? It's common knowledge that you and Professor Kren initiated. Vera hissed at him. Before something becomes common knowledge, it is a maliciously circulated rumor, and rumors begin somewhere, they have a specific origin. Mark cut in. Comrade Kren initiated the rehabilitation proceedings as soon as. I'm not talking about that stupid arrest. Vera shouted. I'm talking about current rumors. There are some people who'd love to drag my name through mud, and almost all of them are members of that conservative bureaucratic clique you're aligned with. Mark commented, I believe your husband is similarly aligned. Precisely. Vera shouted. And the rumors have already reached his ears. He must have larger ears than mine, Mark told her. I have no idea what rumors you're referring to. Your speeches discredit you amply enough. Vera continued, there are very few people in the world who know anything of my private life. Surely you're exaggerating, Mark said. Your affair with the Standard of Living Commissioner has been a public secret for a very long time, you hardly keep it to a small number of people. Vera said darkly, you know perfectly well that's not what I'm talking about, Comrade Glavna. You're one of the very few people who could possibly be at the source of the vicious slander that's being circulated about me, that malicious rumor about my affair with Adrian being a mere cover for an altogether different type of relationship. Your entire clique is whispering about it? I hear nothing else from Kren. I noticed that Yara was having a hard time trying to keep from bursting out laughing. There was a knock on the door. Yara ran to open it and relieved herself of her pent-up laughter, seemingly in response to the new arrivals. I had counted the number of places at the dining room table, and I figured out that the couple in the doorway were probably the last guests. I didn't recognize either of them until Vera shouted, Adrian. Irina. You too. Adrian, who seemed intensely embarrassed, rushed to Vera and told her, I'm terribly sorry about this, Vera. She insisted on dragging me along. Don't be sorry, dearest, Vera told him, this promises to be a grand entertainment. Was it the little girl who got you to come? What little girl? Adrian asked. Irina? She insisted on coming in that outlandish costume and on dragging me along with her, she threatened to divorce me if I didn't come. Vera's humor vanished as she asked Adrian, she what? Was this whole thing Irina's idea? Vera's eyes, as well as everyone else's, turned toward the open door, and the same stunned amazement appeared on everyone's face. Yara and Irina were standing in the doorway, grinning. Both of them were identically dressed, in the same slacks and unusual work jacket, both had the same long black hair hanging down to their shoulders, the same black eyebrows. They looked like sisters, gypsy sisters. I walked toward Irina mechanically, as if I were in a trance, and extended my hand to her. I have a feeling I knew you once, very long ago. Irina continued grinning. So Yara tells me. You must be her father. She's told me so much about that twin sister I look like. I'm not really sure I'd care to meet her. I'm stunned by the similarity, I told her. Irina said, I'm forever grateful to Yara. She made so many things clear to me when she told me about Vera's relation to Sabina Nachalo. Irina looked exactly the way I would have expected her gypsy twin to look, she even seemed to be the same age. Of course I haven't seen Sabina for 20 years and I have no idea what she looks like today, I told her. My brief conversation was cut short by Vera, who regained control of herself after her shock at seeing the same similarity. Vera rushed toward Irina and pulled her from the doorway toward the staircase. You little rat. You're going to explain certain things to me. Irina beamed as she let herself be pulled up the staircase. It's you who are going to do the explaining, Comrade Krina. I finally understand what's been behind. Such a low, mean trick. Vera hissed. To send a little girl after me as Sabina Nachalo's daughter. You're going to tell me exactly how you learned. You're giving me far too much credit, Irina told her. I wasn't the one who masterminded. The two women disappeared into an upstairs room. While the scene on the staircase was taking place, Adrian had embraced Titus. Nice to see you again, Zabran. What in the world is this all about, and why did Irina consider it so urgent for me to attend? Titus explained to Adrian, the event was originally to be a celebration of an engagement, subsequently it was to be a political discussion among workers, finally it disintegrated into an anarchic carnival. But I'm glad you came. That makes about 4 workers. Perhaps we could meet separately. Whose engagement is being celebrated? Adrian asked. Titus told him, my own engagement to Comrade Zberkova. Jasna? Adrian asked. Is she here? Yes, Adrian, Jasna told him. She was standing right next to him. Congratulations. But why was this so urgent to Irina? Do you know each other? Adrian asked. No, we never met, Jasna told him. Then she asked Yara, are they all here now? Let's start eating before everything gets cold. They're all here now, Yara told her. Myrna stroked Glavna's hand and begged, since you've stayed this long, you'll surely stay to dinner. Mark seemed uneasy. I would infinitely prefer to invite you to dine with me in a quiet restaurant. Believe me when I tell you that you have nothing at all in common with these people. They may all have been Luis's friends at one time, but that's not an adequate reason for you to be so tolerant of what they've become. No one's ever said such beautiful things to me, Myrna said, kissing his cheek. But please stay, just for the meal. I find these people so interesting. I would call them bizarre, Mark told her, but he was once again defeated by her. Holding onto her hand, he accompanied her to the dining room. Titus stayed behind when everyone else left the living room. I was glad for the opportunity to ask him a question. I was disturbed by the comment you made to Adrian, I told him. You said there were 4 workers here who might meet and talk separately. Why did you say that to Adrian? He's an official too. I count 6 workers, including Myrna, Jasna, and Vera's secretary, but not including Adrian. I was referring to workers potentially interested in a serious political discussion, Titus told me. And you included Adrian as a worker? I asked. Adrian is a prostitute, he told me. A what? A prostitute, he repeated. If he only realized what that Krina woman has done to his life, he would see that his place is with the working class. Are you serious? I asked. She literally bought him, he said. Adrian is a kept man. He's that woman's slave. I said loudly, I had thought that was how most officials reached their posts. Vera Krina herself, for instance. Just as I finished that comment, Vera and Irina came rushing down the staircase. I blushed, it was the second time I had shouted an insult within earshot of the person I insulted. Jasna called from the dining room, Titus. Vera. We're waiting to start. Titus and I were the last to take our places at the table. Jasna and Titus faced each other across the length of the table. I took the last empty chair, at Jasna's end of the table, next to Irina and directly across from Zdenek. As I sat down I noticed Yara throwing a questioning glance at Irina, who had also just sat down. Irina raised her black eyebrow and winked at Yara, who smiled and poked Zdenek. I figured out that Irina was part of the conspiracy. Jasna noticed nothing. Suddenly someone was poking me on the shoulder. Adrian, sitting on the other side of Irina, was extending his hand to me behind Irina's back. Yarostan vochek. I didn't recognize you when I came in, Adrian shouted. I'm surprised we didn't run into each other in prison during all the years we spent there. I extended my hand to him, but I couldn't turn my eyes past the gypsy sitting next to me. Looking at Irina I asked Adrian, did you happen to run into Jan Sedlak during those years? He spent the rest of his life there. As I said this I noticed Myrna, who was directly in my line of vision to the right of Irina. She was sitting at the opposite corner of the table from me, at Titus' end and next to Mark. She momentarily stopped smiling at Mark and stared at me. Adrian said, "I didn't know about Jan Sedlak until after my release, when Jasna told me." Jasna said loudly, "And look at Jan's sister carrying on with the men responsible for those arrests." Adrian whistled crudely and asked, "Is she Jan Sedlak's sister?" Irina whispered to me, "Aren't you relieved you didn't run into Adrian?" "Yet you married him," I whispered to her. "Just for the sake of this experience," she told me cryptically. Myrna and Mark looked into each other's eyes and seemed not to hear the references to them, although I was sure Myrna's ears were picking up every sound. Adrian said sarcastically, "Some people will do anything at all to get themselves another title." Irina said, "Yes, Adrian, some people certainly will." Titus addressed himself to me, as if he were continuing his earlier observations about Adrian. "It is important to distinguish a proletarian, who has no choice in the matter, from a member of the exploiting group, who enjoys a certain amount of so-called free will." Myrna said to Mark, "I believe we're the subject of the conversation, dearest." Yara pulled a serving dish toward her and asked, "What's everyone waiting for?" "I'm starving. Can I start?" As soon as Yara started eating, all eyes turned to Mark. He suddenly forgot Myrna and started shoveling mounds from each platter onto his plate. Adrian, who sat directly across from him, shoved him the bread platter. Mark already had 3 slices of bread next to his plate. Adrian asked, "More bread, Comrade Glavna?" Lifting a fork filled with food to his mouth, Mark told Adrian, "Later, thank you." Adrian, encouraged by the glances Jasna was giving him, asked Mark, "You know who I am, don't you, Comrade Glavna?" "Of course, Povrishan." "It's not a secret," Mark told him between mouthfuls. "Did you also know me 5 years ago, when I came to your office looking for a job?" Adrian asked. "If I'm not mistaken, you came to my office parading as the bank director, Kren," Mark remembered. Vera, sitting directly across from Myrna and until then staring at Myrna with fascination, turned to Adrian, who sat right next to her, and asked, "You introduced yourself as my husband. You never told me about that." Adrian continued to address his remarks to Mark. "I had just been released after 6 years in prison, only to learn that you were married." Vera. "I needed a job, and Glavna would never have made an appointment with a less important person, isn't that so, Comrade Glavna?" "There were no openings in any case," Mark told him. Adrian continued, "My real reason for coming to you, Comrade Glavna, wasn't to get a job, but to ask how it had happened that 2 people who had once worked in the same factory had met with such different fates. There you were, in one of the shall we say plus here offices of the bureaucracy, and already starting to fatten yourself on imported delicacies, while there I was, your former fellow worker, skinny as a broom after 6 years in prison, without the slightest prospects." Mark told him, "The explanation is very simple, Povrishan. You're an idiot." Irina laughed, but I noticed that Myrna's grin left her face. She gulped, got up abruptly and rushed to the kitchen biting her lip. She seemed to be on the verge of tears. Yara started to rise, but I got up and ran after Myrna. I found her pressing her body against the kitchen wall, beating both fists against it. I shook her and asked, "Haven't you played enough of your game?" Myrna, obviously repressing the urge to cry, told me, "No love, my game is only beginning." Mark rushed into the kitchen, pulled me away from Myrna saying, "Excuse me, comrade," and asked her, "Is everything all right, my dear?" Myrna's grin returned. "I'm fine now, dearest." I swallowed a fish bone. When the 3 of us returned to the dining room table, Vera and Irina were shouting at each other across Adrian's back. Their argument would have been incomprehensible to me if I hadn't learned some of the details from your previous 2 letters. Vera, the boss, was shouting to her secretary, "You'll pay dearly for this, Irina. I should have known it was you. You've been dying to do this to me ever since I exposed that sex maniac who was rector of the university. That act made you the champion of revolutionary morality, the heroine of the day." Irina shouted back. "What an incredible sham. If anyone had known then that all you wanted was to take the rector's place, that all you wanted was to go to bed with one of..." Vera reached across Adrian at Irina's throat and screeched, "Shut your trap, you little..." Adrian pulled Vera's arm away from Irina and asked, seeming intensely embarrassed, "Couldn't you two discuss these questions privately, some other time?" Irina shouted at Adrian, "Jerk. You're the medium through whom she acted all these years, the front that kept people from seeing what she was, the errand boy who carried her public image." Adrian, holding both of Vera's hands down, shouted angrily at Irina, "Shut up. You're making fools out of all of us." Irina suddenly became calm, like a rebel who had decided to spit into her boss's face coldly and deliberately. "If you had only told me when we were students together that I looked like a little girl you had wanted to sleep with." Vera, straining under Adrian's grasp, shouted, "Beast! Unscrupulous beast! I never did you any harm." She started to cry. Irina shouted, "You've taken half of my life. Vera! Why did you have to spin such an intricate web around me? I could have spared you all your trouble. If you'd only told me what you wanted 15 years ago, I could have told you right then I had no desire to share your bed, even for an instant, because I could only make love to men." Vera cried pathetically. "Please stop it, Irina, please." Yara reached across Zdenek to pull Jasna's sleeve and asked in a whisper, 15 years ago? That was when Vera lived with you. Did you know about Irina already then?" Jasna angrily swatted Yara's hand away from her arm and shook her head in the negative. Then she got up, walked toward Vera and pulled her up from her chair. Vera sobbed, "Please help me." Jasna accompanied her to the kitchen. Everyone's eyes followed them except Mark's. He went on eating. Irina, who was directly across from Yara and had heard Yara's question, said, "Jasna didn't know. No one knew. When we were students I thought Vera and I were good friends and Adrian was her lover. Maybe I should have figured it all out then, but I've never been gifted at reading people's thoughts." "No, that's wrong, it's not as if she didn't give me any clues. Everything she told me was a clue. But I'm as much of a goose as Adrian. I couldn't interpret a single clue until 3 weeks ago when you asked me if my hair and my complexion were real or if Vera had asked me to paint myself this way." Irina turned to me and said, "Yara shouted, that explains everything. As soon as I told her I was 3/4 gypsy and had come into the world exactly this way. And the funny thing is it did explain everything. How could I been so dense?" Pointing at Adrian, she told Yara, "But I'm not as dense as he is. She's his boss too, you know, and he simply refuses to believe anything I say about the boss." "Have you been together with her for 15 years? Yara asked again. "But I couldn't see through her until you came," Irina said. "When we were students all she ever talked to me about was her romances, or rather anti-romances. She told me what a clown her lover, Adrian, was. She never felt anything but contempt for him. I didn't know him then. She'd boast to me, 'He's such a perfect front, isn't he?' I never asked myself what he was a perfect front for. I assumed he was the front behind which she carried on her affair with Professor Kren, but I didn't wonder what purpose such a front served." Adrian rose from the table, said, "Excuse me," and apparently headed toward the bathroom. He looked like he was ready to vomit. Irina continued, "After we graduated she went on to study under Kren. I got hired as secretary in the rector's office. That was when I learned she felt nothing but contempt for Kren as well. He was nothing more to her than a ladder to climb." Vera appeared in the kitchen doorway. Her face was pale and had a contorted expression, but she was no longer crying. "All right, You little wretch, since we're bringing it all into the open, we might as well be complete and do justice to the past. You weren't merely hired by the rector's office, you were bought by the rector. He was in your bed before your training period was over. Don't single me out as the narrator of romances or as the one with contempt. Your feelings toward the rector were identical to mine toward Kren, and you narrated every gruesome detail with the greatest relish. After spending barely a month as the rector's secretary, you started talking about becoming assistant rector. You were waiting for the old man occupying that post to be forcefully retired. Vera turned to everyone in the room and asked dramatically, as if speaking from a platform, and how did this paragon of virtue intend to conquer that post? By marrying her boss. Unfortunately for our little Cinderella, the boss was not only already married, but was carrying on similar affairs with his other two secretaries. Irina shouted with venom, and that was when you started dreaming of replacing the rector, not only in his office but in the bedrooms of his secretaries as well. Then that arrest 12 years ago almost spoiled it all for you. Your glorious ascent was interrupted. You came out so furious, and so hysterical. You simply had to find a scapegoat. And what better scapegoat was there than poor dumb Adrian? He'd be in your way in any case during your coming wedding ceremony with Kren. If they'd kept you in jail for only half a year, you'd have come out to find me married to the rector, occupying the office of assistant rector, and free for good from your attentions. The rector loved me and promised to divorce his wife. Vera smiled and said sarcastically, he made the same promise to both of the other secretaries. You're lying. Irina shouted. You hated that man. Until now I didn't understand your fierce hatred toward him. You were jealous of him. You conceived your scheme of driving him out with that scandal the moment you realized he really did love me. I didn't love him, I admit it. How else does one become someone in this society except by selling oneself to a high official? Vera hissed, I regret everything I ever did for you, Irina. You'll regret it even more before I'm through with you. Irina shouted. Vera retorted, you're nothing but the commonest dirt. In that respect we're twins. Irina told her. We both came out of the same cesspool. But as soon as you got out, you shoved me further in. I wouldn't have done that to you if I'd gotten out first. Never forget that. But you beat me to it. You acquired free will and in the same act deprived me of mine. First you had Kren force the retirement of the old assistant rector, and then you replaced him. But robbing me of that post wasn't enough for you. You had to destroy the rest of my prospects as well. Comrade Veronese married Professor Kren and immediately began her glorious campaign to clear the university of decadent bourgeois remnants, exposing the rector of the university for sexual abuses. As soon as the rector was ousted and jailed, Comrade Naze Krina replaced him as rector of the university and all hailed the arrival of a new day. No more sexual abuses. The end of bourgeois decadence. A great step forward for womanhood. And all accomplished with one single arrest. But to satisfy the libertines in the population, the police had to add a charge about his having embezzled public funds for private purposes. Or did you add that, just for seasoning? Have you met a single official who hasn't embezzled public funds for his country cottages and journeys? And he was finished off with such an exemplary trial. A 20-year sentence. Do you even know that he died during his first year in prison? Do you care? Don't shout to me about caring, you ruthless hypocrite. Do you care how much this outburst of yours is going to cost me? Vera asked. Irina told her, you're right. I could care less. Do you really think people would rather be ruled by you than by the fat man across from you? Mark stirred to rise from the table, but Myrna told him, don't be offended, I'm sure she didn't mean it. Irina winked at Myrna and said, of course I didn't. If I have to be ruled, I'd far rather be ruled by him. He'd be far too busy eating to have time to destroy people's lives. I would infinitely prefer his unquenchable hunger for food to that unquenchable hunger for power, the power to manipulate the lives of thousands in order to satisfy a secret innermost desire to crawl into the bed of a little gypsy. Vera had snatched a teapot from the unoccupied end of the table. Jasna ran toward her from the kitchen doorway but reached her too late to stop Vera from flinging the pot with hot tea. The teapot barely missed my head and shattered on Adrian's unoccupied chair, splashing its contents on Titus. Irina said to Titus, "You see? You're the ones who face the consequences. How right you are to say a proletarian is the one who has no choice. Before she hooked Kren we were equals. By the time she was rector, I had become commandeur, as she now calls it. All the prospects I had looked forward to for 10 years were ruined. I literally had no alternatives left, no choice. I knew she was a sham, I knew she had married Kren in order to become rector of the university, I knew that her sole qualifications for that post were located a few centimeters above and below her waist. But I was bound and gagged. She had me in her office every day. When she was promoted to the ideological commission she called me to her mansion several nights a week and on weekends. What could I do? Once, when she was still rector, I stormed out of her office, infuriated by the triviality for which she had called me in. "I only wanted you by my side, you're my favorite," she told me. I was furious. "Your favorite secretary?" I shouted. I threatened to expose her whole sham. "You breathe a word," she said, "and what do you think everyone will say about the spiteful jealous secretary? You don't suppose anyone will believe you, do you? They might even jail you as the former rector's accomplice." I couldn't even dream of leaving the rector's office anymore. In order to get any kind of decent job somewhere else I needed the recommendation of the rector of the university, Comrade Verakrina. I had no choice. I was literally a proletarian. I asked Irina, "What did you accomplish by marrying Adrian?" "Much less than I'd hoped," she told me. "I didn't meet him until he was released from prison. I was overjoyed to learn he was the one who had been her lover, and I was doubly attracted to him when he told me how Vera had victimized him by associating him with a spy ring and claiming he'd tried to incriminate her. Besides which he was my age, unlike the rector or Vera's comrade Professor Kren. But my only satisfaction with Adrian was to parade him in front of Vera in the rector's office right after we were married. I still had no choice. She was shocked when I told her we were married, and that shock is all I ever accomplished with him. She immediately turned him into her own private roll of toilet paper. She knew him far better than I did. The second or third time he came for me, she made eyes at him and said, "Such a talented comrade is wasting away in the post of a lowly researcher." She knew she was about to be appointed deputy minister of the ideological commission, thanks to Kren's influence, and she knew that from there she'd have almost as much power as Kren himself. She told Adrian, "Irina and I will find you a post more in keeping with your talents." That's right, Irina and I. My dog and I. I tried to stop Adrian from accepting anything from that woman, but he turned to jelly waiting for its mold. There was no talking to him. He accepted a post on the Secretariat of the Standard of Living Commission, and I became Comrade Krina's private secretary. My reward, I thought. If I'd only known I was the one she was after. Wherever she went, Adrian and I tagged along. On trips the three of us always shared the same suite. The rumor started to circulate that Adrian was her lover, and she became popular for having the courage to display her lover in public. Kren became the subject of jokes. What no one knew was that Adrian was nothing more to her than a dog, that it was her personal secretary whom she. Vera hissed from the doorway, "I never touched you, Irina. Not once." Irina turned to Vera with hatred. "I wish you had touched me 15 years ago. Everything would have been perfectly clear at the start. I would have destroyed your desire at its origin. I would have made you want to kill me instead of dragging me behind you bound up in your net. You didn't dare touch me. And the more you postponed showing your hand the more you feared my response. You were deathly afraid your bubble would burst, And you were right. My first chance to free myself of you didn't come until the current rebellion broke out. Nothing in my memory was so exciting as the uproar that started to spread to every sector of this society. That was when I realized I had become your political barometer. The more excited I became about the anti-bureaucratic activity, the more loudly you shouted about the need to reform the bureaucracy, and thanks to me you found yourself riding on the crest of the popular wave. When the strikes broke out and there were calls for the formation of workers' councils, I went wild with joy. I looked forward to the overthrow of the entire bureaucracy. And you stayed right behind me, giving speech after speech in support of the most radical strikes. I wondered if you'd lost your senses. I knew I and the vast majority had everything to gain from the overthrow of the entire bureaucracy. But you had everything to lose. I wondered if you really expected to become the head worker of the Head Workers' Council, or if you pictured yourself as Liberty in the painting by Delacroix. It wasn't until Yara's visit that I started to get an insight into the sordid motives behind your sudden populism. Adrian, who reappeared in the entranceway from the living room, stared blankly at Irina. Vera, still leaning on the doorway to the kitchen, commented, "So on the basis of a 12-year-old girl's gossip you decided to drive a knife into me?" "Not quite, Comrade Krina," Irina told her. "Not on the basis of anyone's gossip, but on the basis of the testimony of a roomful of people whose lives you've destroyed, and during a period when the entire population is exposing those responsible for the arrests and imprisonments. When I learned about Sabina, I also learned that Adrian wasn't the only one of your former comrades whose life you destroyed. Adrian spent 6 years in prison because of you." Irina turned to me and asked, "How many years did you spend there?" 8 complete years, I told her. "Do you know why?" she asked. I said, "I thought I knew." "I'll remind you in case you forgot," Irina said to me. Comrade Veronese gave testimony to the effect that all her former comrades had been members of a totally fictional spy ring. Then she turned to Titus and asked him, "How long did you spend there?" "A year," Titus told her, "but I should tell you I wasn't arrested at the same time." "I don't see that it matters," Irina said, and she asked Yara, "How many years did your uncle spend?" "He never came out," Yara told her. Irina exclaimed, "He died in prison, like the former rector." Jasna cut her short. "I'm sorry to ruin your performance, but you're missing your mark." "How long did you have to spend?" Irina asked. 2 days, Jasna told her, "but the person responsible for my arrest, and for all the other arrests, is sitting across the table from you, and his name isn't Vera." Adrian shouted from the hallway, "That's right, Irina. It was Glavny who was responsible for those arrests." Jasna told Irina, "We were all arrested because of a letter that was delivered." Irina asked Jasna indignantly, "Why are you protecting her? That letter was an invention of the police." Adrian shouted, "I've told you repeatedly, Irina. Some spies actually did try to get in contact with us. And it was undoubtedly Glavny who told the police I was corresponding with them. Why else would he have been so rude to me when I went to see him after my release?" I asked Adrian, "Do you still today believe Luisa Nachalo was a spy?" Adrian told me, "During my first prison term the police showed me an article about her in the foreign press. That article merely proved she had emigrated with her companion and their daughters," I told him. Irina shouted at Adrian, "Idiot! You'd believe the police if they told you the sun was a triangle." Yara told her new friend insistently, "But there really was a letter, Irina. I remember you're telling me, but are you sure you didn't learn about that letter from the same rumor started by the police?" Irina asked Yara. I told her, "Irina, I've been carrying on a very stimulating correspondence with the person who sent those letters 12 years ago, Sabina Nachalo's sister, or rather, Luisa Nachalo's daughter, Sophia." Adrian shouted victoriously, "Who's the idiot, Irina?" Jasna told Irina, a messenger tried to deliver Sophia's letters to all the people she'd known in the carton plant 8 years earlier. She turned angrily to Adrian and told him, Sophia was no spy. She was trying to reach us because she considered us the only friends she had in the world. Sophia learned that only one of those letters reached its destination, one delivered to someone who was an official at that time. Vera, Adrian, and I were university students at that time. Yarostan and Jan were steel workers. Comrade Glavny had recently become head of the party organization of the plant where we had all worked. Adrian exclaimed, and he was the one who was contacted. He cleared himself by telling the police the spies had contacted me. Mark told Adrian angrily, the police asked me if I knew you. I had no idea why they wanted to know that, and all I told them was that I had known you once. It would have been ridiculous to deny it. We had both been arrested in the same plant 8 years earlier. Adrian apparently intended to answer, but Mark got up abruptly and told Myrna, I don't see the point of all these uncontrolled emotional outbursts, these accusations by uninformed ignoramuses, and I must say I don't find this gathering the slightest bit interesting. Myrna took his arm again and begged, please, Mark, at least stay through the dessert. I'm sorry, he told her. I'm already late for an important meeting, which I would have called off if. Myrna got up, placed her lips near his and knew she had defeated him again already before she told him, oh please do call it off, dearest, use the phone in the bedroom upstairs. And while you're at it, would you please postpone my airplane reservation by a day? There are certain things I simply must discuss with you, but I can't leave this gathering. Please understand I owe it to Louisa to try to communicate with these people who seem so convinced she was a spy. Surely you understand she's still extremely concerned about that charge. I can understand her concern, Mark said, but surely this is not the most fruitful way to clear her of the charge. Adrian shouted from the hallway, the only fruitful way is to accuse someone else, the way you did, Glavny. Mark asked Myrna, doesn't that prove my point? Myrna shook her head. Very well, my dear. In whose name are those reservations? He asked her. Myrna was flustered. Why, the name I gave to your secretary when I came to see you. Wait a second. Her game almost ended. I started grinning. Yara fidgeted nervously. Myrna ran to the living room and returned with the little leather purse. She rummaged inside. Here it is. It's in the name of Matthews. Myrna Matthews. Mark said, oh yes. I remember. Matthews. Interesting. You've changed your original name, I take it? Myrna said nervously, oh no, I'm married. Mark smiled indulgently. I see. I assure you there's no cause for your embarrassment. I'll do what I can about your reservation. If there are no vacancies for tomorrow, will the following day do? Myrna smiled, relieved. The following day would be perfect. She was cool and calculating again. Mark walked past Adrian and headed upstairs. Myrna dropped her seductive posture and collapsed into her chair as if she had been carrying a heavy load. As soon as Mark was gone, Jasna told Myrna, if you don't stop this ridiculous game, I'll. Myrna said calmly, you're enjoying it as much as I am, Jasna. And you may learn something. Then she turned to Titus, who was still sitting next to her, at the head of the table. Titus, were you arrested right after the Magarna rising was suppressed? Jasna said angrily, how many times will you repeat that stupid insinuation? You know perfectly well he was arrested a year after the rest of us. Titus asked Myrna, is this what you had in mind as the subject matter for a fruitful political discussion among workers interested in rejoining the stream of history? Myrna told him, yes, Titus, this is exactly the subject matter I had in mind. Titus told her, then I must ask you to leave me out of your discussion. The present moment is far too critical to be frittered away in sessions of bourgeois therapy and games. The struggle we face is a collective struggle, a class struggle, and not the struggle of individuals escaping from personal problems. The enemies we face are enemies because of their relation to society's productive forces, not because of their relation to a letter sent by a sophia nachalo. Adrian whistled, apparently in response to Myrna's unanswered question, and returned to his seat next to Irina. He told Titus, "Something just struck me, something that bothered me at the time. When I was arrested 12 years ago, the police asked me if I had ever worked with certain people. The first time they interrogated me, their list included all the people they had arrested at the carton plant 8 years earlier, except you. As time passed, the list got shorter. The last time they asked me about my past acquaintances, 2 years after my arrest, the only name left on the list was vochek. I assumed people were dropped from the list either because they were released or because they disappeared, and it turned out I was right. Soon after my release, Jasna told me everyone except vochek had been released, and Sedlak had disappeared. You were among those she told me had been released." Jasna told Adrian, "They're not as efficient as you take them to be. Titus was arrested a year after the rest of us, but for exactly the same reasons. Then his name should have appeared on their list a year after I was arrested," Adrian told her. "During the first 2 years they called me in at least once a month to ask me whom I had known. Zabran's name should have been added to their list during my second year, shouldn't it? He never appeared on their list. I thought at the time that he might have died." He turned to me and asked, "Didn't you wonder about that?" I told him, "The first 2 times they interrogated me I told them I hadn't ever known any of the people on their list, so they stopped interrogating me, and I paid no attention to the names they listed or failed to list." Jasna said, "It's common knowledge that the police files are crammed with misinformation and deliberate lies. I'm not at all surprised they couldn't keep track of all the names of people who had worked together in a small plant 8 years earlier." Myrna asked Jasna, if they lost Titus' name, why was he arrested a year later? Jasna said, "I'm sure Titus can explain that to your satisfaction." But Titus protested, "I don't owe anyone here an explanation. Is this a police trial?" Myrna, as if she were upbraiding Jasna, asked her, "Why would you want to force Titus to do any explaining? He's perfectly right, this isn't a trial. And there's nothing to explain. Everything is perfectly clear. I saw Titus a few days before the suppression of the Magarna rising, and I saw him again a few days after." Adrian whistled again. "You saw Zabran? You mean he was overseas at that time?" Jasna said, "How awful. I thought you knew Myrna was Yarostan's wife, Jan Sedlak's sister." Adrian seemed fascinated by Myrna. "You told me she was Sedlak's sister. But Glavny acts as if..." Jasna snickered. "As if she were a foreign motion picture actress, which she really ought to be. She's never been further than 100 kilometers away from the city. I'll be damned. You certainly had me fooled," Adrian told Myrna. Suddenly he looked at Zdenek, across the table from me. "And you, sir, is it going to turn out that you're Zagid, one-time owner of the carton plant?" Extending his hand across the table, Zdenek said, "Tobarkan Zdenek is my name. I've never owned a factory, a house, or even a car, and if I were a sir I would be very far away from here. I've been a plain worker all my life. I was a union organizer once." Adrian shook Zdenek's hand, but his interest returned to Myrna. "Where did you say you saw Zabran at the time of Magarna?" "At our house, 2 or 3 days before the tanks invaded Magarna," Myrna told him innocently. "He had just signed some kind of petition demanding freedom of the press. Jan was at our house too. He questioned the importance of such a petition. But Titus convinced me that workers had to be informed by the press before they could act intelligently." "And you saw him again after the rising was put down and we were arrested?" he asked. "Why yes, I went to look for him the first time I could leave work," Myrna told Adrian. "I thought he might know what had happened to my brother and my husband. He wasn't in his office in the trade union building, but I did learn he hadn't been arrested. I left a message for him with the trade union secretary. Titus came to see me that very night. I insisted Jan and Yarostan had been arrested because of that letter that had come from Sophia Nachalo, but he assured me they couldn't possibly have been arrested because of that letter, but because of the activity in which they had engaged. This was what Yarostan had always thought too. I said to Myrna, Titus couldn't have told you that 12 years ago. Only 2 weeks ago he told us he didn't believe we were arrested because of our activity, but because of that letter. Titus said, since I've been dragged into this discussion against my will, I might as well try to clarify the reason for the apparent contradiction. Then Myrna isn't lying? I asked him. He said, she remembers correctly, but she fails to grasp the political significance of that letter as well as the significance of the arrests, and I'd like to analyze. Please do analyze, Titus, I begged him. Something that was clear to me has just turned into a vast puzzle. I knew nothing about the arrests until I went to your house immediately after I received Myrna's message. Titus said. On that evening I didn't believe that you or Jan could have been arrested because of the Nachalo letter. The police files contained enormous dossiers on both of you, and the police could have found any number of pretexts, at any time in addition to which you had both recently been warned. That was exactly my reasoning, I told him. What changed your mind? As I told you 2 weeks ago, I went to the police to learn the precise reasons for your arrest, and I was completely surprised to learn that you had in fact been arrested because of that letter, not only the two of you, but the entire former production group of the carton plant. Jasna interrupted Titus to add, Titus got himself in trouble with the police by trying to convince them to release the rest of us. But then Glavny and Vera set off the appeal for their rehabilitation, and in the process they confirmed the police invention about the spy ring and also made the police suspicious of Titus. Not exactly, Titus told her. I was arrested a year later because I had signed an appeal in support of a free press at the time of the uprising, not because comrades Kren or Glavny accused me of being in contact with George Alberts or Sophia Nachalo. The matter wasn't that simple. A letter did arrive by the unusual method of personal messenger, and this fact alone aroused the suspicions of the police, especially since the letter came from a person listed in the police records as the daughter of a man they considered a spy. But their suspicions were entirely groundless. George Alberts was convicted in the police files without ever having been tried for espionage, and I know for a fact that he was no spy. Several years earlier I had argued with the appropriate authorities that it was totally incorrect and hypocritical to consider George Alberts a spy, and I returned to these arguments after the Magarna arrests. But with similar lack of success. As for the letter itself, I tried to convince them that, regardless of its method of delivery, it was a major blunder to arrest the people to whom it was addressed. I insisted they release, not only Glavny and Veronese, but all the comrades who had been swept in on that ridiculous espionage charge. As is characteristic of this police, they relented up to a point, finding new pretexts for releasing several of those originally arrested, pretexts suggested to them by Comrade Kren, while retaining 3 of the original group in prison and reaffirming their position that the Nachalo letter constituted an actual and not merely a potential danger. I was completely confused and started to feel nauseated. I told him, Titus, you're making my head swim. Tell me something. You knew the police considered that letter an actual danger, in other words they arrested me because of it. Why didn't you as much as mention that letter to me the first time you visited me in prison? Titus answered, because the Nachalo letter was not the real cause of your arrest, it was nothing more than the formal cause. As I told you before, the real cause for the arrests was that conception according to which errors of consciousness can be corrected by means of arrest and imprisonment. I spent day after day arguing with one after another official, I wrote one after another report, I tried to convince them the Nachalo letter, or any letter for that matter, even one from a spy, might represent a potential threat to coherent class consciousness, but that such a potential threat did not and could not become an actual danger unless and until it was transformed into a program of action of the class. In terms of its content, the nachalo letter. Its content, Titus? Jasna asked. The content of the letter Sophia sent 12 years ago. Jasna had turned pale and seemed to feel as nauseated as I. Titus continued, totally unself-consciously, yes, the content of that letter did not call for arrest, or for any action whatever, and I tried to make that perfectly clear in my report to my section head as soon as I completed my study of it. What should I have told you when I saw you, Yarostan? Arrest and imprisonment was a totally inappropriate response to that letter, unwarranted and unprincipled. But I simply didn't have the courage to tell a man serving an 8-year prison term that he was in prison for no reason whatever, and that there was no prospect for his release. Jasna sighed and fainted. Vera caught her before she fell to the ground. Titus jumped up to help carry her to the living room sofa, and on the way there he commented, "Poor Jasna, it must be the heat or the excitement, my own nerves are on edge." He was totally unaware of the effect of his revelation that he was the one who had received your letter. When Titus returned, Myrna asked him, with a coldness that made it clear she hadn't been surprised by his self-exposure, "Are you really sure the content of Sophia's letter didn't warrant and even necessitate all those arrests?" Titus said, "There's no doubt in my mind. I didn't deny the fact that the nachalo girl was deeply infected by her father's individualism, by his complete lack of discipline. She illustrated this by glorifying the hoodlum she found as a companion, and she incorrectly compared him to Yarostan, although he had much more in common with Jan Sedlak and even more with her own father. I also didn't deny the fact that, like her father and in some ways like Louisa as well, she sought a revolution not of the class, but of private bourgeois individuals, and not in history, but outside history, in something she called a community, namely in utopia. Nor did I deny the fact that such unhistorical utopianism can only lead to a philosophy of despair on first contact with historical, I should say class realities. All these facts were undeniable, but none of them justified arrests and imprisonments. The only way for principled revolutionaries to deal with gaps in consciousness is to put forward the general interests of the proletariat and the final goals of the movement, not to arrest the proletariat or sections of it. It is our responsibility before history to isolate and arrest the virus, not to isolate and arrest perfectly healthy workers who are totally unaffected by the virus. And even if they become infected, the historical project can be realized only if we destroy the disease, not the patient. All this has always seemed perfectly obvious to me." Yara asked naively, "Do you mean the police did the same thing to the workers that the doctors did to Vesna?" I begged, "Yara, please don't reintroduce that game." But Myrna protested, "It's no game, but a very serious matter. The responsibility of every reasonable adult is to take a sample of the disease to experts who are able to determine the gravity of the infection, isn't that so, Titus? You considered Sophia's letter harmless, but you're only an individual, you're not an expert in diagnosing the condition of the working class in the light of its historical task. This is the job of people whose special field is the health and disease of the proletariat. Or did I misunderstand you?" Titus told her. "I hear my words coming back at me, but I don't understand you." "I'm sorry I'm so obscure," Myrna told him. "I don't understand these things, since I'm not any kind of expert. Zdenek, help me explain what I mean to Titus." Zdenek plunged into the discussion. "The work you do in the Trade Union Council consists of theoretical reflection and elaboration on the conditions and general results of the movement, is that correct, Zabran?" "I believe those are the words I've heard you use several times at prisoners' club meetings." "Those were my words," Titus admitted. Zdenek continued, "And your work includes reflection and elaboration about such unusual documents as a letter from abroad addressed to the entire former production group of a factory, I take it. For instance, analysis of the historically progressive content of such a document, as well as what we might call its dangerous facets." Titus said, "Yes, of course, but I don't see what this has to do with hospitals." Zdenek asked, laughing. "Frankly, I don't either, but I suspect Yara had a very profound insight by making that comparison, and I'm sure if we reflect on it, if we elaborate it. Are you joking with me, Tobarkan? Titus asked him. On the contrary, Zabran. I don't consider this a subject for jokes, Zdenek said with a sarcasm Titus missed. What's in question is history, the historical project of the proletariat. Zdenek's exposure was interrupted by Mark Glavna's heavy steps on the stairway. The seductive expression returned to Myrna's face as she ran to the living room. She returned with her arm in Mark's and asked him, "Did you succeed, my dear?" Mark told her, "There seems to be some confusion. I've spent the past half hour trying to locate your airline reservation. They claim not to have a reservation in the name of Matthews." "Oh dear, this is simply awful," Myrna said. She pondered, then picked up her leather purse and rummaged through it. "Why, I have the flight number right here, it's 357. This was all done for me by a travel agent before I left, and I really should have studied this material more closely." "Oh, don't tell me. How terribly embarrassing. I've just come across my itinerary sheet. That's not a flight number but the number of a sleeping car. I was to leave by railway tonight. I don't know how to begin to apologize to you." Mark laughed, and most of the rest of us joined him. "We've all made such mistakes. Would you like me to try to postpone your tram reservation?" "I simply don't dare to ask you to do that," Myrna told him. "I'll postpone it myself. Mr. Zabran was just starting to tell us about history's project. I'm sure you'll find it fascinating. I won't miss much since I don't understand such things very well. I'll be as brief as possible. Be sure to help yourself to dessert." Myrna went upstairs and Mark returned to his seat, next to Yara, and did indeed help himself to a generous serving of each dessert. Zdenek said to Mark, "We were discussing certain things Mr. Zabran, I mean Comrade Zabran told me at a club where former political prisoners hold meetings." Mark was surprised. "Zabran attends meetings of that prisoners' club?" "Quite frequently, does that surprise you?" Zdenek asked. Mark said, "No, I suppose not. I remember that he and Comrade Nays had that in common, they both ran after the so-called radical sectors to try to pull them by the tail." Vera protested, "Excuse me, Comrade Glavna. I've never run after." Titus also objected. "Your statement is equally offensive to me, Comrade Glavna. Your social position has destroyed your ability to distinguish a reformist from a revolutionary. What is needed today is not hysterical speeches glorifying directionless strikes, uncoordinated demonstrations, undisciplined workers, speeches glorifying a body which has lost its head. What is needed, Glavna, is something you've lost all contact with, namely historical direction, a self-disciplined working class with a head. The power of such a working class can be dislodged neither by reformist politicians nor by bureaucrats totally cut off from the class and thus from history." Zdenek told Mark, "I was trying to determine Zabran's role in this historical process. Apparently he contributes to it by submitting reports to history, so to speak, reports on the present experience and future course of the historical movement." Mark asked Zdenek, "Are you referring to Zabran's work in the Trade Union Council? Has he really described it to you in such exalted terms? It is of course true that the tasks of the political sections are as important in their way as the tasks of the economic and planning sections, but Zabran doesn't occupy what one might call a key role in the political section. I've never understood why, I've always thought him a perfectly competent person. He's been content to remain at the lowest rung of the political section of the Trade Union Council. You surely exaggerate his importance. His reports are not submitted to history, but to the chief of the political section of one department of the Trade Union Council." Zdenek turned to Titus and asked, "Is that true, Zabran? All that theoretical reflection and elaboration on the proletariat's task does not get submitted to history but to a mere section chief? For instance, when you wrote up your analysis of that Nachalo letter." I felt tears starting to run out of my eyes. I noticed Jasna leaning on the wall by the entranceway from the living room, pale as a sheet and expressionless. Myrna returned from upstairs and sat down next to Mark. The gathering looked funereal. Only Zdenek and Yara seemed to have any life in them. Mark was still eating. All the others stared at their plates. Zdenek continued questioning, or should I say needling Titus. I'm asking you because I'm genuinely interested, Zabran. I was also an employee of the Trade Union Council. But that was 20 years ago, and even at that time I had no insight into the type of work you did there. All I ever did was to transmit instructions from the officials to the workers in the plants to which I was assigned. I never engaged in the reverse process, in analyzing the activity of the workers themselves, in the work of theoretical elaboration. Titus said, it is solely on the basis of such theoretical work that the working class is able to resolve contradictions and steer its historical course. Of course, I understand, Zdenek told him. Without your work the working class is a body without a head. But what interests me is the daily routine, so to speak, what you actually do during your working day. I have a very concrete reason for taking an interest in this. When I was arrested in the trade union building 19 years ago and charged with syndicalism, I asked myself, why syndicalism? A charge of sabotage would have made sense to me. Ever since the coup I had sabotaged every single instruction that had come down to me. It simply wasn't in my blood to give speeches about labor discipline or to communicate threats to workers who took half-hour breaks every hour. But why syndicalism? That doesn't refer to a person's activity, but to his social philosophy. That wasn't anything I had done, but something I had told someone. I searched my mind for the person with whom I had discussed my social philosophy, and the only person I could think of was someone with whom I'd had innumerable conversations, someone with whose social views I had agreed down to details, although there had been minor disagreements here and there. I started to wonder if that person, who had always seemed so friendly and sincere, had actually been reporting our conversations to the police. Titus protested, I've never in my life sent a single report to the police, and I've never considered arrest and imprisonment correct methods for dealing with questions of consciousness. I'm not accusing you of that, Zabran. God forbid. Zdenek exclaimed. Those questions I asked myself immediately after my arrest were all answered the moment I saw that you had also been arrested. I had obviously been wrong. This police system makes everyone suspicious of everyone else. It was obvious you hadn't reported our conversations to the police, since you were arrested a year after the coup. Adrian said to Zdenek, surely you're wrong about that. Zabran was arrested with the rest of us at the time of the revolutionary seizure of power, 20 years ago. Mark interrupted, I beg to differ with you, Pavrishan. I saw Zabran soon after the arrests. You mean you weren't arrested? Adrian asked him. I was arrested with the rest of you at the time of the seizure, Mark answered. Since I had only recently been hired at the carton plant, I had no trouble convincing police officials that I had not established any contacts with the ringleaders. So that was how you got out so fast? Vera shouted. Didn't they know you had been the ringleader's lover? That fact, Comrade Krina, does not seem to have interested them, Mark told her. Zdenek continued, from the time I ran into you in prison 19 years ago until very recently I stopped asking myself who or what had caused my arrest. I told myself I simply couldn't fathom the methods and procedures of the police. But in recent months that old unresolved question returned to my mind, and it kept on returning. Adrian commented, if Zabran was arrested for the same reasons you were and if he wasn't immediately released, you can't accuse him of clearing himself of his charge by implicating you, the way some comrades did to me. Zdenek told him, you're right, comrade. If Zabran was arrested for the same reasons. But you see, he wasn't arrested for the same reasons. He was charged, not with syndicalism, but with cosmopolitanism. I knew this at the time, he told me himself what his charge was. Zabran is a very open person, and it's hard to be suspicious of him. I assumed the police investigators assigned to his case had charged him with cosmopolitanism because they hadn't properly memorized the correct charge. But 2 or 3 months ago, in a conversation with some recently released long-term prisoners, I learned there had been a wave of arrests 19 years ago. Certain people were charged with cosmopolitanism. Do you know what this charge means? Vera snickered. Certain ignoramuses in high places use that word to attack anyone who has ever spent time abroad, even people familiar with a foreign language. That was precisely what the charge meant 19 years ago, Zdenek said. It was a bizarre wave of arrests. It almost swept away every official who had any knowledge of the world, the so-called internationalists' trial. Hundreds of major and minor functionaries who worked in the political sections of every institution were carted off to prison if they had been educated abroad or had fought in foreign revolutions. Then a few weeks ago, while reading the correspondence in which Yarostan has been engaged, I learned that my one-time syndicalist comrade Zabran had played a prominent part in a foreign revolution. Jasna objected, but without conviction. That still doesn't allow you to conclude he had anything to do with your arrest. In a way, we were all arrested for cosmopolitanism both times, since they connected us with an international spy ring. Zdenek said, I haven't drawn any conclusions yet, Jasna. I'm only trying to clarify some questions that keep me from sleeping at night. You had much to do with reawakening my questions, Jasna. Several weeks ago, during a very enjoyable dinner at the vocheks, you told the history of certain letters delivered by a messenger at the time of Magarna, letters which caused several arrests. It was you who figured out the manner in which the letters were related to the arrests. You figured out that one letter had been addressed to someone who was an official at the time of its arrival. So I was to have been that official, Mark surmised. Zdenek told Mark, I didn't know you at the time, Glavna. I also didn't know that my friend Zabran had ever had relations with Sophia Nachalo. Consequently, Jasna's explanation seemed reasonable to me. But a week or two later I learned, quite by accident, that Zabran was not a complete stranger to the nachalos. Yes, that is a bizarre coincidence, Mark said. That was also my first thought, Zdenek continued. However, just before you arrived here, your friend Mrs. Matthews was telling us she didn't believe in coincidences. Mark said reproachfully to Myrna, that seems somewhat far-fetched. Life is full of coincidences. Perhaps it is, comrade, Zdenek cut in, but in this case Mrs. Matthews' point of view was not so far-fetched. During the past few months I've had several conversations with Comrade Zabran and I've learned he's a very committed person. He is totally devoted to the proletariat, and also to children. He has extremely clear ideas about the health of both, and very acute insights into the innumerable diseases that endanger their health. I don't see the significance of your drift, Mark told him impatiently. Don't you? Zdenek asked. If a man with such selfless devotion to the proletariat's health, if a man who had devoted his life to reflection and elaboration in the service of the proletariat and its future course, if such a man had received the type of letter Zabran described for us earlier, do you really think it would be a coincidence if? Titus cut Zdenek short and asked angrily, if he analyzed the political significance of the contents of the letter? Is that what you've been driving at for the past half hour? I must say I'm disappointed with you, Tobarkan. I had taken you for a much clearer thinker. You're muddled to the point of being incoherent. I'm familiar with the conclusion to which your digressive speculations lead. You're not the first to try to make such a point. You're trying to establish an analogy between the work of a proletarian theorist and the work of the police. It's a superficial analogy. It omits the central fact that the political theorist works with historical data and aims at making the proletariat conscious of its real interests, whereas the police are at the opposite end of the spectrum. They work with weapons and aim to arrest, confine, and physically liquidate. I apologize for my incoherence, Zabran, it stems from the fact that I'm not unaware of the difference you point out, Zdenek told him. That's what makes me so curious about your daily activity, your routine. There's a gap in my knowledge which causes the muddle in my consciousness. You see, I'm only familiar with the work of revolutionary theoreticians in pre-revolutionary situations. When I was a union organizer, a quarter of a century ago, most of my friends were revolutionary theorists of one sort or another. Every one of them engaged in work of theoretical reflection and elaboration, analyzed progressive and regressive social forces, defined the future course of the proletarian movement and the dangers along the path. Every one of them was familiar with the viruses and diseases that could infect the proletariat along the way, and each prescribed a different cure. But in those days each revolutionary theorist published his writings in the newspaper of the group to which he belonged, and the publication of the theories seemed to be the ultimate purpose of the reflection and elaboration. However, after the coup, or should I say after the seizure of power by one of the revolutionary groups, the countless sects, newspapers and publishing houses disappeared overnight, as well as the majority of the political theorists who animated them. Some theorists of course remain, but their researches and analyses are no longer distributed by militants at the entrances to factories, and people who are mere workers, as I've been for the past 15 years, no longer see the fruits of all that theoretical reflection. What I'd like to know is, what happens to all this theoretical work once the proletariat seizes power? You tell me this work is still motivated by a commitment to the historical interests of the proletariat, and I have no reason to doubt your motives. But to whom is the work submitted? To the proletariat? To history? According to Comrade Glavny, it is submitted to a section chief. Titus interrupted angrily, you obviously don't expect a revolutionary theorist to. Zdenek's anger was also mounting. My expectations are irrelevant, Zabran. I have no idea whether such a person should print leaflets in a basement, shout from a window or submit critical reports to the appropriate channels. I'm not inclined in any of those directions. What interests me is how such selfless, indeed noble activity, carried out with such irreproachable motives, can possibly have any connection with the destruction of human lives, with the immiseration of the activity of an entire society, with the liquidation of all prospects. At this point you're raving. Titus said to him. Zdenek shouted, you're right, Zabran. Can you at least tell me this? When we worked together in the Trade Union Council, the year during which we engaged in numerous conversations much less one-sided than the present one, I take it that you analyzed the political significance of my syndicalism. And I take it that you wrote your analysis down, isn't that so, Zabran? Zdenek received no answer. He turned to Mark. Perhaps you can tell me, Glavny. What would a political analyst have written about syndicalism during the year after the coup? Mark seemed embarrassed by the question. In its day, syndicalism was a very progressive historical. I mean after the coup, 19 or 20 years ago, not in its day. Zdenek insisted. Mark answered, there were still innumerable progressive elements. Zdenek turned angrily to Titus and asked, and there were also innumerable pitfalls, isn't that so, Zabran? Gaps in consciousness, incorrect approaches, and in the final analysis gross errors which represented a great threat to. But that's common knowledge, Tobarkan, Titus admitted. Who can deny that? You personally admitted. I no longer agree with the position, but that's beside the point, Zabran, Zdenek told him. Don't misunderstand me. I'm not trying to suggest you urged the police to arrest me because of my incoherence and muddle, because of the errors in my position. You need not repeat that you disown police methods as a way of dealing with problems of consciousness. Has it never occurred to you, Zabran, that men who have seized power over the entire apparatus of a modern state, who have total control not only over the entire network of communication and education, but also over an immense army and police, has it never occurred to you that such men have extremely powerful instruments for dealing with incoherent approaches and errors of consciousness? That's a mistake. Titus insisted. I've spent 20 years pointing out that physical coercion is no way to deal with false consciousness. I know that. I'm not accusing you of holding a different position. I am told that the inventor of nuclear fission, or whatever it's called, was a very peaceful man and campaigned against war. Did he or did he not give birth to that destructive weapon? Your reflections, Zabran, who uses them, how? For what purpose? Titus seemed exasperated by the argument. That's a typically utopian position. Humanity can only solve those problems for which the social and material means already exist. The social means for the peaceful application of scientific discoveries are not yet sufficiently developed. Zdenek shouted, the social means for making proletarians conscious of what you call their historical interests also don't exist, do they, Zabran? Your elaborations and reflections cannot be submitted to ideal carriers of the proletarian project, any more than nuclear fission can be submitted to human beings who will not make weapons out of it. I'm not a utopian. Titus shouted. Exactly what I'm driving at. Zdenek shouted, banging on the table and red with anger. Your reflections and elaborations are submitted to the actual carriers of the proletarian project, those who currently define themselves as the agents of history. Your analyses can only be translated into practice by history's real agents, not by its ideal agents. You're not a utopian. When you analyze the incorrect and therefore dangerous positions of a Zdenek Tobarkan or a Yarostan vochek, do you submit your analyses to history, to the proletariat? When you define me as ill, Zabran, which doctors do you take me to? Ideal doctors with a perfect understanding of human life and human freedom? Or the actual doctors coughed up by humanity's historical development? Zdenek was sweating. Both Jasna and Yara extended their hands toward him to try to calm him, but he pushed their hands away and continued shouting. Answer me, Zabran. What does it mean when you say you don't believe in arrest and imprisonment as methods for dealing with questions of consciousness? No other methods exist, Zabran, and you're not a utopian. You're not an idle bourgeois dilettante but a participant in the historical process. When you write that the position of a Sedlak or a vochek represents a potential danger to historical development, surely you're not surprised if Sedlak or vochek are arrested? Why are you suddenly so silent, Zabran? Don't you know the only real, the only concrete, the only historically available agents of your historical project are the military and the police armed with rifles, machine guns, and tanks? Zdenek, flushed with anger, sweat dripping from his hair and his face, looked like he was about to have an attack. Myrna, forgetting all about Mark, ran to help Jasna and Yara raise Zdenek out of his chair and accompany him to the kitchen. I was too hypnotized to move, as were the others who remained at the table with me, all of them in one way or another servants of the same apparatus Titus served. Adrian quickly let it be known that he was stunned for quite different reasons from mine. He let out a whistle and exclaimed, "That man is a raving lunatic. And you're a stunted chimpanzee." Irina told Adrian, rising from the chair between me and Adrian and taking Zdenek's seat directly across from me. Mark stared at Titus, wiped his forehead and said, "I would never have believed it." "What do you believe, Glavna?" Titus asked him angrily. "Adrian is right, that man is obviously a lunatic." "Obviously. And you're a model of sanity," Mark said sarcastically. I was irked by the thought that Comrade Mark Glavna did not have the most perfect vantage point from which to express himself so self-righteously. "Which apparatus do you serve, Glavna?" I asked him. "My work happens to be in the domain of political economy and planning," he told me. "Aren't human beings obstacles to the realization of your plans?" I asked him. "Aren't your plans the practical translation of the proletariat's historical project for which living individuals have to be sacrificed?" Mark dismissed my questions with a shake of his hand, as if he were swatting a fly away from his face, and turned back to Titus. "It was thanks to you that I was rehired in the carton plant after my release. Zabran. I haven't forgotten that. but it suddenly occurs to me that I wouldn't have needed your intercession to regain my former job if I hadn't lost that job to start with. Titus, with a contempt equaling Marx, the contempt of a proletarian revolutionary toward the class of bosses, said, "That's very funny indeed, Glavna." Mark told him, "Yes it is, Zabran, extremely funny. The entire conversation I had with you at that time was extremely funny. You didn't only help me get my job back. You also helped me resolve several, shall we call them philosophical, questions. On that occasion I didn't only ask for your help in getting me reinstated in the carton plant. I also asked your opinion about a newspaper clipping that had been shown to me by prison officials shortly before my release, a clipping about a woman I had loved, a woman who had been known for her solidarity with her comrades. This clipping showed that she was not in jail, like the comrades who had stood by her, but had emigrated with a man who was supposedly a spy." Adrian shouted, "I saw that clipping too. I tried to bring it up earlier. The man's name was Alberts. He was the head of the international Alberts espionage ring, and the clipping proved that Claude Tamnik had been right about Louisa Nachalo. She was the accomplice of an international spy." Mark disregarded Adrian with the same annoyed motion with which he had disregarded me, and continued addressing himself to Titus. "I asked you if you had known this Alberts." Adrian interrupted again. "I'm telling you that Alberts' person was a convicted spy." I had an unobstructed view of Adrian. Since Irina's chair was unoccupied, he really did look like a stunted chimpanzee to me. I reached for his arm angrily and shouted, "Damn you, Povroshin, when was he convicted? By what court?" Adrian, nonplussed, told me, he was a foreigner, like Louisa, and Zabran told us at the time he was a reactionary, therefore a foreign spy. Mark disregarded Adrian's comments. He told Titus, "In answer to my question, you told me Alberts had been in the process of developing reactionary, perhaps you even said dangerous, views. I concluded that the police might have been right about Alberts." The others started returning to the table. Mark continued, "But I refuse to believe that Louisa had underhandedly been engaged in espionage while pretending to be our comrade. I refuse to believe she had caused our arrest by implicating us in the activity of this Alberts." Since Zdenek's former seat was occupied by Irina, Zdenek sat at the foot of the table, directly across from Titus. Jasna took Irina's place next to me. As soon as she sat down she grabbed my arm and asked me in a whisper, "Surely he's not also the one who started the rumor about Louisa's being a spy? How could he? They were lifelong friends." "No, Jasna," I whispered to her. But by describing Alberts as a reactionary, he apparently confirmed that rumor in the minds of certain people. Vera heard me and told Jasna, namely in the minds of idiots, like Adrian and I. When Adrian and Claude told me Louisa was involved in a spy ring, I couldn't believe it either, so I asked the most authoritative person in the plant, Titus Zabran. He told me exactly what he told Glavna, namely that Alberts was a man with dangerous views. I obviously concluded the rumor was true. Jasna said to Vera, "You wanted to believe it. You dreamed of replacing Louisa as the center of attention, as a popular heroine, as the spearhead of the carton plant strike, especially in the eyes of little Sabina. So you're in on that too, Jasna?" Vera exclaimed. "I'll be damned. The way everyone here is carrying on, you'd think I was a sexual maniac who'd spent her life forcing little girls and secretaries into orgies. The fact is that I never touched a hair on Sabina's head or Irina's. No proof exists for all your accusations. What do you hope to accomplish? What do you suppose would happen if a demoted bureaucrat and his clique started throwing outrageous accusations at one of the leading comrades?" Irina retorted, "We all know perfectly well what would happen, Vera. We would all be arrested in the middle of the night, given interminable prison terms, and most of us would never come out to say another word about the leading comrade Vera Krina." Vera turned red with frustration and stared at her plate. Mark, raising his voice for the first time, told Vera, Your sexual adventures don't interest me in the least, Comrade Krina, so please don't wave any threats at me. In my opinion, you and your consort Povrishin deserve each other. May I return to the topic I was trying to raise? He turned to Myrna and told her, forgive my anger, dear. I have an urgent meeting 2 hours from now, one which I cannot possibly call off, and it seems to me this is precisely the question you wanted to resolve, if I understood you correctly. Myrna nodded. Yes, this was precisely the question. Mark turned back to Titus. Your description of that Albert's person was extremely disturbing to me. In many ways the course my life took was affected by that brief conversation with you. I had known you and Louisa had been close friends once. Shortly before our arrest, a rumor was circulated, by comrades Povrishin and Nays among others, to the effect that Louisa was the accomplice of a spy. Then I was arrested and charged by the police with maintaining contacts with a circle of spies, among whom Louisa was the ringleader's accomplice. As proof of Louisa's guilt, I was shown a clipping which Povrishin apparently also saw. This clipping proved nothing about Louisa's espionage, but if it was authentic it did show that Louisa had emigrated with the so-called ringleader. I asked you what significance you attached to the clipping, expecting you to defend your comrade from the insinuations. But instead of proclaiming Louisa's innocence, you told me about the dangerous views of this Albert's person. When I met Mrs. Matthews, Louisa's closest companion for the past 20 years, she assured me Louisa had never had any connections with a spy ring, and I have every reason in the world to believe her. But I still find your position on this matter extremely unclear. Did you consider Louisa dangerous as well? Can you remember well enough to tell me that? Titus commented, apparently Verakrina is not the only person who seems to be on trial here. Mark protested, excuse me, Zabran. I'm not a judge. I'm asking you about a person who was, and still is, very dear to me. Titus said angrily, be that as it may, Glavne, the rumor about Louisa or Albert's being spies could not have originated with me. I had known both of them for over 10 years, and I knew for a fact that neither of them had ever been involved in a hostile spy ring. During the war, Alberts had done certain scientific work for the resistance, and it was especially insidious to accuse him of international espionage, as if he had done this work for the enemy. I forcefully protested the hypocrisy and injustice of this charge. Alberts was an idealist, a utopian, but he was not a spy. Before the war he had taken part in a revolutionary uprising. He had expected workers to establish the perfect society overnight, without analyzing the nature of their organization, the international balance of forces, or even the material conditions in which the society was to be established. Such utopianism inevitably turns to despair as soon as it comes into contact with reality, and this is precisely what happened to Alberts. He cursed the workers for having failed to carry out what history itself kept them from carrying out. He didn't only curse the workers, he gradually turned against the proletarian project itself. I analyzed this progression from utopianism to... You what, Zabran? Mark asked. I analyzed it? Titus repeated. I tried to determine its origins. And I think I located the source of the utopianism, at least the version carried by Alberts and to a smaller extent by Louisa as well as those she influenced. I sensed that Jasna had started to tremble. She raised herself up and whispered to me, I can't take any more of this, Yarostan. She ran upstairs, probably to her bedroom. Titus asked me, Jasna looked ill, is there anything I can? No, Titus. I told him. I think she'd rather be alone. Mark told Titus, please go on, Zabran. This is exactly what Mrs. Matthews wanted to learn. You say you analyzed the source of Louisa's and her friend's utopianism. Titus finally heard the irony in Mark's tone, probably for the first time, and he hesitated, then he decided to continue. Louisa's companion at the time of the earlier rising, a very dynamic man by the name of Nachalo, exerted an enormous influence on Alberts, and obviously on Louisa as well. I didn't actually know the man, but I was surrounded by his friends and consequently even I was infected by some of his attitudes, and I remained infected for many years after his death. This was the problem, you see. The man's attitudes were as infectious as the man himself. I don't want to go into the specific content of those positions, but let me just say they were utopian to the highest degree. I traced Albert's utopianism, his subsequent despair as well as the reactionary conclusions which he finally drew, to this single source, this man Nachalo. Alberts was a scientist by profession, and neither his temperament nor his specific discipline would have led him to those positions. It was only his contact with Nachalo that derailed him from what we might consider his natural course. As I said, I had no direct contact with the man himself, but at the carton plant we all experienced the infectious character of his positions. Everyone in the carton plant was affected to a greater or lesser extent. You were hired very late, and consequently you didn't experience this process long enough to draw the conclusions I was able to draw. Originally I thought that Louisa, in the absence of Nachalo and in the face of new demands and a new concrete situation, would gradually shed the utopian elements and begin to grapple with realities. I was mistaken. Louisa not only continued to carry Nachalo's attitudes, she infected almost everyone in the plant with them. The only two workers who remained completely immune to this influence were Tamnik and Povrishan. At the opposite extreme, Sedlak became something of a reincarnation of Nachalo inside the carton plant. Louisa communicated more of the dead man's attitudes to Sedlak than she herself accepted in her own practice. The coherence, the political health of the entire production group was endangered. Mark got up abruptly. "I think you've told us quite enough, Zabran, and I really must be going now. But you've created an altogether new puzzle for me. If Alberts and Louisa represented everything you say they did." Myrna stopped him. "Oh my, you don't actually believe Louisa was?" "My dear," Mark said to her, "it is fortunately not my business to translate the work of political theoreticians into policies which can be socially implemented. My work is exclusively in the economic domain. I believe Zabran's analysis has a certain amount of plausibility, and I shudder when I think of the ways in which such an analysis must have been treated in the offices of administrators with more practical concerns than Zabran's." He turned to Titus again. "That's why I'm puzzled, Zabran. If those two people represented what you say, why did our police release them in such a hurry? Why weren't they shot?" "Shot?" Myrna exclaimed with mock naivete. "They couldn't have been shot, could they? Louisa told me the police were extremely courteous on the day they were released. After all, George Alberts was at that time an important name in international scientific circles." "Ah yes, I had forgotten," Mark said. "He was the wartime physicist. The liquidation of such a personage would have done great harm to our international prestige, precisely at that critical moment. And if I understand you correctly, Zabran, you insisted on the fact that neither Alberts nor Louisa were dangerous as individuals, but merely as carriers of a dangerous and extremely infectious virus, and consequently their forced emigration removed the carriers from our midst as effectively as other forms of liquidation. But those among us who had caught the virus to a greater or lesser degree, as you told us, and as I'm sure you scrupulously made clear to the responsible leaders at the time, could not be forced to emigrate. We were placed in confinement of varying durations, depending on the extent of the infection and the speed of the cure." Titus protested. "I've repeatedly told you I don't consider physical confinement an adequate response." "That's perfectly clear to me, Zabran," Mark told him. "Your personal approach to these problems is extremely pacifistic. It is now also clear to me why you have never risen above the lowest rung of the political section of your department, namely why you haven't been promoted to higher levels, where practical implementation is a more direct concern. Such a pacifistic approach has not been the most, shall we say expedient, approach to the political problems we have faced. But I must admit I'm surprised. Your squeamishness about methods combines rather badly with the brutal realism of your overall approach. Would you say this is an element of nachalo's influence that remains with you to this day, a trace of utopianism in the domain of methods? But I really must be going now. Oh, must you go? Myrna asked him. You clarified so many things for me. I admit I'm glad you forced me to stay, he told her. Many things have been clarified for me as well. You see, I was profoundly hurt when I learned Louisa had emigrated with someone considered a foreign spy. I had been close, very close to Louisa. I obviously couldn't make myself believe she had been engaged in espionage, nor that she had implicated the rest of us in that activity. But until today I could explain neither the reason for our sudden arrest nor the reason for Louisa's mysterious emigration. My inability to explain those events had a marked effect on my personality. After my visit to Zabran I made decisions which have affected my life since then. I swore myself to celibacy and devoted myself single-mindedly to my career. His comments conflicted with what I had known about him, and I asked him, are you claiming you would never have been a careerist if the police hadn't accused Louisa of being a spy? He disregarded my question with the same swatting gesture, and he told Myrna, I have not experienced the desire for a woman's affection from that day until you walked into my office. I hope I'm not embarrassing you, my dear. Furthermore, until today I had never called off a meeting except in instances when it overlapped with a more important meeting. I attribute all this to you, dear. You brought me news of Louisa, you brought me the assurance that Louisa had never been a spy, and above all you brought me yourself. During this confession, Mark had been leading Myrna through the hallway toward the living room, his large arm around her waist. After a few seconds, I heard Myrna shout, how awful. I just remembered that I wasn't able to get through to the train station to change my reservation, and my train leaves in an hour. They both rushed back into the dining room. Myrna ran to get the purse by her seat, while Mark paced back and forth, obviously annoyed. That really is a distressing oversight, he said. I forgot to. Isn't there some kind of time limit beyond which reservations cannot be changed? Myrna said, yes, and I'm afraid I missed that limit. That's extremely unfortunate, Mark told her, still pacing. I had very much wanted to have another rendezvous with you. I had wanted the same thing with you, Mark, she told him. Mark looked at his watch and told her, I'm sure something could still be done, but I simply don't have the time to try to explore the possibilities still available to us. I wouldn't dream of asking you to spend your valuable time that way at this hour, Myrna told him. One of the things I had wanted to tell you was that there is a great likelihood I will be traveling overseas in the very near future, he told her, and I very much wanted to have your home address, just in case. What a wonderful solution to our present dilemma. Myrna shouted. And what an exciting prospect. I'll be so happy to see you again. And your husband? Mark asked. We've been separated for several years, she told him, didn't I tell you? Please do give me your address, he begged. How exciting. Myrna started fishing through her purse. Isn't this silly? I'm so excited I can't even remember my own address. Mark looked at his watch again and said impatiently, please do hurry, my dear. Myrna shouted, here it is. She took out a piece of paper, wrote on it and handed it to him, then she took his hand in hers and told him, very seductively, you'll be more than welcome. And Louisa? She'll simply go wild when I tell her. They walked to the living room, arm in arm. Yara, Zdenek, Irina, and I crowded into the hallway to watch the parting. Mark kissed Myrna's hand and told her, I don't know how to thank you. Please do communicate to Louisa how deeply I regret the thoughts I left unresolved during the past 20 years. In my heart I've never felt anything but admiration for her, an admiration the like of which I've since felt toward no one but you. While Mark still held Myrna's hand near his lips, Adrian went bolting out of the dining room straight toward Mark, his right hand extended. Comrade Glavna, I can't let you leave before trying to explain myself. I owe you an apology. Mark dropped Myrna's hand, turned his back to Adrian and started to walk toward the black limousine which was still waiting for him. Adrian ran out of the house after him and shouted, "You've got to see my point of view, Comrade Glavna. When they threw that spy charge at me for the second time, and when I found out you had been released, and then remembering how close you had been to Louisa, I assumed." Mark slammed the door of the limousine and looked only at Myrna, who stood in the doorway. Adrian continued shouting, "In any case I wasn't the one who started that rumor about her." Then he walked past Myrna back to the living room and exclaimed, "Damn." Zdenek asked him, "What's the matter, Povrishin? Afraid Glavna might get reinstated?" Adrian repeated, "Damn," and dropped onto a sofa, red with frustration and perspiring. Myrna stood in the doorway waving at the limousine as it drove off. As soon as Myrna closed the door, Yara ran to her, embraced her and shouted, "You were perfect, absolutely perfect, in every way." Zdenek and Irina both grinned as they, too, congratulated her. Myrna looked quizzically at me. I smiled and told her, his career still came first even above the prospect of a tete-a-tete with Mrs. Matthews. "But you were never so seductive with me." "Of course not," she told me. "You never asked me to have a tete-a-tete with you, whatever that is." She ran to me and kissed me passionately on my lips. Then she looked around, asked, "But why isn't the bride back?" and ran upstairs. Yara started to return to the dining room, but Irina stopped her and told her, "They're having it out with each other. Leave them." Vera was shouting at Titus in the dining room. "So you saw right through me, did you, Comrade Zabran? You knew all about me from the very beginning. And with whom did you share this knowledge of yours? Why did you spread it? What do you expect to get out of it?" Titus told her indignantly, "I happen not to be a gossip monger, Comrade Krina. I suppose you only wanted your precious Adrian to recognize he was in the grip of a monster," she shouted. "And what then? Do you really believe that after experiencing the upper echelons of the bureaucracy he'd ever again return to a factory job? You're deluded beyond imagination. Adrian is permanently spoiled. He'll never again be one of your beloved proletarians, he'll never again be one of your followers. Unscrupulous, shameless hypocrite." Titus shouted, genuinely angry for the first time. "Under the guise of devotion to the proletarian cause, you've done nothing but surround yourself with instruments for the satisfaction of your depraved personal desires." "You have the nerve to say that to me," she retorted. "You, Titus Zabran, dare to throw that in my face? You who've spent your life maiming and killing your beloved proletarians, who destroyed what you could never totally possess, you have the nerve to throw depravity in my face. I've come no closer to satisfying what you call my depraved desires than you, Comrade Zabran, but I never went to such lengths trying." There was a long silence. Suddenly Vera was shouting through sobs, apparently on the verge of hysteria. "How can you just sit there, so cold, so impassive? Don't you know what you've done?" She sobbed, and then continued, "I worshipped my proletarians as much as you ever did yours, but I never did mine any harm, not the slightest, ever. But you. When you lost your hold over yours, you had them maimed, tortured, confined, killed. And you talk to me about depravity." There was silence again, only her hysterical sobbing could be heard. Suddenly Titus appeared in the living room entrance. He walked toward the couch where I was and sat down. "Surely you're still sober and unhysterical enough to understand, Yarostan." "I'm fairly sober and unhysterical, but I don't understand," I told him. He went on, "Mass arrest of the entire group was an idiotic response to the actual danger the group represented, but uncritical acceptance of the group's unbridled and growing individualism would have been an equally idiotic response. The potentially explosive and infectious character of such uncontrolled individualism in the midst of a revolutionary situation had to be carefully assessed, not with the saber-rattling hysteria of a Tamnik, but with the historically tried and tested methods of proletarian analysis. When the most combative elements of the class began to reject, not only the misleaders who headed their pseudo-organizations, but also the real leaders of the proletariat's own organization, the consciousness of the entire class was put into jeopardy. Surely you understand this. The working class has always considered its organization as its most precious instrument. Opposition to its organization has always been the expression of confusion in the class, created by petty bourgeois influences. I moved as far to the other end of the couch as possible. I addressed him as Zabran and remembered how amazed I had been when Yara had started calling him Mr. Zabran. I said to him, during the war, Zabran, when I was caught sleeping in the carton plant, you kept the foreman from having me arrested. You introduced me to your comrades in the resistance organization. Later you introduced me to Luisa Nachalo. I've always been grateful for what you did for me. But and excuse me for putting it this way, I'm suddenly curious about your motives. What was I to you? Or to put it differently, what potential did I seem to represent for the working class struggle? While I was talking, Adrian was tiptoeing toward the hallway to the dining room. I heard him ask Vera. Do you realize we go on the radio exactly 90 minutes from now? In a muffled voice, Vera said, I forgot all about it. You'll have to go on by yourself. I feel awful. By myself? Adrian gasped. I've never given a talk by myself. The talk I prepared lasts all of 5 minutes. Well, have Irina type you more. Vera shouted. I can't go on. Don't you understand that? Adrian returned to the living room and walked toward Irina. He told her sheepishly, Vera can't go on. Irina told him, write your own speech, Adrian. I'm quitting. Adrian was on the verge of tears. Irina, please. Go to hell. Irina shouted. Adrian told her, don't forget the comrades at the radio station extended our time to half an hour because you had insisted 15 minutes wasn't long enough for our program. Irina hesitated for a second. Then she walked toward me, extended her hand and looked into my eyes. I'm sure we'll see each other again. She crossed the room toward Yara, took her hand and said, please do let me know when you'll go on another one of your excursions. I'd like to go upstairs to say goodbye to Myrna. I'm sure you'll see her again too, Yara told her. We both love you for coming. When will I meet your friend Julia? Irina asked. I'll bring her to your office tomorrow morning, Yara told her. I'm afraid you won't like all the games Julia and I play. Irina said, I'm sure I'll love any games you play, Yara. Irina kissed Stenek's bearded cheek, and Yara accompanied her to the door. Yara told her, thanks for everything. Sisters. Sisters, Yara. Forever. They embraced in the doorway. I couldn't take my eyes off them, identical hair, identical clothes, almost the same height. Finally Adrian pulled Irina away from Yara and walked out with her. My eyes wandered back to Titus, who was staring at me from the other end of the sofa. I tried to return to the question I had asked him earlier. I take it that I was more to you than simply a hoodlum, a homeless wretch for whom you merely felt pity. I represented something to you, didn't I? I was one grain of that vast mass which could potentially raise the world to its shoulders, but which was asleep, blind and ignorant. You provided the necessary coherence, self-discipline, and organization. I was expected to do the rest on my own. But before I clarified my question, Myrna came down the stairway pulling Jasna by the hand. Myrna sat down on the floor by my feet, placed her arm across my knees, and stretched her exposed stockinged feet toward Titus, as if to provoke him. Jasna sat down right next to me, or rather directly in front of me since I was facing sideways to talk to Titus. Jasna took both my hands and pulled them around her waist. This seemed to be her way of proclaiming that her marriage was off. Feeling an urge to convey the same message to him, I pulled Jasna closer toward me, buried my face in her hair and kissed her ear while I stared directly at Titus. Yaro left the door and went to sit on Zdenek's lap. Titus was completely alone, and for a second I felt sorry for him. He turned his face away from me and stared down at his own shoes. Myrna said, "I'm sorry we interrupted. Please do go on." I wasn't able to go on. There was a long silence. Then Yara said to Titus, "Yarostan was asking you why you took him into your organization. What did you expect from him?" Titus, still looking down, said, "I've expressed my willingness to answer any question you ask, Yarostan, provided I can understand it." I apologized. I was having a hard time concentrating on the question I wanted to ask him. I tried again. "What you've just told about Louisa, I suppose you thought all those things about her at the time?" Titus nodded. "Yet you introduced me to her. You didn't only introduce me. You apparently wanted me to be, how shall I say it, something like her political pupil." Titus nodded again. I was irritated. "I don't understand the significance of your nod." "I don't understand your question," he told me. I shouted. "You took your patient to the wrong type of doctor, didn't you?" He looked up from his shoes with a bewildered expression. I could see that he genuinely hadn't understood. I started again. "A hoodlum, a lumpen proletarian, was found sleeping in the carton plant." Titus stared down at his shoes again. I continued, "He wasn't simply a hoodlum, but one familiar with the city's hiding places, with the sewers and empty buildings, the alleys and underground passages. He was potentially useful to the resistance organization, particularly at a time when an armed rising was about to begin. You took him under your wing. The first goal was to win the war, the rest would come later. But the war ended, and you still kept this lumpen under your wing, although he was no longer useful to you. His knowledge of sewers had become irrelevant. What was needed then was a proletarian cadre, and this lumpen was ignorant, undisciplined, and anti-intellectual. What you called a merely instinctive rebel had to be transformed into a class-conscious revolutionary, if possible one with a smattering of proletarian theory. But why did you choose Louisa for this task? How could she have carried that transformation through?" Titus said, "I still fail to understand your question, unless you want the simplistic and obvious answer that Louisa was an experienced working-class organizer whereas I was merely a theorist. Are you being purposely dense?" I asked him, exasperated. "You apparently expected Louisa to shape me into a self-disciplined, realistic cadre, to channel my instinctive rebellion and utopian hopes into scientific understanding of the laws of social development and rigid consciousness of the proletariat's historical task. But you've just told us Louisa was incapable of carrying out such an assignment." Titus looked towards Zdenek with hostility and said, "I think I see what you're driving at. You're back to the fact that whatever our intentions are, we're limited to historically available instruments, and Louisa was the only historically available proletarian organizer in that plant. There were no ideal organizers." "Yes, Yarostan, unfortunately we don't choose the circumstances in which we have to confront our tasks. Yes, I took you under my wing, if you want to put it that way. You were something of a natural leader, and in fact you were the catalyst who set off the politicization of the others. It was you the others looked to. Louisa couldn't play that role at the start because of her unfamiliarity with the local conditions and the distance created by her lack of local experiences. But something went wrong, didn't it?" I asked. "Louisa started, how did you put it? Infecting us with attitudes that threatened to spoil everything." "Louisa didn't start by infecting you," he protested. "She went a long way toward transforming you into a class-conscious revolutionary. I must have expressed myself simplistically earlier. The attitudes Louisa as well as Albert's daughter inherited from Nachalo were typical of the most militant sectors of the working class. They reflected the class's implacable hatred for capital, its will to struggle against the capitalist order, its repudiation of all class collaboration. This is necessary, indeed indispensable, for the proletariat's struggle. It is necessary, but not sufficient. Above all else the proletariat needs theory, namely proletarian consciousness, as well as organization. But consciousness cannot simply be placed into someone's head. It grows out of the situation itself, out of daily confrontation with the contradiction between the productive forces and the production relations. I see, I told him. So my job was supposed to inculcate the self-discipline. The final result was to be a cotter with Nachalo's implacable hatred and with something like your theory. Precisely, he said. And Louisa was perfectly suited to guide you through such a development. If other factors hadn't intervened, nothing in the world would have made you turn against proletarian theory and ultimately against the proletariat's very organization. Now you're coming to what I want to know, I told him. What were those other factors? In essence they can all be reduced to Nachalo's influence, he said. But this influence was not communicated as directly as you claim I made it seem. Nachalo combined implacable hatred for capitalism with implacable hatred for the proletariat's own organization and theory. Just like my brother, Myrna observed. And like you, Myrna. Titus told her. It was precisely through Jan that the Nachalo influence was communicated to the rest of the production crew. It was no wonder to me that he and Albert's daughter took to each other. Ultimately, of course, Louisa was the carrier of that influence, but what remained merely dormant in Louisa flared up in Jan. I wasn't aware that two processes were taking place simultaneously. At Louisa's house you became increasingly conscious of the tasks confronting the class and of the local material and social conditions in which our group found itself. However, at the plant Jan said lack absorbed, not lessons drawn from the production process, but the lessons he drew from Louisa's mannerisms and unintentional comments. This happened in spite of the fact that Louisa never considered him a comrade. Sedlak's spontaneism, his instinctive rebellion could have been channeled and controlled, it could have played a useful role in the workers' movement, if the rest of the group, and particularly you, had remained conscious of the historical tasks. But gradually you were swayed. Just what did this influence consist of? I asked him. Immaturity of consciousness, insufficient grasp of the needs of the class struggle, lack of any coherent approach to organization and political activity, he answered. In Nachalo and Sedlak we saw a total incomprehension of the three fundamental tasks of the revolutionary struggle of the proletariat: class consciousness, proletarian theory, and organization. This was extremely grave. All the combined forces of capital do not represent as great a danger to the proletariat as the incoherent and uncontrolled forces within the proletariat itself. I've devoted my whole life to the task of reflection and elaboration of the proletariat's historical project, the task of defining and isolating uncontrolled and dangerous forces within the proletariat's own ranks. What you don't understand is that Nachalo and his likes appear to be the most militant workers during times when no organized struggle is taking place. But during times of struggle they become obstacles and fetters to the proletariat. What was needed in the carton plant was a coherent structure to maintain and develop political clarity. Terrorist petty bourgeois elements fighting only to gratify their own personal desires had no place in such a struggle. The entire aim of revolutionary theory can be reduced to this: to define, isolate, and make possible the neutralization of such elements before they contaminate the entire class. This neutralization, Zabran, how was it carried out? I asked him. By means of theory, by persuasion, by organizers like Louisa, by theorists like yourself? You've told me that in the earlier struggle you were a soldier in a so-called popular army. Tanks and rifles were the instruments with which you isolated and neutralized. That military organization was established within the framework of an incorrect perspective, as I've told you before, he said angrily. The class must necessarily make use of violence, but this cannot be done by a minority separate from the general movement of the class. Terrorism, by individuals or separate groups like armies or police, is absolutely foreign to the methods of the class and constitutes a method which expresses the despair of the petty bourgeoisie. Damn it, I don't understand. I shouted. Do you actually conceive of the proletariat as a single body that turns all at once against its class enemy and deals a single blow, as if it didn't consist of individuals, of different groups? Just so, he said. And it is precisely this unity of purpose and unity of action that are sabotaged by individualists like Nachalo and Sedlak. Individualism is a disease. The entire tactics and strategy of the struggle reside in diagnosing this disease and isolating its carriers from the rest of the class, not by military methods but by the methods of science. Once the carriers are isolated, their own followers tend to absorb the historical lesson and weld themselves to the iron fist which clears away the fetters that obstruct the historical movement. I'm starting to understand, I said, feeling nauseated. The point is not for an army, a minority, to carry your theory into history. The point is for Nachalo's own comrades to carry your theory, and if possible Nachalo himself. The point is to turn Nachalo's own comrades into partisans of a struggle he had repudiated from the marrow of his bones. So that's what you expected in the carton plant? Once Luisa and Sabina were no longer able to infect us with the individualistic virus, the rest of us were to turn to the correct tasks on our own, under no other pressure than that of the level of development of the productive forces. Yes, Yarostan, that's precisely the point, he said. The point is not the physical liquidation of spontaneity or combativeness or instinctive rebellion. When this is done the proletariat is left disarmed. This is when tanks and rifles substitute themselves for the proletarian fist, because it is the force behind the fist that is thus liquidated. The goal is to transform not only you, but even a Jan Sedlak and a Nachalo into coherent expressions of class power, and this cannot be accomplished by means of guns aimed at their heads. The proletariat's historical task is not that simple. It is the disease that has to be liquidated, not the proletariat. Surgery cannot be carried out by means of explosives. Not even in historical periods when explosives are the instruments most readily available to the surgeons. Theory has developed other methods, and these other methods cannot be considered utopian because proletarian theory is not an abstraction, it is an excrescence of the class. A Sedlak must be made capable of turning his energy toward the appropriation of the productive forces when the historical opportunity for such an act presents itself, instead of shouting like a reactionary Luddite, "Let's take the machinery into the street." A Nachalo must be made to distinguish his personal enemies from enemies of the class, and not left in a condition in which he greets the proletariat's own organization by shouting "Down with the red butchers." Jasna and Myrna were as startled as I was. The three of us jumped up, Yara and Zdenek joined us. We formed a hostile circle surrounding Titus. I asked him, "Could you repeat that?" "What did you say?" Nachalo shouted. He seemed disoriented and hesitated before answering. "I've already told you I never met Nachalo. I believe it was Alberts who told me Nachalo had said something of that nature." "Where was Nachalo when he said this?" I asked. "I believe he was at the front," Titus said hesitantly. "But as I told you, I've tried to forget my involvement with that military organization and I don't remember any of it clearly." I shouted, "It was the only time in your life when you were personally in a position to implement your theory, to apply the cure called for by your diagnosis." "But that army was not an appropriate method," he protested. "You're contradicting yourself," I exclaimed. "You just said," Nachalo shouted, "about red butchers in the face of the proletariat's own organization. This means you did regard that army as the proletariat's own organization, as the only historically available instrument." He protested, "I couldn't have expressed myself." "On the contrary, you expressed yourself very clearly," I told him. "History's instrument was a firing squad." Titus stared at me with a bewildered expression and said nothing. I tried to remember the exact words of Sabina's account. In the real revolution, the people will turn against the red butchers first. Titus' face turned into a grimace of horror. His whole body started trembling. He looked at me wildly, as if he were looking at a ghost, the ghost of Nachalo, whom he had never met. In a barely audible voice he said, "That's impossible." Jasna, trying very hard to control her tears, walked to the front door and opened it slowly. "Titus, get out of this house." Titus rose slowly. He didn't take his eyes off me. Every part of his body trembled as he walked out the door. Jasna closed the door behind him and fell into Myrna's arms, abandoning all her self-control, trembling as Titus had on his way out. Zdenek asked Myrna, "Why did you make Jasna come down to face the gory end? You might have spared her." Myrna told him, "I asked her how she'd feel now if she had married him when she first met him. Then she didn't want to be spared." Jasna wept convulsively. "You tried to tell me, but I didn't want to believe you. I defended him to the very end. I know I would have stood by him when he had your Vesna taken away. Why are you so good to me, Myrna?" "It was he who was good, Jasna, and you had every reason in the world to defend him," Myrna told her. "He was good the way Vesna was good, the way my mother was good. He did everything for the noblest motives, for his plastic Jesus, the proletariat. Who could have thought that such a good man was an assassin? He helped Jan and Yarostan find jobs after their release from prison. He also helped you, Jasna. He helped my father get a pension after he was fired from his job. He visited Yarostan in prison and helped me get a pass. Why are you repeating all that again?" Jasna asked. "None of us would have needed his help if he himself hadn't been responsible." "I'm reminding you why you defended him," Myrna told her. "Even I couldn't believe it all until today, until he threw up all those gruesome details." Jasna asked, "How in the world did you see what Yarostan and I could never have imagined?" I had wanted to ask Myrna the same question, but just then Vera walked in from the dining room. She had been crying and looked as pale as Titus had looked when he'd left. The elegant, proud woman I had seen at the beginning of the celebration now looked old. The dark rings around her eyes made her face look like a skull with a wig and paint. Vera walked toward Yara, fell to her knees, embraced Yara's legs and placed her head in Yara's bosom. She sobbed, "I never meant any harm. You know that, don't you?" Yara bent down to force Vera's hands away from her legs and walked toward me. She put her arms around me, pressed her head to my chest and started to cry. Vera pathetically crawled on her knees toward Myrna, extended her hand and reached for Myrna's hand. Myrna pulled her hand away, walked to Zdenek's chair and sat down on its arm, wrapping her arm around Zdenek's shoulder. Vera turned to crawl toward Yara again. "Vera, don't!" Jasna screamed as she ran toward Vera and raised her to her feet. Jasna ran to the closet for Vera's purse and hat. "I'll walk you to the taxi stand, you're overwrought," she told Vera, leading her out the door, her arm around Vera's shoulder. Vera walked out mechanically, like a human being suddenly deprived of her understanding. When they had left, Zdenek commented, "That woman is carrying all of Zabran's guilt because Zabran is too idiotic to realize what he's done, and Jasna is the only one of us with enough compassion to know that Krina is carrying more than her share." "She'd have done the same thing he did," Myrna insisted. Zdenek objected, "But the fact is, she didn't quite do the same thing." Yara was still sobbing. "I used to think she was so wonderful, such a powerful, proud woman." I ran my hands through Yara's hair. She looked up, there were tears on her pretty if not innocent face. "You like me again?" she asked me. "Yes, Yara." "As much as you liked Irina?" she asked. I blushed and looked away from her eyes. Her hands dropped from behind me. I put her hands back and forced myself to say, "More, Yara, infinitely more." "Show me," she said, her eyes were big, her lips partially open. I embraced Yara tightly. My heart beat so hard I thought the whole room shook. I felt a surge of desire I hadn't known I could feel. I lowered my face, closed my eyes, parted my lips and placed them on Yara's. When our lips parted, I was dizzy and unaware that I was standing. I almost fell to the floor. Yara helped me to a chair. Myrna ran to me and asked, in a coaxing tone, "Aren't you ashamed?" "No, Myrna, I'm not ashamed." Myrna squeezed next to me and kissed me, not gently like Yara had, but fiercely, biting my lips and my tongue. "Didn't I tell you he was still ours, Yara?" she asked. "Whose did Yara think I was?" I asked her. "God's, moralities, histories," Myrna said. "After what you did to her in my clearing, she was convinced you had given your life away, that you had become a servant of the tanks and firing squads." "She wasn't so far wrong," I admitted. "Yes, I was," Yara protested. She crowded next to me from the other side and asked, "You didn't ever want to turn me into a cotter, did you?" I hid my tears by burying my face in Yara's hair. Biting her ear gently, I whispered, "No, Yara, I want you exactly as you are." Jasna returned, glanced with surprise at the love scene between the three of us, and turned to Zdenek. "Poor Zdenek, what did you do to drive everyone away from you?" "Nothing except grow old, Jasna," he told her. "Old? All of life is still in front of you," Jasna protested. She sat down on the arm of his chair in Myrna's former position. "Is that what you told Krina?" Zdenek asked. Jasna almost cried again. "She's completely broken. She kept repeating, 'I'm not like him, Jasna, I'm not like him.' I felt so sorry for her. Poor, sad Verushka. I tried to tell her none of us thought she was like him at all. She did cause Adrian's and probably Jan's and Yarostan's jail terms to be lengthened, but she wasn't the one who was responsible for their being in prison to start with." "And that rector?" Myrna asked. "She alone was responsible for that," Jasna admitted, and added, "but not a single one of us is pure." Myrna asked, "Are you boasting, Jasna?" "You can sometimes be so cruel, Myrna," Jasna told her. "God knows what you would have done if—" Myrna cut in, "if I hadn't concentrated my passion into love games," Yara exclaimed. "Which is what those two didn't ever do, even though they both longed to. They pent it all up inside, and it gets so ugly when it's so pent up. I was afraid of her. Didn't you see how she looked at me? I was afraid she'd tear my arms off, one by one, and start eating them." I interrupted Yara to ask Myrna, "Jasna started asking you how you knew about Mr. Zabran?" Yara asked. "I knew 3 years ago, when he had Vesna taken to the hospital. I knew he wasn't having her taken away because he loved her, but because he loved something he called health. I knew even earlier," Myrna said. "That day I went to his room, before you were released, he made me feel shame, the same shame I'd felt when my mother found Jan and me sleeping in each other's arms, the same shame I'd felt when she surprised Sabina and me, the same shame I'd felt when Vesna turned rigid the day Yara and I returned from visiting you." I asked, with unintended sarcasm, "And from that feeling of shame you inferred?" "I didn't infer anything, Yarostan," she told me. "I felt the same shame the day Yara Zdenek and I went to his room to invite him to the dance at my plant. The look on his face was the same as my mother's when she saw the devil in me, as if I intended to tear his clothes off and pull him into me right there and then. I nearly melted in the face of that look. Then Zdenek told me he had met him at the prisoners' club, that he'd been talking to him when he saw you, and Titus mysteriously vanished. It was only then that I started asking myself what Sophia kept asking you, why hadn't he ever told you about her letter? After Jasna told us what he had said to her about Luisa, Yara and I took all of Sophia's letters to Zdenek's, and the three of us reread every one of them. Sabina knew who Titus was 20 years ago, and maybe even earlier. Zdenek asked Myrna, what I'd like to know is how that business about Krina got out. Yara told him, oh, I figured all that out by myself. Mr. Zabran had told Jasna everything he knew about Vera, but that really became interesting when I read what Sabina said about her. I went to listen to her lectures. Once I stayed after the lecture and saw Irina. I figured it all out the moment I saw her. She looked exactly the way I'd been supposed to look at the dance. I had Myrna fix me up to look like Sabina again and I went to see Irina. She reacted the same way I had, we were twins. During all the years she'd worked for Vera, she hadn't figured anything out. Zdenek asked, but who started that rumor that supposedly reached Kren's ears? I never heard of it before today. Yara blushed and looked guiltily toward Jasna. Oh, that rumor, she said. Jasna wasn't supposed to tell me what she'd learned from Mr. Zabran, I wasn't supposed to tell Julia, Julia's father wasn't supposed to tell the people in the bank where he works, and they weren't supposed to breathe a word to Kren. Everyone laughed, including Jasna. Yara looked relieved. Then Jasna asked Myrna, where in the world did you learn so much about airplane reservations? I've never even been to the airport. Neither had I, Myrna said. The whole foreign tourist idea was Irina's, or at least originated with her. Irina bought me the clothes and the little purse. I took 2 trips to the airport and acted as if I wanted to buy a ticket. I had the time of my life there, being ogled by all the important men with briefcases, especially the ones with their wives next to them. They weren't all as polite as my comrade Glavna. I also had another reason for going to the airport. At that time I thought we would soon be taking excursions by airplane. It was Irina who suggested I tell him I was leaving tonight. Otherwise I could never have made him stay, he kept trying to run out as it was. Yara asked her, had you planned the mix-up between the airplane and sleeping car tickets? Myrna laughed and told her, planned it? I was so stupid it didn't occur to me that there wouldn't be a reservation for Mrs. Matthews when he called the airline. That was when I thought my whole game was over. Then I remembered a scene in a movie. A young man rushed to the railway station, pulled out his ticket, and learned it was a bus ticket. Yara asked, what address did you send him to? The only 2 addresses I knew were Luisa's and Sophia's, and I didn't wish him on either of them. Myrna exclaimed. There were 10 of us here, so I wrote, Mrs. Ron Matthews, 10, Damon Street, New York. I hoped he wouldn't happen to know Damon Street didn't exist. Zdenek roared with laughter. Maybe it does. Who knows whom he'll find? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Please forgive me for breaking off so abruptly. Myrna just rushed into the house and told me, they're invading. The tanks are moving toward the city. I can't remember where I stopped, and I don't have the patience to reconstruct my frame of mind. On Monday morning, the day after the celebration, I went to work, and I thought of nothing but Titus Zabran all day long. I was glad to find your letter when I returned from work that afternoon. You confirmed so much of what Myrna and Yara had taught me. I started writing you that night, and I stayed home from work yesterday and today trying to describe to you every vivid detail, until a few minutes ago, when Myrna returned from a meeting with some of her friends at her former plant. The tanks are supposed to arrive tomorrow or the next day. I'm continuing an hour later. Yara, Julia, and Irina were just here. Irina had been the first to learn about the coming invasion, and Yara had called Myrna at the plant. While they were here, the 4 of them spoke excitedly about joining a group of people, largely former workers from Myrna's plant, who are constituting themselves into a sort of reception committee for the tanks. They intend to remove as many street signs as possible and to knock on doors and suggest that people remove the numbers from their houses. Irina is no longer Vera Krina's secretary. The day after tomorrow that job might cease to exist anyway. All 4 of them begged me to join them, but I decided to stay to try to finish this letter. Tomorrow I may not be able to mail it. I'm alone again, but I'm finding it impossible to concentrate on anything except the tanks and the fact that Mr. Ninovo is in front of his house raking leaves. He had disappeared for several months. The past 2 mornings I got up before sunrise to continue this letter, and I heard Ninovo returning from the bar where he works. According to official accounts, an army of 4 million men is massed at our frontiers. 4 million. In some circles they're described as barbarian hordes, but I'm sure the vast majority of them are workers, exactly like the people they're coming to repress. They're not barbarians. But the project they're about to realize is one of the most barbaric acts in history. Such an invading force could annihilate a population 10 times larger than ours in a single day. How did so many centuries of progress lead to this scandalous barbarism? What kind of system can afford to support a permanent force of 4 million trained assassins? Can you even imagine how much of a society's activity has to be concentrated on war-related work to supply an army of 4 million in peacetime? In the name of the most total liberation of human beings proclaimed by any historical period, human beings are subjugated by the most barbaric brute violence. It would be more comforting to think the invaders were creatures from another planet, or insects. What is so terrifying is the thought that the invaders are workers like ourselves, workers who may next week be repressed by armies consisting of some of the very workers they are repressing now. It isn't they, the enemy, who are driving those tanks and carrying those rifles. It's we comrades, fellow workers, brothers, we who failed to communicate with each other, we who failed to destroy the tanks and the plants that produce them and the laboratories that design them, we who failed to destroy the schools where we're taught to produce the tanks, the schools where we're taught to obey the commanders who order us to assassinate each other. Worker will be killing worker, like will be repressing like, as at the time of the suppression of the Magarna Rising. I had thought our letters were a step toward communication across these frontiers, at least a symbolic step. But the frontiers haven't fallen. To the workers in the tanks we're a population out of control, we're as incomprehensible as insects, we're like creatures from another planet. And in some ways we had started to be free human beings. Zdenek was just here. He came directly from his job, and he alarmed me considerably. He learned that a section of the political police is back in operation, patrolling the streets for vandals and terrorists. I'm extremely worried. Supper time has come and gone, and there's no sign of Myrna and Yara. I don't doubt the ability or resourcefulness of either of them, they've amply demonstrated these qualities to me during recent weeks. But they're extremely vulnerable. Yara's combat experience is limited to a few protest demonstrations at her primary school, and Myrna spent most of the past 2 decades in a clothing factory. The political police, on the other hand, have 20 years of experience in defining social diseases and in isolating dangerous individuals before they infect the class. Zdenek was furious when I told him where they had gone. "You don't play cat and mouse with a machine gun," he shouted. I lost my temper and quoted Zdenek's own statement, "Why repress yourself because they might repress you? Let them do the repressing." Zdenek said, "That's inappropriate now." He went out to look for them, determined to bring the reckless idiots home. I'm worried because I know that none of them will return home at the first sign of danger. They're all convinced they have a world to win and nothing to lose but a condition of lifeless routine to which none of them can acquiesce now. The extreme caution and fear of trouble that had characterized Myrna's behavior after Jan's and my arrest, and even after Yara's first demonstration, disappeared without leaving a trace when Myrna's fellow workers in the clothing factory disbanded as a production group and became explorers of a new world. At this morning's meeting, as soon as Myrna and her friends learned about the coming invasion, they unanimously decided that the moment the invasion took place, they would see to it that the machinery at their plant would never again be used to produce clothing for a regime like the one they experienced for 20 years. After that act they would disband until the possibility for further communication and exploration existed again. Some of them are preparing to emigrate, others are determined to stop the tanks. Myrna is among the latter. When she returned this afternoon, Myrna told me, I no longer have any reason to spend my life behind machinery. My mother and Vesna are both dead. You're on your own. Yara is old enough to take care of herself, and if she's not, Zdenek as well as Jasna will surely both be cautious enough to remain out of prison and be able to help her. Certainly Zdenek will, old as he is, he loves sheer survival more than any of the rest of us. Between Myrna's and Zdenek's present attitudes, I know I'll choose Myrna's idiotic recklessness. The only time I sought survival within the confines of the police capitalism about to be reimposed was immediately after Myrna and I were married. It was then that Titus helped me find 3 jobs. That period ended with the Magarna Rising. After my release 8 years later, the thought of suicide appealed to me more than the thought of resuming that kind of life. Yara's recklessness brought me as well as Myrna back to life. Yara's demonstration for her fired teacher showed me that the possibility of rebellion had not been suppressed, and it also revived Myrna's desires. Myrna embraced both Yara and me. She was as excited by the evidence of devilry in Yara as by the friendship that formed between Yara and me on that day. For me the impossible rebellion, for Myrna the impossible passion, had become possible again. Myrna wanted me for herself as her brother, she wanted me even more for Yara. But her passion for vicarious incest remained quiet, buried far below the surface, and when the police official came to our house because Ninovo had reported me as the instigator of Yara's demonstration, Myrna reverted to silence. Unable to trust me unreservedly, and afraid of Myrna's moods, Yara sought her allies elsewhere, with her school friends Julia and Slobodan. It was with them she played her first love games in the attic of Julia's house. The games were based mainly on gossip they learned from the popular press. Apparently their favorite game was about the boss of Julia's father, bank director Kren. Yara told me Slobodan played Kren, Yara played Vera, and Julia played the unknown lover. Sometime after Ninovo reported me to the police, the 3 of them, together with a university friend of Julia's, placed 2 large snakes in Ninovo's house. That was why he had disappeared. Yara wasn't the only one who discovered allies after that first demonstration. I discovered my first ally in Yara, and this led me to seek others. I became curious about Luisa, and about you and Sabina. Myrna remembered your address. I also learned that the carton plant was in the process of change. I found the same spirit there that I had found in Yara after her demonstration. An epoch seemed to have ended. It now seems that we've only had a brief vacation. But I can no longer go back to work. Ever since Jan and I were arrested at the steel plant 12 years ago, I've acquiesced to the requirements of the social order only under compulsion, namely in prison. I know I will not return to the carton plant tomorrow or next week and submit to the orders of police-appointed managers, union bureaucrats, or foremen. Instinctive rebellion, Titus called it. He's right. I don't have the instincts of ants or bees, I can't function in a hive. My instincts are similar to Jan's and Manuel's instincts, and I finally know that. I finally know it's not the productive forces that are fettered but the human beings. By continuing to reproduce them, we're depriving ourselves of the possibility to develop, we're expropriating ourselves of our human qualities, we're becoming tanks. Zdenek seems to feel that by submitting to the repressive routine, we can at least survive, then our potentialities can re-emerge when another opportunity arises. I don't know if I ever agreed with such an outlook, I certainly don't now. With that outlook one could justify returning to any job, even the job of driving a tank or carrying a rifle for an invading army. In the act of keeping myself alive for the next chance I would destroy those who are grasping for life right now. I see no reason to collaborate with the ruling order at any time, under any circumstances. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. There are tanks in the street. I didn't get this letter in the mail yesterday. Jasna came late last night, she was almost hysterical. I hadn't seen her since the celebration. I've hardly slept since then, she told me. I'm still attached to him, Yarostan. I can't help it. I had known many of those things before, and I hadn't turned against him because of them. And even if I hadn't known any of it, I can't just wipe out a lifelong friendship in a few hours. I've admired him for 25 years. I wanted so much to provide him with comradeship, to end his isolation. Whatever he did in the past, I know he was sincere in wanting comrades today, and I know he's unambiguously opposed to the coming invasion. He was always sympathetic to the most radical workers. Provided they carried the correct historical project, I reminded her. Even that might have changed, she insisted. I've been thinking about nothing else day and night. This afternoon, as soon as I heard about the invasion, I went to the trade union building. I wanted to tell him I was still his friend. But he wasn't in. A secretary told me this was his first absence in years. I went to his room. I love him, Yarostan. Everything that's come out hasn't destroyed my love. I listened at his door but heard nothing. I asked the building guard and his neighbors if they had seen him, but none of them had. I waited at his door until now. I can't tell you what I fear. He was, after all, a human being and not a dog. Jasna and I rushed to Titus' apartment building. It was past midnight. The front entrance was closed. We rang the building guard's bell. Jasna told him she had left her purse, with her identification card inside, in Titus' room. We told him Titus had mysteriously vanished and asked him to accompany us to Titus' room for the purse. He recognized Jasna and gave us the key to the room, excusing himself for not accompanying us. He was in his bedclothes. Titus Zabran was dead. He had shot himself through the head. There were no explanatory papers or notes in his modest room. I had never seen his room before. It's true that he derived no personal benefit from his political commitment to the proletariat's health within the limits of presently available knowledge, like Vesna's doctors. There was a bed, a table, a bookshelf, and a record player that was still turning. He had apparently been listening to Don Giovanni, an opera by Mozart. In the bookshelf I recognized the two books he had lent me when he'd visited me in prison, the Brothers Karamazov. And the castle. The walls of the room were bare. Jasna collapsed in my arms. I left the record player turning, closed Titus' door quietly, supported Jasna to the building entrance, and slipped the key under the building guard's door. Jasna revived in the fresh air as we walked to the taxi stand by the Trade Union Council building. She told me she wasn't able to return to her house alone. I asked the driver to take us to my house. Jasna and I spent the night together. She's waiting for me now. There's been no sign of Myrna or Yara or Irina or Julia. Zdenek hasn't come again. We're going to try to find them, and join them. Jasna isn't crying this morning. The despair comes from the thought that the tanks cannot be superseded. Jasna is smiling, beautiful and brave. I've been on the side of repression and death, including Vesna's, for too long. If the joyless drudgery is reimposed, I will not be among those who reproduce it. I doubt that this letter will reach you. I can no longer drop it in a mailbox. If it does reach you, please accept my apology for attitudes which reflected 20 years of ignorance. Jasna sends her love, to all of you. So do I. Yarostan. Sophia's last letter. Dear Yarostan. I gagged as I read about Zabran's self-exposure and suicide. On the surface some kind of monster died, a monster that left so many corpses in its train. I was horrified when I recognized the monster in myself and in those closest to me, those who gave my life its only meaning and goal, those who helped define my life's search. My very dreams were contaminated by the monstrosity he stood for, the will to impose mental constructs on living people which, as Zdenek so perceptively pointed out, can only be done by means of historically available instruments, guns, tanks, police, and armies. You once pointed to a split in my life, the split between my academic and journalistic world and the world of Sabina and the garage. You included yourself in the latter world. I think the line you drew has to be redrawn. I think the split was between the world of those who, like Ted, Jan and Myrna, sought to realize their own potentialities among others realizing theirs, and the world of those who, like Louisa and Damon and Titus Zabran, sought to fit human beings into what Sabina called a crystal palace, which in practice was always the same regimented barracks, the hive you've rejected. Like Sabina, and like me, you had a foot in both worlds. Don't tell yourself you're the only one whose past commitments were clarified by the exposure and the suicide. My life project, my community, also died in that modest, barely furnished room. I responded to your letter the same way I had responded to our emigration 20 years ago. I stared at the walls of my room. But there's a difference. At that time I still had my illusions, the community Louisa had experienced with Nachalo and on the barricades, the community that I had myself experienced with you. At that time I saw something when I looked at the blank walls, when I left my room I had something to look for and I found it, or at least approximations to it, with Ron, on the newspaper staff, in Hugh's project house. You weren't able to convince me that my commitment rested on rot, that my community had been the opposite of community at its very origin, that my adoration of you was an alibi for my inactivity. I'm writing this letter as much for myself as for you, I don't really expect it to reach you. I read about the tanks in the newspapers, 2 or 3 days before your letter came. Something snapped inside me. I knew, even before your letter came, that I had a connection with those tanks. Part of my life, too, had been devoted to the service of a historical class that was going to realize a great purpose. Zdenek is so right. I never asked myself what instruments were going to realize my goal. I told myself we, all of us, by ourselves and on our own, were going to realize it. But I obviously didn't believe that, not in practice, since I never did anything by myself and on my own. My goal wasn't something I did but something I served, and in that sense I was Titus Zabran's daughter and the sister of the tank drivers. Who and what carried my project since I and those around me obviously didn't? Where was the power to realize it since it wasn't in me? I never dreamed of imposing my goal with a tank or a gun, but apparently Titus didn't either. And since the great task of history required the elimination of fetters, heads obviously had to roll, categories of human beings had to be liquidated. He had the courage to kill himself. I wonder if he finally knew what it had all led to, the endless corridors with rooms full of breathing mummies, the paved highways with speeding vehicles whose passengers' potentialities could no longer be distinguished from those of their vehicles. I trembled the day I walked home with the newspaper announcing the invasion in enormous headlines. The people I passed in the street, even those with newspapers under their arms, walked by me calmly, as if nothing was wrong, as if nothing had happened, as if everything was exactly as it should be. And I saw myself in those people. If I hadn't been exchanging letters with you for the past months, I would have reacted to those headlines the same way they did. And I realized there's no such entity as a human species, or rather that it doesn't recognize itself as such, it possesses no faculty of community. Either it never had such a faculty or it lost it. The beings I was among, including me, were not species beings but closed compartments. Maybe what we've just experienced on both sides of the world shows that the faculty of species being is something still to be created, and that it's not the abstract community I've always envisioned but something very concrete as Myrna's excursions. Maybe it's nothing but the willingness to touch, feel, look at and listen to each other. Maybe there simply weren't enough people on excursions, there weren't enough to reach the workers in the tanks. Maybe that's why the workers in the tanks couldn't know that the people at whom they aimed their guns were the same as themselves, or had been the same until they began to take excursions. The workers in the tanks were in no way different from the people I passed in the street, from you and me during normal times, they were merely workers doing their jobs, each with his own repressed demon, each with the same reason to rebel as the people they repressed. And no doubt each of them had rebelled at one or another time, and each had been repressed, always by others who had also rebelled at some other time. I was always one of those others. However insignificant my contributions, they were no less significant than the contributions of a single soldier. I had responded with righteous indignation to your first letter, to your suggestion that prisoners had anything in common with their guards. I no longer have trouble imagining myself, if not as a soldier in a tank, at least as a teacher who helped shape the intellectual horizon of people who became soldiers in tanks. All I have to do is to ask myself what I was doing when others, elsewhere, were rebelling and when they were repressed. All I have to do is ask myself what I'm doing right now, when Myrna and Yara are confronting tanks with their bare hands. At least I think I'm no longer on the side of the tanks, the side of those who would guide their comrades toward the revealed or scientific goal of history. At least I've learned that humanity's historical goals are the fantasies of megalomaniacs, that the proletariat's organizations are trains driven by would-be directors, and that weapons are history's only means for imposing such projects on living human individuals. Those are the lessons I've drawn from my correspondence with you, and they're awful lessons. My mother was the agent of my father's murderers. Was it to spare my sensitivity one more time that you didn't draw that knot? Sabina and I drew it as soon as your letter arrived. Right after we read your letter, Sabina had me reread the letters in which you had told me what you had learned from Manuel during your first prison term. When she had told me that Nachalo and Margarita had to be dead before they could be made useful to Luisa's organization, she had been much closer to the truth than even she had suspected. She combined Manuel's accounts with everything she had learned from Albert's. Her reconstruction of the sequence of events is almost beyond belief. On the day of the barricades, the fascist army was definitively defeated in the city. It then made some advances in rural regions. One of the places where it met resistance was the village Manuel described. This village became the front for Luisa and the rest of the Union apparatus, and also to fighters like Manuel and Nachalo, Sabina suggested. For Nachalo and Manuel it was an extension of the battle on the barricades, and they went there, not as a separate armed force, but as an extension of the armed population that had fought on the barricades. But to the apparatus this front immediately had a different meaning. First of all, it was far away from the city and quickly became almost a mythical place. And secondly, as far as the Union apparatus was concerned, the revolution was over in the streets of the city and in the factories. The Union had taken over production, transportation, and distribution, and that was that. It was time to resume the normal activity of daily life. The front was for those whose blood was still hot and whose organs were still ungratified, and it was far away from the city. To the new managers of production, these fighters were only in the way. They were infinitely more useful as dead heroes who had died for the glory of the living Union bosses than as living saboteurs, agitators, and terrorists. The Union leaders were relieved to send them off to fight the revolution with official flag waving. Alberts, who wasn't an agitator but was shamed by Margarita's premature death, was drawn to the mythical front only when it became something he could understand, the central focus of a state apparatus and an official war machine. He had come to offer the revolution everything science could provide, and he understood that these offerings could be efficiently used only in terms of their own rules, logically, hierarchically, militarily. He rightly recognized Zabran as the embodiment of applied science and was drawn to enlist in that replacement of the population's armed might, the popular army. Sabina and I figured out that apparently Alberts and Zabran actually did join Nachalo at the front, as Luisa told me. Alberts had told Sabina he had served in the firing squad that murdered 8 infiltrators, and Zabran told you they were together from the moment Alberts enlisted. Just before the infiltrators were killed, one of them shouted, "Next time the people rise they'll turn on the Red Butchers first." Zabran told you he never met Nachalo. Apparently Alberts told him who had shouted that statement after Nachalo was dead. When Alberts returned from the front, he told Luisa that Nachalo had been a defector because he had called his comrades Red Butchers before they murdered him. Luisa and Zabran then proceeded to make the murdered man useful to their movement. Zabran enlisted the dead man to his cause, the murderer justified his crime wearing his victim's mantle. The church burned people and later made them saints, covering its repressive deeds with the rebels' own mantles. Louisa and her union placed the cape of her dead lover on his murderer and enlisted the dead man's comrades to his murderer's cause, helping the murderer shine with the life and deeds of his victim, transforming an assassin into a revolutionary. Sabina also figured out Glavna was wrong when he assumed that Zabran's later pacifism was some kind of moral attitude. On the contrary, it grew out of his scientific outlook. The death of Nachalo did not put an end to Nachalo's influence. Therefore the firing squad is not an effective instrument for dealing with questions of consciousness, it wipes out the patient without wiping out the disease. And since the proletariat's only quality was its historical interest, the qualities Jan Sedlak possessed must have come from abroad. They were a virus which Louisa carried in spite of herself, and with which she infected Jan and you, and through both of you the entire production group, and presumably also Myrna, who then infected Yara. But his understanding had a gross flaw at its core, Sabina said. He didn't understand what Myrna and Yara understand. The negating spirit isn't imported, the desire for freedom doesn't come from abroad. It isn't carried or transmitted. It's inherent in being human. It's already there. What is carried and imported is the repression of that desire. The only carriers in the carton plant were Titus and Louisa. It wasn't Nachalo that hounded Zabran to his death, but Zabran's own gross error. Sabina was referring to the opera Zabran apparently listened to before he shot himself. When you repeated Nachalo's last statement to him, he must have thought my dead father's spirit had come to Jasna's celebration to hound his murderer. Your letter came 3 weeks ago, but I postponed answering it. I suppose the censorship has been reimposed together with the rest of the police apparatus, and I don't want to set off another sequence of events similar to the one set off by the letter I sent at the time of the Magarna Rising. Sabina reminded me that it wasn't my letter itself, but the historically informed intervention of Titus Zabran, that caused your earlier arrests, and she doubts if anyone will analyze what is historically progressive and what dangerous in the content of my present letter. But I couldn't have imagined anyone would have done that to my earlier letter either. Initially I thought of writing you a short, innocuous note, just to find out if you and your comrades were well, but I wasn't able to compose such a note. And the thought of receiving a similar note from you, the thought of both of us writing no longer for each other but for a censor, repelled me so much that I dropped the idea. If we can no longer communicate our lives, our innermost thoughts and our desires to each other, I think I'd prefer not to continue our correspondence. That sort of communication would be unbearable to me. It would be like a conversation with an intimate friend who'd had part of his brain surgically removed. I would infinitely prefer silence to letters in which you told me about yesterday's weather. So I decided to write you as uninhibitedly as I would have if the tanks hadn't invaded. There's so much I want to tell you, not only about what we shared, but about all that's happened to me since I last wrote you, and about what Sabina and I learned during the past few weeks. During the week after my argument with Louisa, Ted got his car out of the police pound, and he wanted to return to the print shop and to his apartment to clean up the mess. He was upset that Tina still hadn't turned up. He told me again how impossible the print shop would have been without Tina. I obviously wasn't up to doing what Tina had done there. I also shared Sabina's fear that Ted would be shot by the police if he returned to the print shop. I convinced him to stay away from there, but he became increasingly restless. I suggested the three of us explore the possibility of launching a project, but the only activity that interested him at all was to help out with that press Louisa had showed him at the Repression Committee office. So the Sunday after my confrontation with Louisa, I went back to that office with Ted. I disregarded everything and everyone in the committee office and accompanied Ted directly to the press room. I became Ted's apprentice. We learned when the office would be open on weekdays the following week, and we went back every day. Ted got the press repaired and he, or rather we, started printing. I found it extremely challenging. Ted let me do every operation as soon as I learned how. I wasn't only Ted's apprentice. I realized that the jealousy I'd felt when I saw Louisa bent over him was real. At first I thought I felt guilty toward Ted because of how grossly I had treated him at the garage. But when I became his apprentice, and then his fellow printer, I knew that my feeling toward him was neither guilt nor pity. There's something of Ron in Ted, something Zabran had immediately recognized in that letter I sent you 12 years ago. It's that instinctive rejection of all official activity. There's also something in Ted that I've never encountered before, a certain modesty that seems to border on an inferiority feeling, though that term bothers me. He's almost grateful to those who treat him as an equal. He has pride in his work, in his deeds, but not in his person. He expects others to respond to him solely on the basis of what he contributes, not on the basis of merely being there. He doesn't think himself wonderful. A confrontation with Art Sinich put an end to our activity in the repression committee. It was a very brief confrontation. Art came into the press room while Ted was running some forms off the press. Art patted Ted on the back and told him, "You people are really the salt of the earth." Ted exclaimed, "Shit." He turned off the press and told Art angrily, "What do you mean you people, mister? There are just two people at this press, just Sophie and me. You racist bigot." I shouted at Art. "You fascist. Don't you know what your mouth is full of?" Art didn't show the slightest awareness that he knew. Ted and I walked out. At home Ted told me, "It's no good, Sophie. It's not just Art, it's all over their walls and in their leaflets. All they read into is skin color. Not Louisa, but most of the others. Skin color is all they see. I've never worked near someone who looked at me as a color. I don't like it. He knows all about me before I ever start doing anything. I'm you people, I'm like a tin can with a label, and I'm the same as all the cans with that label." Ted was also angry at me when he said this, and he was right. He had trusted me not to introduce him into that type of environment, or at least to warn him. But I hadn't recognized it, and I had never imagined Louisa or Damon would ever collaborate with racists. Ted didn't remain angry with me. He knows that my life has been as shielded as his. Somehow both of us and all the people we've known have rarely had contact with any form of racism in a society where canning and labeling is the central activity. Art had exposed himself to me before, but I hadn't responded. As soon as Ted responded, I was ashamed I'd ever had anything to do with Art. How sickeningly ironic it is that the most revolting trait of this society should turn up as the political program of self-styled radicals. I've never been near anyone like Art either. Even the customers in Tissy's and Sabina's bar didn't express such attitudes. Art had made himself perfectly clear to me the last time I'd talked to him. When I'd treated him to lunch, he had made it clear that human beings didn't exist for him, only cans with labels. I remembered the horror I'd felt when he described how he saw the function of his group. We aim to coordinate the activities of organizations expressing the will of national and racial minorities. I shuddered. Ted and I haven't ever returned to the repression office. I was even more upset by something that happened a few days after our last visit to the repression committee. I answered the phone. It was Tina. I got all excited. "Tina, where are you? What happened to you?" I shouted. Tina said to me, in the voice of a robot, "I'm with friends. I'd like to talk to Ted." I told her, "We've all been nervous about you. When we saw the print shop wrecked, we thought the worst things might have happened to you. Are you with Pat?" "Neither of us were in the print shop when it was attacked," she told me. "Our group withdrew before the attack, when the print shop was taken over by counter-revolutionary agents. I'd like to talk to Ted." I gave Ted the receiver. In answer to one of Tina's questions, he told her he intended to start printing again with me. His summary of the rest of the conversation made it seem awful. Something must have happened to her, he told Sabina and me. She never sounded like that before. She and Pat and their friends want to visit us in a few days. She talked about her group as if it was a secret gang of some sort. She asked me something about continuing the coherent practice in which you were engaged before incoherent agents of repression recuperated you. Then she asked if I was willing to separate myself from ideologues whose perspectives you don't share. I think it's time we opened up that print shop again, but the way Tina sounded, I don't know, I'm worried. I don't want to become part of something I don't understand. I think Tina has become a tool, the way Tissy became Seth's tool. Sabina emphatically stated, it's impossible for Tina to have become a tool. The day after Tina's call, Ted was restless again. He told me, I think Sabina is wrong, I don't think the cops are out there waiting for me. But I don't know if I can get that place going again without Tina. It's her print shop, not mine. I told him, you're too modest, Ted. You've told me that before, but I saw that it wasn't quite true. He insisted, it's she who really got the place together, she brought material and even some equipment from other shops, she taught me how to use it all, or at least how they used it in the shops where she worked. Sure, I can use it all now, but without Tina the point seems to be gone. Couldn't I do some of the things Tina did? I asked him. You mean you'd actually go there and spend time learning? I'd like to very much, if you'd let me, I told him. I enjoyed the few days we worked together last week more than I've enjoyed anything since I was Tina's apprentice in the garage. You weren't doing that just because you felt sorry for me, he asked. I blushed and asked him, did you spend all those days showing me how to run a press only because you pitted my abysmal ignorance about machines? Don't you consider me stupid for having forgotten everything Tina taught me? When do you want to start? He asked me. I suggested we wait until Tina's visit, to see if Tina might be willing to return to the print shop in spite of her new commitments. And in any case I intended to spend the following day with Minnie. Minnie had called me several days earlier to tell me she had located Hugh. He's teaching at a suburban college, she'd told me, and guess what? He's married to Bess. Can you imagine? Bess had been his managing editor on the university newspaper staff. I've always remembered her for the cowardly editorial she wrote after we were thrown off the paper, and for the fact that she had collaborated with the university-appointed staff. Hugh was very curt on the phone, Minnie had told me. For a second I thought he didn't remember either of us. When I asked if we could get together with him, he told me he was extremely busy. I have a free hour between 2 and 3 next Thursday, was the way he invited us. I hope you're not mad at me for accepting such a half-hearted invitation. I assured her I wasn't mad. Sabina opened the door when Minnie came for me. Sabina amazed me by her courtesy. I was deeply moved when Sophia told me how Alec died, she told Minnie. I was surprised to learn I had played such a significant role in his life. I honestly regret the fact that my winning that argument cost Alec his life. When I learned that, I felt like death as she's depicted in medieval paintings. Minnie was equally courteous. You're a remarkable woman, Sabina. You made at least as great an impression on me as you did on Alec. While Minnie drove me to the suburb where the college is located, we talked about Hugh. Minnie hadn't seen him since he'd carried me out of the garage the day Seth had pointed his gun at them. I hadn't seen him since the night when I'd finally found him, at the project house, the night when he begged me not to burden his new friends with my rod. Neither of us had seen Bess since the last meeting of the newspaper staff, the day before the funeral procession, and neither of us had known what had happened to her after the semester she'd spent on the administration staff. We drove up to a suburban mansion. 2 cars were parked in the driveway, both new, there were toys in the front yard. I had seen such houses before, but I had never been inside one. Bess answered the door. If I hadn't been expecting to see her, I'd never have recognized her. Apparently she thought the same thing about us. She even treated us as people she'd never known. Please come in. My husband will be right with you. He's on the phone. I almost laughed when I asked, Bess, don't you recognize us? My desire to laugh vanished when she said, yes, I recognize you, Miss Nachalo, and left the room. Many whispered to me, it looks like she was upset by his inviting us here. Minnie and I sat down awkwardly on a cloth-covered sofa in an expensively furnished living room. We heard children playing upstairs. They had apparently been told not to look in on the disreputable guests. Minnie looked at her watch and whispered, I wonder if he counts his phone conversation as part of the hour. Hugh finally entered. Minnie and I both rose. We'd never have risen for a university president. Hugh was dressed in an expensive sports suit. He looked and acted very important. He shook hands with each of us in a business-like manner. Well, what a surprise. Minnie and Sophie. May I ask the purpose of your visit? I couldn't believe his manner, or his words. I was almost in tears. Just to see you. I told him. Why yes, of course, he said. Would you both like something to drink? Minnie told him, just coffee. I nodded. Hugh walked toward the door through which Bess had left and said, Honey, would you mind preparing some coffee for our guests? The phone rang. He told us, please excuse me, and left through the door he had come in from. Bess came in with a tray that had 2 cups of coffee on it, as well as spoons, cream and sugar. I remembered the day when the university president had brought Alec and me coffee, but hadn't brought any for himself. Bess set the tray down and left. I couldn't hold back my tears. Hugh returned and apologized for the interruption. It's a gorgeous house, Minnie told him. Have you lived here long? Hugh answered, yes, ever since I started teaching. That'll be 6 years now. I calculated that if he'd spent 3 years in graduate school before he started to teach, then he must have enrolled only a few weeks after I had seen him in the project house. Minnie asked, how old are your children? The oldest is 7, the youngest is 5, he told her. So the oldest was born only 2 years after I had thought he had committed his life to the people rising from below, only 2 years after I had thought I had found someone who resembled you. He didn't ask either of us any questions. He seemed to be waiting for us to go back out of his suburban life. Minnie asked, Hugh, may I call you that? Why is Bess so hostile toward us? Hugh cleared his throat. He seemed embarrassed. My wife is convinced that your visit is motivated. I almost choked as I asked, your wife, Hugh? Don't you remember we knew her, we worked together? He seemed uneasy. Why yes, of course. Bess and I had a slight disagreement. My wife Bess was convinced your visit had an ulterior motive, such as raising money for one or another political cause. Naturally I made no assumptions. The phone rang again. He almost seemed relieved as he tan out saying, please excuse me. I felt vomit rushing to my mouth. I covered my mouth with my hand and pulled Minnie out of the gorgeous living room, out of the suburban house to the street, where I vomited. Minnie held me to keep me from falling. No one came out of the house. The front door closed. Minnie started to pull me back toward the house so I could lie down. I shook my head and pulled Minnie toward her car. Minnie said angrily, they'll at least give you a wet towel so you can wipe yourself. I begged, please take me away from here, Minnie. I burst out crying inside the car. I lay down across the front seat with my head on Minnie's lap. Minnie drove away from Hugh's house and parked near a gas station a few blocks away. She patted my head consolingly and told me, I don't understand, Sophie. He's neither the first nor the last to go that way. After all, this is what they call making good. It's what this society is all about. I admit he was terribly rude, and Bess was nothing less than a beast. But they never were the warmest of people, either of them. What did you expect to find out here? I wasn't surprised by what we saw, the happy 2-car family with 2.5 children and the rest of it. How well did you know him, anyway? I didn't know him at all, I admitted. I sat up and worked myself into a fury when Art's abysmally stupid comment about the salt of the earth flashed through my mind. I told Minnie, I saw him for a few seconds in that project house near the garage. He was so beautiful then, Minnie. The person we just saw wasn't anyone I ever knew. The project house, she shouted. You're a real nut, you know that, Sophie? You would be the one to admire his project house. It was directly inspired by you. Then she got out of the car saying, come on, I'll walk you to the station so you can wash up. I asked her, what do you mean that I inspired him? She told me, Hugh was all concerned when you disappeared from the co-op dorm, after those frat boys scattered the omissions. We were distributing. I think I'm the one who set off a chain reaction. I called Hugh and told him you'd been evicted from the co-op because you'd helped distribute omissions. And I got exactly the response I wanted. I got my revenge for our exclusion. Hugh became so concerned for you. So did Damon. They were all concern and guilt. Guilt about your exclusion, guilt about getting you and me pulled into the police station, guilt about your eviction, guilt about the fact that you were the one who'd gotten into most trouble for omissions. Without even being a full participant. When I returned from the gas station washroom, Minnie was having the attendants change the oil in her car. I hope you don't mind if I have this done now, she told me, I always have to wait so long in the city. While that was being done, we walked a block away from the gas station and sat down on a suburban lawn. She continued the story she'd started telling me. The three of us had regular meetings, and either Damon or Hugh constantly called Alec to get news about you. Hugh's interest in the project house began after Alec's first visit to the garage. Alec told glorious stories of your having joined the underclass, about people pulling themselves up by the bootstraps. Hugh and Damon were both getting ready to start graduate school, and Alec shamed them. He already had a factory job, I was looking for a job at that time. Out of his sense of guilt, Hugh dropped all his plans for graduate school and took the great leap. He flew ostentatiously past Alec and me to a commitment as pure as yours seemed to be. He was a great admirer of Leo Tolstoy. Hugh admired Tolstoy. I asked. I thought everyone knew that. Many exclaimed. His leap corresponded to giving his lands to his serfs and moving in among them. But the first time the four of us visited you in the garage, he had already heard something to the effect that your selfless activity was somehow connected with narcotics and prostitution. It was right after that when he threw himself into that so-called project house. I don't know how much you knew about it, but such institutions were being started in those years by well-meaning people who thought the lower classes, if placed in a proper environment, would acquire the manners of the middle class. Before long, corporations funded such places, and eventually the local police ran them so as to keep energetic youth off the street. For Hugh, the project house was mainly a method for learning what role the garage and the bar played in that community. By the time we visited you in the garage the second time, he'd had his fill of the lower classes, of life among the serfs, and of you. And he threw it all in your face. But you begged him to carry you out of the garage. Were you on drugs? I was crying again. I hugged Minnie and told her, when I first learned you were a lawyer, my thoughts were, turncoat. Opportunist. Please forgive me for thinking that, Minnie. You really are a nut, Sophie, she told me. And I felt somewhat proud of myself when she told me that. I may not have filled my life in a way I can consider satisfactory, but the official model of fulfillment as exemplified by Hugh revolted me. That trip to the suburbs with Minnie was actually my only visit to the official world you once accused me of inhabiting. Damon has his flaws, but he's positively a rebel compared to that person we visited and his wife. Hugh is indistinguishable from his role. I admired him once. But now I have to admit he has a lot in common with Titus Zabran. Both devoted their lives to history and science by serving themselves and the state. To serve the state they had to suppress their own humanity, they then repressed in the world the humanity they had suppressed in themselves. I didn't learn just what kind of chemistry Hugh is involved with, but I'm sure Zdenek's analysis of Zabran fits Hugh like a glove. I also failed to learn what noble cause Hugh claims to serve while developing life-destroying chemicals, but having known Hugh, I suspect that the cause he serves is at least as noble as the proletariat's historical project. And if Zabran's theoretical discoveries are continually misused because the social means for using them correctly haven't yet been developed, I'm sure Hugh's contributions to human happiness destroy even more lives for exactly the same reason. I suspect Alec was right. The only meaningful human activity is to destroy capitalism in all its manifestations, in every way possible. You've certainly taken Alec's attitude, all of you except Zdenek. I can only admire you, I can't say I envy you, I'm too much of a coward. The same day Minnie and I went on our outing to the suburbs, Ted had gone to visit Tissy in the prison hospital. That night he was even more depressed from his visit than I was from mine. Tissy told him they weren't curing her but torturing her with cures. But she didn't want Ted to see if she could be transferred elsewhere because she has friends in that hospital. She told him she thought she was dying and she wanted to see Sabina and me before she died. The three of us went to that terrible hospital 2 days later. Tissy started crying the moment she was brought into the visiting room. She looked terrible, not quite as sickly as she'd looked 9 years ago when I'd last seen her in the garage, but almost like the corpse of the person I had been with at the research center slightly over a month ago. I won't ever get out of here again, she told us. They've got it in for me this time. I had to tell you, all three of you, some things I kept inside during the short happy moment I just spent with you. I didn't want to spoil my life's only happy moment. But I don't have any reason to keep it inside anymore, not in this misery. I'm the one that's responsible for the garage and the bar falling apart, and also for Jose's arrest and his death. Sabina told her, "You're just torturing yourself, Tissy." "I torture myself more by keeping it all inside, Sabina," Tissy said. "I've tortured myself with it long enough. I think I paid for what I did. Remember when I took you to the bar, Sophie? That first night you stayed with us? Seth asked me who you were, and he told me to get you working right away. He was afraid if you got used to staying around the garage you wouldn't ever want to work. I tried to take Tina too, Ted remembers that. But I didn't care about you not wanting to go again, I tried and that was all I could do for Seth. I got to like you, Sophie. When I saw you in Sabina's bed I was sure you were like Sabina and me. I was never hurt so bad as that night when you pushed me away from you. I was sure Jose had put you up to that, or Jose and Ted together. I was sure I was right when you moved in with Jose. He'd always hated me, and he hated the heroin as much as Ted did. I promised Seth I'd get you and Tina to the bar if he got rid of Jose and Ted. But everything I did backfired. When your friends came, they insulted Jose and got him to side with Seth, and Seth was sure they'd come to help Ted get rid of Vic and Seth. So he got rid of them all and you went with them, and instead of having you and Tina and Sabina to myself, I was stuck with Seth again. I was far gone when you left, Sophie. I thought Jose had planned that whole thing with your friends, and that his fight with Alec had been a fake. All I could think of was getting Jose out of there. I told Seth I'd heard Ted and Jose talking about killing him. I told him after Seth had pulled a gun on their friends, they knew that was the only way they could talk to Seth. I knew Ted could never even hold a gun in his hand, but Seth didn't know. He believed me. But he told me he was in a jam. He couldn't get rid of both because then there wouldn't be anyone left to keep the garage and the bar going. But he couldn't just get rid of Ted because Jose wouldn't ever stand for that, and he'd figure out who'd gotten rid of him. But if he got rid of Jose, he said, Ted wouldn't ever know, and he could get Ted to do Jose's contacting. And I know just how to get that son-of-a bitch, Seth told me. He got Jose arrested by the state police. He knew the city police would never arrest him because they were paid off by Jose himself, they were the main contact he dealt with. Sabina asked, Jose dealt directly with the police. Ted told Sabina, from the very beginning, he even made the rounds with me once, just in case, he said. But the main thing he told me was, don't ever tell Sabina, she'd have a fit if she knew we bought protection. Tissy continued, when Jose was gone, that was when I thought you and I could go it alone, Sabina. I'd have quit taking heroin if you'd gotten rid of all the rest of them except Tina. Maybe Vic overheard me talking to you about that. However he learned about it, Seth acted on my idea much faster than you did, and he got rid of you and Tina. I wanted to go with you, but Seth was going to stop supplying me if I moved out. You should have thought of that when you wanted women to run this place. It's Sabina or heroin, he told me. I stayed with the heroin. When you were gone, Seth and Vic laughed at me. Women running this place would have run it straight into the ground, they said. Right after that, Seth and Vic ran it straight into the ground. It's because of me that Seth got rid of you and Tina. No, it's not, Tissy, Ted objected. I'm the one who got Seth to get rid of Sabina. I wanted Tina out of there before Seth could do anything to her. I thought when Jose returned you'd want to leave too. I knew you were just waiting for Jose to return. I thought you and Jose had made all my plans backfire on me. Sabina, after you and Tina left, I fell apart completely. Every day was a nightmare from which I never woke. Ted kept saying, it'll all be better when Jose returns, but all my hatred got concentrated on Jose. I blamed him for everything Seth had done. On the day Jose was released, Ted told me he was driving to the state prison to pick him up. They both came back to the bar and argued with me. I thought they were trying to separate me from the heroin. I left them in the bar and walked back to the house. I called the state police, told them about this dope house and gave them the address. Then I went to sleep. Next thing I knew, Seth was running all over the house screaming, "Where are you, you son of a bitch?" He shook me and asked me where Jose was. I told him Jose was back in prison. He beat me and called me a liar. He said he and Vic saw Jose and Ted leave the bar. Seth and Vic went in to see if Jose had done anything in there. Seth thought maybe Jose knew who'd got him in jail. They weren't in there 5 minutes before the police rushed in and started wrecking. Seth got out by the back door, but they arrested Vic. Then Seth thought for sure Jose knew what had got him in jail, and he thought Jose was doing the same thing to him. He thought Jose had called the police. After he beat me, he figured out Jose must have gone with Ted. Seth knew about Ted's place because he'd had Vic follow Ted there. Ted, you told me Jose went down to the car to get more of his things. I bet that's when Seth shot him. That was when they got me too. Vic must have given them the address of the garage, because Seth hadn't been gone for 5 minutes before the police were wrecking the garage looking for dope and dragging me out. I knew exactly how Jose died as soon as they questioned me about it. But last year, when you got me released, Ted, I learned for sure that it was Seth who killed Jose. Did you run into someone who saw him do it? Ted asked her. No, Ted. I ran into Seth, Tissy told Ted. Then she told me, Ted got me released last year, just for a few weeks. I was getting a lot better. I liked working around the print shop with Ted and Tina, and best of all I liked Sabina's visits. I even went out alone twice to visit girls I'd worked with in the bar. I wanted to see you too, Sophie, but not when Tina and Sabina told me you were having an affair with this professor. Then the knot broke out a few blocks from Ted's house. I heard about it over the TV. Ted wasn't home, and Sabina and Tina hadn't come over yet. I went out and ran into a girlfriend I'd known at the bar. We took part in the looting and loved it. We walked to Ted's place with armfuls of presents for Sabina and Tina, but there still wasn't anyone there. This was something I wanted to share with Sabina. The two of us went out again and ran into police and soldiers. Someone told us they were shooting people as if they were dogs with rabies. We watched some cops beat a couple of kids, just kept beating and kicking them until they bled. I got sick all over. I couldn't take it, my whole body was shaking. I thought I was dying. The woman I was with knew where Seth was. He was dealing from a bar right in the middle of the riot section. I went back to Ted's and took all the money I could find downstairs and upstairs. She didn't want to come, so I went to that bar by myself. The proprietor wouldn't let me in. I shouted Seth's name, but the man said there was no Seth there. It turned out he'd changed his name. But he recognized me and let me in. I lay down on the floor and begged him for a shot, but he wouldn't give me one. I showed him all Ted's money, but he still refused. He was trying to hide everything under false floors. He knew the place was about to be raided. I knew how I could threaten him. I told him, in prison they asked me who killed Jose. That made him mad. Shut your goddamned mouth, he told me. Jose squealed. He got them to close everything down, boarded up, destroyed. He got you and Vic in jail. I could kill you now, Tissy, and no one would ever know you weren't shot by the police. They'll be here any minute. But then he took the money and gave me the heroin. I didn't tell him it wasn't Jose but me who squealed, who got the bar and garage boarded up. I left the bar and there was this huge crowd outside shouting about rats that exploited the community. I tried to shove my way through but I probably fainted because someone carried me to an alley. Maybe I didn't faint. That whole crowd seemed to disappear and there was an awful silence. I heard what sounded like machine guns. I was sure they got Seth. Tissy, that was Alec. I shouted hysterically. I told her Alec and his friend Carmen must have killed Seth just before they both got gunned down. Tissy didn't know what I was talking about. Since I couldn't have known anything about that, I was having an affair with the professor. And she was right. I was worlds away from Tissy when all that happened. Sabina and Tina had both known there hadn't been any point in telling me Tissy had been released and was at Ted's. They'd both known I was still reacting to Ted and the garage as a trauma. Tissy's release would have had no more meaning to me than Alec's intention to rid the community of rats. Until the riot I had been staying in Damon's apartment 2 days a week. Right after the riot I was busy getting fired from my academic post and breaking up with Damon. Tissy and I would have been as useless to each other then as we were in the guest room of that prison hospital. We were too much like each other. We were equally dependent on others to give direction to our lives, and we couldn't have filled each other's gaps because each craved for what the other couldn't offer. Tissy wanted a woman's total love and care. I wanted a ready-made project into which I could passively insert myself. I had learned that when I'd lain with Tissy in the forest to which she'd taken me from the research center, I had looked into her eyes as into a mirror. In those eyes I hadn't seen a loved one, but a variant of myself. I knew then I had nothing to give Tissy. I knew we were both equally unwilling to do what Sabina, Tina, and Ted did so easily, define and launch our own projects, join others as active, projecting individuals and not as passive outsiders. The lack of a self-defined project left a vacuum in both of us. Tissy filled it with heroin, I filled it by staring at blank walls. Although surrounded for most of our lives by people who've defined the content of their lives on their own, we both submitted to the degradation of letting those who bought us define us, Tissy as a prostitute and I as a college teacher. During the year after the riot I no longer had an alibi for my lack of a project. I didn't have a job. I wasn't waiting for anyone to be released from prison. I had a lot of energy, but I drifted. I don't want to insult Jasna, but books were my heroine. On cold or rainy days I stayed home and read, on sunny days I took walks and read. I did have something Tissy hadn't ever picked up. That was my political radicalism, the dreams that have turned out to be such grand illusions. It didn't amount to much in any case, since it was completely locked up somewhere in my mind. I wasn't able to use it to define a project, to define my activity. My consciousness and my behavior had absolutely nothing to do with each other. My first project during that entire year was to formulate an answer to your first letter. I was pulled out of my inertia by you, or I should say by Yarostan, with whom I had shared the activity that became the prototype for all the projects I sought later. Ironically, you forced me to defend my first project from your own attacks. And without my being altogether aware of it, You thus revived the only project that had ever been altogether my own, my unfinished novel about the community of independent human beings like the ones in Luisa's stories and like the ones I had known during the days I spent with you. I pulled out manuscripts that had been in a drawer for 10 years and I reread them. I started doing what I think Sabina has been doing since Jose died. I started re-evaluating the significance of my own life, or rather discovering it for the first time. But I didn't get very far before I acquired a new alibi. Only 4 or 5 days after your first letter came, I got a call from Damon. I hadn't heard from him for almost a year. There was an opening in a community college, think of that. Community was precisely what I had been seeking for 20 years. It was only a part-time job, I taught an evening course, but it was enough of an academic position to make me Damon's colleague again. He became positively friendly and forgot all about my faulty sense of timing, but I couldn't dream of patching up the relationship that had ended with the riot, and Damon undoubtedly couldn't either. After the way I'd been fired and the way Damon had responded to it, I couldn't count on his support any more than he could count on my good sense. After a few months on my new job, I convinced Damon that I didn't only have a miserable sense of timing, but that I had no sense of reality whatever. I was an outright psychopath. Ever since then Damon has been helping me, and I'm moved by his attachment to me. To Damon I became a person who needed help, but what I needed wasn't anything he was able to provide. On our way home from the prison hospital in Ted's car, Sabina sat between Ted and me. She stared directly in front of her as if she were frozen, tears ran down her cheek. She was probably weighing her responsibility for Jose, for Tissy, for Alec. I bit my finger to keep from bursting out crying. I wanted to tell her, cry on me, little gypsy, it's all the help I can give you. But Sabina doesn't need that kind of help from me. By the time we got home her eyes were dry and she was ready to plunge the remaining knives into her bosom. She dug into Ted as soon as the front door was closed. Just exactly what was it that you weren't ever supposed to tell Sabina? Ted started to walk away, telling her sadly, I shouldn't ever have brought it up. I thought Tissy was going to tell it all and make it sound 10 times worse than it was. Jose asked me never to tell you, and I kept my word. Sabina grabbed Ted's arm and asked angrily, what was it that was going to give Sabina a fit if she ever learned about it? Did Jose tell you he was nothing but an errand boy for Seth from the very beginning? Ted looked down at the ground as he said, I can't tell you, Sabina, I'd rather move out. Sabina persisted, on what terms did Seth give us the money to buy the garage? What did Jose tell you about that? Ted didn't answer, tears started to run out of his eyes. Sabina shook him furiously. Seth wasn't just buying a garage, was he? He was buying us, wasn't he? The garage was going to be a front for his heroin from the very beginning, and you knew it, didn't you? Jose lied to me and I tried to make you swallow the lie. Seth hadn't ever been Jose's friend, had he? He'd always been Jose's boss. And his money bought the rest of us. Jose was hired to pay off the cops, the rest of us were hired to drum up the business, and that's all there ever was to it. All my talk about masses rising from below in a world-changing process was just so much hot air. My hot air was nothing but a pack of lies which covered up the fact that we were never anything more than Seth's employees. We were nothing but hands in a capitalist enterprise. What else did Jose tell you? Trying to pull away from Sabina, Ted said to her, that's all over now, Sabina, and he never told me that much. She shouted, no, I suppose he didn't need to tell you that much because you knew all along. I was the only one who didn't know. Tissy knew all along too. I thought she was dense for not understanding my lofty aims. I thought she couldn't snap out of the thought habits of this fucked up society. I was the one who was dense. She knew we were nothing but Seth's employees, and she wanted me to be the big boss instead of Seth. It was always as simple as that. Even Jose finally figured it all out when Alec and Sophia's friends forced him to see himself as a dope dealer's errand boy, as a capitalist's flunky. and to me it all remained a world-changing process after Seth told me to clear out. What else did he tell you? Ted tried to pull Sabina's hand away from his arm. You're forcing me to leave, Sabina. I ran between them and begged hysterically, stop it, Sabina. I threw my arms around Ted and begged him, please don't ever leave us, Ted. Sabina walked angrily to her room. Ted tried to hide his tears from me as he walked toward his room, formerly Tina's. I fell on the living room couch and cried. Then I dragged myself to Ted's room and kneeled by his bed. He was awake, staring at the ceiling. I remembered the last time I had been by Ted's bedside, I had tried to scratch his eyes out. I pulled his head toward me, put my lips to his and begged, if you leave, Ted, please take me with you. But please don't make me leave, Sabina. Ted pulled his head away from me. That's all over, Sophie, and there's no use going over it all the time. We've all got to start again somewhere. I don't want to leave either of you, Sophie, you're all I've got now. I walked out of Ted's room in a daze. Ted was right. That was all over. Seth was dead. So were Ron, Jose, and Alec. I'd had something to do with those deaths. So had Sabina. But that was all over. The three of us had to start again, somewhere. The following day I saw the headlines that announced the invasion and described the tanks. I realized I would have to start again with very few friends. The very same day when I walked home with that newspaper, the day after our visit to Tissy, I lost 2 more friends. Tina and Pat graced us with their visit on that day. They came with 2 other young men whom they didn't deign to introduce to us. I opened the door and let the 4 of them in. Tina acted like a complete stranger to the house. Pat acted as if he'd never met Sabina or me. Their 2 friends placed themselves against a wall and stood there rigidly, like cops. Ted and Sabina came to the living room to greet the guests. Tina addressed her first comment to Sabina and me. I'd like to make my perspective clear to both of you, but I don't have the time now. The 4 of us came to communicate with Ted, and only with Ted. You 2 can stay, or leave, as you please, it's your house. Tina couldn't have found a better way to arouse our suspicion as well as our curiosity. Ted asked Tina, what's happened to you? Tina told him, we've come to find out what happened to you. I asked her impatiently, where were you during the repression, Tina? And you, Pat? Damn you both, don't you think I might worry about you? In a hideously authoritarian tone, Tina said to me, apparently I failed to make myself clear, Sophia. We came here to talk to Ted. I shouted at Tina and Pat, what the hell is wrong with you 2? Sabina said sarcastically, I have a gun in my room. Do you want one of your guards to hold it and to shoot in case either of us opens her mouth? Tina turned to her friends and told them, we obviously can't talk to him here. Then she asked Ted, are you willing to accompany us to our quarters? And have us miss the theatrics? Sabina asked. Don't you dare, Ted. Ted told Tina, I'm staying here, so say what you've got to say or don't say it. Let's see your act, Tina, Sabina told her. Tina, clearly intimidated by Sabina, said nothing. Her friends seemed momentarily unsure of themselves. Pat came to their rescue. He told Ted, we've come to clarify the possibility of carrying on a common practice, specifically the possibility of rehabilitating the printing plant. Ted told Pat and Tina, I'd like nothing better. Sophie and I have been waiting for you, Tina, in order to do just that. It seemed impossible to go ahead without you. If you want your friends along, they'd be welcome as far as I'm concerned. Pat interrupted, we would also like to discuss the perspectives on which this common practice is to be based. Ted misunderstood that observation and told Pat, I really don't believe the police are interested in that shop anymore. Tina snapped at Ted, that's not what we mean. By perspectives we mean the theory on which our practice is to be based. Theory is what allows one to consciously dominate one's situation as well as the material means for transforming that situation. We engaged in a practice of appropriating means of production without having a coherent critique. Pat took up Tina's refrain, "For us the problem of group organization is the problem of the coherent organization of our own practice, our common will and effort to clarify and resolve all contradictions between our practical activity and our revolutionary theory. Our aim is to apply the radical critique to the real world, our own practice included." "What does any of this have to do with reopening the print shop?" Ted asked. Tina answered, "Revolutionary theory isn't only a critique of the world, it demands a critical attitude toward the activities of every individual who claims to be engaged in revolutionary practice." Ted told her, "I never made any claims about my printing except that it was well done, and neither did you, Tina." "That's not true," Tina shouted. "You act as if our project had never been anything more than an artsy-fartsy craft shop on the fringes of capitalist society. You know perfectly well that our practice always aimed to overthrow the ruling society." "The impression I got certainly confirms Tina's observation," Pat told Ted. "When I arrived, the practice in the print shop was consistent with the highest levels reached by the revolutionary movement, namely with councilist organization. By organizing in councils, proletarians have throughout history laid the practical foundation for their appropriation of the world." Sabina asked, "As illustrated last month?" Pat said angrily, "It is because of lack of consciousness that the practical movement appropriating the world allowed bureaucrats and parties to appropriate its power. A group which pretends to be revolutionary cannot function below the level reached by the revolutionary movement. Such a group must be able to define the practical tasks which will allow it to install everywhere the conditions for the establishment of the power of the proletarians." "I've heard that before," Sabina told him. "We also heard it again a few days later when we got the letter describing, in gruesome detail, the nature of Titus Zabran's noble commitment." Ted said to Tina, "I thought you came to talk about the print shop." "That's precisely why we did come," Tina told him. "But the only basis for engaging in a common practice is the existence of common perspectives pursued with equal ability and effort." Ted objected, "I thought the basis for keeping the print shop going was whether or not a person cleaned up after using a machine, whether or not the equipment was left in functioning order for the next person." "I don't understand your game, Tina. You're mixing up printing with revolution. What we did together was draw, photograph, print. If you consider this discussion a game," Tina shouted, "if you think we're muddling something that was clear before, then this means I no longer define my practice the same way you do. It's in no one's interest for that confusion to continue to exist. I admit we printed together. But by virtue of our common practice we constituted a group, an organization, despite the fact that we didn't define ourselves in those terms." Ted told her, "If organization means mouthing what your friends want to hear, Tina, then we were never an organization. We just printed together." Tina retorted, "For you it wasn't an organization, Ted, but only a print shop, because for you the question of organization is apparently a non-question. I find that odd for someone who confronts every practical problem by first defining what you called a strategy. I realize only now that you were never clear about the overall strategy. Yet this is precisely the key question, this is what was unclear about the nature of our past collaboration. Such lack of lucidity and such relations of non-critique lead to incoherent group practice, which is what destroyed the print shop." Ted told her, "It's the police that destroyed it." "That's only superficially true," Pat said to him. "The fact is that in the print shop we never defined strategy correctly, we never defined how our group activity inserted itself into the revolutionary movement which was developing everywhere in the world." Pat's comment made me uneasy. It's certainly true that I never connected my activity in the occupied university with what any of you were doing at that time. Myrna made a similar observation in your previous letter. But Pat's way of connecting our activities appalled me. Ted told Pat, The only strategy one ever had in view was about the concrete problem I was facing: repairing a machine, designing a poster, laying out a pamphlet. Tina ought to know I never defined strategies for others. Tina told Ted angrily, in that case Pat and I are the only ones who regard our activity in the print shop as group practice in which we participated, and therefore we charge ourselves with the task of clarifying our past and present practice. Your attitude proves that you don't recognize either the problems we're posing nor our perspective toward them. I don't understand your tone, Ted told her. This isn't how friends talk to each other, Tina, friends who worked together for years, who never did each other any harm. Tina cut in, that so-called friendship is what caused us to hold on to our illusions for so long. The remains of a friendship that had never understood its reasons caused us to take positions far below the level reached by the world revolutionary movement. Our friendship originated in a common practice, and it should not have survived after that practice deteriorated. Sabina got up and walked to her room. Her face was a mask of frustration. She had been ready to congratulate Tina for her act, but the act reached levels of inhumanity Sabina herself had never explored. I told Tina, I never imagined you capable of such cold, premeditated cruelty. You're just like a... Pat interrupted me and said to Ted, patiently, pedagogically, there's no such thing as abstract friendship, Ted, friendship which exists independently of its origin. Without a common project, without shared perspectives, there is no friendship. Ted sadly asked Tina, why did you and your friends come here? Tina told him, to clarify an unclear situation that has existed for years and that urgently needed clarification 6 weeks ago. 6 weeks ago? Ted asked. When others began to cooperate in using the equipment. Wasn't that the situation we had looked forward to for years, Tina? I'm talking about 6 weeks ago when the print shop disintegrated because the participants were unable to organize their activities on the basis of a common perspective, she told him. The print shop was open to people with all kinds of perspectives, Ted reminded her. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Tina shouted. It was open to union organizer Louisa Nachalo, party hack Professor Damon Hesper, not to speak of the hundreds of petty bureaucrats who only spread confusion, who transformed radical theory into ideology. Are you telling me we should have read the minds of everyone who came to the print shop and then decided whether or not to let them use the equipment? Ted asked. Tina answered, only by posing the problems of organization, autonomy and coherence will the revolutionary movement give itself the organized means for realizing its project. Everyone whose practice falls short of the level reached by the international movement is outside that movement. The ideological hodgepodge which mixed radical theory with a practice that negated it should not have existed and should have been denounced. I felt nauseated. You sound just like the police Yarostan has been describing in his letters, I told her. Ted said, Sophia is right, Tina. The project we shared was printing. What you're talking about now is policing. I think all those who used the print shop were in some sense participants. Tina shouted, you're definitively confirming your position of separating what cannot be separated, namely theory from practice. This separation is what enabled you to engage in partial projects with partial ideologies, and exempted you from taking a critical attitude towards the activity of others to the point of leading you to actively collaborate in the projects of ideologues. You claimed a place in the real revolutionary movement without assuring the minimum of practical coherence that this presupposes. Pat said to Ted, in the same condescending, professorial tone he had used earlier, this was a serious problem, Ted. The role of the various radical groups had to be defined at the very outset. Among those you call participants, it was necessary to recognize and denounce the bureaucratic canile. It was a mistake to attribute to these groups roles they didn't play. Not one of the groups in the print shop played the role you attribute to them. This is why our group practice was not in line with the international revolutionary project. Coherent groups with concrete strategies for the appropriation of the productive forces are still to be created. It is the evasion of this I hope Yarostan forgives me for making a book out of his letters to me. I hope even more that he sees this book. I'm deeply grateful to all those who offered to help me typeset, proofread, and print these letters, particularly to Ted and Tina. I'd like to address these letters to all my likes and all Yarostan's likes, as he would have put it. And I want to dedicate it to the people I named: Yarostan, Myrna, Yara, Jasna, Zdenek, Jan, Vesna, and Irina, and to those I called Ron, Jose, Alec, and Tissy.